what is hitting new all-time highs with the market? What sectors are pushing this up? Because the S&P 500 is just a breakdown of, I think, 11 sectors. So if some of them, like tech, are not hitting new all-time highs and semiconductors are not hitting new all-time highs, then there are sectors that are out there that are doing it. So the next slide I have is just a very simple scan. You can run in trade ideas where you can sort any list you want, or you can have your trade ideas pick the list for you. For me, this is the list of all the ETFs that I looked at. Instead of lifetime high, I just searched 2-year high, and so a lot of names that have been leading and been leading for a long time are no longer leading. And that's kind of what I want to point out. And that's what I'm going to be spending my weekend doing, is trying to find names inside of these groups that may not be as exciting as AI and, Ozempic and all of these things. But if they're moving, then we have to pay attention. So the first one here is XLY, and this is consumer discretionary, which I've, again, reading a lot of headlines for the whole year about how the consumer is dead, but we almost have, not quite all-time highs, but definitely broke out to new highs if you peg it to what we did in July, August, made a new high after this Fed announcement. So consumer discretionaries, just buying stuff that you don't need to buy is the simplest way to put it. So, think of Apple or a Harley Davidson, or, things that you don't need. They're not food. They're not, staples in any way. That making a new multi-year high, very close to new all-time highs, doesn't speak to me like that's the end of the consumer. Seems like this is going to be fairly good news for them. So we can take a look at retail names and things like that if we want to dive a little bit further into this ETF. Next, I talked about this very recently as well, or no, the next one, sorry. But this is XLB, so this is materials. This is people that are buying things to build things. It's, again, not as exciting as large cap tech, or it's not as exciting as AI, but this kind of sector is breaking out to new all-time highs where the other market isn't. So it means the money flow, the people who control the market, the institutions, are buying material stocks as opposed to buying big cap. Next one here is XLI. This is industrial. So think John Deere and Caterpillar, and right. So the materials that people are going to build things with, that's going up. The companies that are doing the building, that's going up as well. So a lot of across the board, generally these are considered very healthy underlying aspects of the market. Yes, it's good to have a story like AI that ends up moving, but you want to make sure that what is actually moving in the market are things that are building things and things that are creating real things like real estate and factories and everything. Last chart I have is very interesting. This is ACWX. So this is the All Country World Index, and this is ex-US. So this is everyone else in the world except the US also breaking out to all-time highs as well. You notice that in the US as a country, it's very tech heavy, right? It's what led to their outperformance over a long period of time. Very tech heavy country as a whole. But if you look abroad, if you look at Germany and France and a lot of these other countries, they're generally not as tech heavy, but they're more in the building of, again, real things. Real meaning like tangible things that you can touch. That's breaking out, not new all-time highs, but that's breaking out to new highs as well. And again, this ETF is the rest of the world if you take the US out of it. So a shift in themes basically is what I'm seeing, and a shift in potentially what is going to work. We know buying new 52-week and new all-time highs is generally going to outperform the market as opposed to trying to buy dips or buying things in the lower end. So that's what I'm going to be doing this weekend, is looking in this new theme that we see breaking out of building real things out there when it comes to factories and it comes to housing and things like this.
I mean, even when we look at, Sharif and I were talking a little bit this morning about a nuclear story regarding Microsoft and AI. Yep. So even when you look at AI specifically, but there's going to be that trickle down effect that, as you were saying, will bring in other aspects of the overall market. I mean, there was a story on that CEG this morning, up huge, a stock in the nuclear end of things, or nuclear power end of things, that hasn't really done a heck of a lot as far as volatility is concerned. But just one story out of nowhere, has that up huge. But as you were saying, to further on your point, there's going to be a trickle down aspect to this.
Well, and that's what we want to see, and that's generally what happens in bull markets. Is in bull markets, people make a lot of money, which is great, right? We all want to make a lot of money. The question is always then, what do they do with that money? So if I'm a company and I believe that AI is a thing, I have made my money in Nvidia. Yes, can Nvidia go up? Absolutely. Can it double or triple or 10x from here? Well, it'd be bigger than most countries in the world at that point. The question is, now that they're taking profits in these names that we've been watching all year, what are they doing with it? So that story is a perfect example. I was reading a little bit about that as well. You wouldn't expect this, a nuclear utility name to be what's next, but now that Microsoft, for example, is flush with cash, they're going to this company and they're saying, well, we need more power. So as that money that was made in the initial AI bubble, if it just was turned to cash or people bought bonds or something, then that would be scary for the market. But if they take that money and they spread it out to other industries and buy other things with it, that's that rotation we're talking about. And that's great for the economy and it's great for the market.
We'll look forward to some in-depth chart reading over the weekend, as Mr. Noss is always known to do. We'll touch base again on Monday. Have a good one.
Awesome. Talk to you Monday.
Thank you very much there, Michael. Yeah, that CEG that you guys are mentioning, I don't know if you haven't seen the chart of this, like you said, nuclear utility company, that two hundo period, what can we say about it? Your 200 period moving average, and now, I mean, it's actually very close to breaking out right here, maybe like a couple of dollars away, 236 and change CEG. I mean, Constellation looking really good. I mean, the one that's interesting to me, like, when you talk about the things, people that make things and yada, 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 it's Caterpillar. I've been in Caterpillar for a while and do like the stock. It actually is pressing towards a high as well. And what I love about it is, again, just like what we were just showing you, that 200 period moving average for good looking stocks. And this would have been true of a few of the tech names that you could have bought on dips as well. But yeah, you're close to those highs. That theme of look to get into things that are pressing back toward highs. And the other thing I like about it, yay, there's your rounded bottom. And it's a lot more appealing when you have a nice rounded bottom near the highs as opposed to one off the lows. There's nothing wrong with one off the lows that gets you some kind of a move, but if you're already a strong stock and do a rounded bottom off the top, that's even better. It's a nice little setup. Probably not going to break it out today, I don't think. Here on Caterpillar, the odds of it getting to it would have to be like 381. It's about $10 away from that. So it's adjacent, 3 points away from a breakout. That easily could be happening in the next week.
So many things are about to break right now. Nasdaq's going to turn probably green in a couple seconds. Tesla's off at the races again, trying to break through 245. I mean, that's going to be the top from yesterday. So we'll see if that can turn green. It was 244.50 or so at the close right there for Tesla. So we'll see if we can take out 245. That's going to be on watch there today. And then look at Apple. I mean, Michael just talking about strength in other sectors. I mean, there is a lot of strength everywhere in the market right now. And the Nasdaq's not really there yet, right? I mean, it's not at those highs. And I mean, you're going to get there, it looks like, with Apple, and that's trying to knock on 230. So yesterday that was the top. We had Obi here talking about the reversion. Of course, he can't have the guy in the show without talking about that, right? So that was 230 right there. Looks like today, if we can keep the strong momentum in the market, looks like that wants to break. So yeah, I mean, I like it all. XBI was one ETF for myself, the biotech, that I thought had a good chance of going as well. You look at a weekly chart on this one, it still has room to go. And on the daily, it's trying to break as well, all the way back here to March. So this looks like it's trying to get going there. But yeah, so many places to sort of park your money, whether or not you're chasing yield or, breakout plays, anything. Right now, the market, we're not fighting the Fed anymore. So I think there's going to be a lot of spaces you can win.
We'll get some analyst moves coming up here. Adira is set over at the big screen.
Exciting list of upgrades and downgrades today, starting with an earning from yesterday, Darden Restaurants, DRI, with this upgrade from Evercore ISI. Also saw a downgrade for this name, so this one could be one to watch out for in either direction. We have Campbell's with this upgrade from Exane BNP Paribas, Affirm after its big run up, along with SoFi and Upstart yesterday getting this upgrade from Susquehanna, though it's trading down on the day. Also trading down on the day after an upgrade is Reddit here with this nod from B. Riley Securities. Onto the downgrade side, as mentioned earlier here, the big desk ASML getting a downgrade down by about 2%. From this Morgan Stanley downgrade. Morgan Stanley also downgrading FedEx after its earnings disappointment yesterday after the close, as well as PepsiCo. And last but not least, Snap, after a series of analyst events this week, getting a downgrade from B. Riley Securities. Pretty interesting list here, guys.
Yeah, deep list in there. I hadn't looked at Reddit in a while, but man, that's shockingly low volume on Reddit.
What is that looking like?
No, it's flat on the day today. It's not really doing any volume, as I said, but hey, it's back above the 50 period. Now, everything got a bounce in the middle of August, or sorry, the beginning of August, but this is a recent breakout. Kind of putting in some higher lows in here. It's just no volume on Reddit. I think it's a decent upward trend, but you can probably find a few things that are stronger than Reddit. Obviously, Affirm has been on topic the last couple of days. It just failed that 45 pretty spectacularly a couple of times. You got a punch through yesterday, but what was big about Affirm wasn't that it busted out. It was more that it gave the entire move back. Now, if you were tuning in yesterday to the markets, most things were strong and stayed strong. Reddit decided it was going to do that whole Christmas tree thing. I suppose that's what we're calling it because it's red and green. But yeah, gave it all back here on Affirm, I should say. And I don't like that, generally speaking. And whenever this happens, where you get a big buy, reject the breakout, give it all back, despite most of the market holding on to strength. Look at the other payment names yesterday, or things adjacent to it. I mean, PayPal didn't have a problem holding on to its gains. So, I mean, Square was okay, but Affirm, not a very good look. I feel when this happens, the previous resistance levels, which is like 45.5 in here, I think when that happens at 45.5, if you don't break back above it, it's a simple head and shoulders setup, and you look for some continuation to the downside. That said, I think the primary short I'm going to like today is DJT because it's been really trending down.
Yeah, DJT there. We'll find out about sort of that lockup kind of period coming through there. Yeah, look, I was looking, my big one that I was looking at there, just on that list, Snapchat, just because it's at that $10 mark, definitely a psychological level. So no volume here. Doesn't look, I mean, it's volume on the day, but nothing really on the level 2 to make us think that $10 is going to hold by any stretch. But move down in today. Yeah, I mean, pretty flat. They get the downgrade. I mean, I'm just looking at it because of this. I mean, there's $10. It's sort of been this level that we've looked at for a while. It has to gap fill back up to 1050. So with the downgrade, if the market does catch a little bit of a bid here, you also have the 50 period moving average. Look at this almost doesn't even look real. The way this roller coaster is here on the pink line. That's the 50 period moving average. So, this is what happens when you go break it to the long side. This is what happens when you break it to the downside. But that one, you would have had it probably overnight that you're not able to get that for sure. And then there's the break above it, and there's the break below it. So where's the break above it? So I think you wait to go long again once you break this 1050 area. So I think it's a short until we do that. So Snapchat in and around 1050 for me is a short. That's the play that I would look at on that list.
I was just reading more on this CEG deal. It's really, really interesting. It'd be the first time ever in the U.S. a nuclear plant specifically that had been shut down will be restarted, or potentially could be restarted. So really interesting. So we'll keep an eye out for that. Let's have a look at the overall market here.
57.77, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES December contract. Now we're charting on the December contract. I got to tell you, we made all-time highs on the SPX, the index yesterday. Never closed that high. We're tied with all-time highs right now on the SPX or the ES futures contract. We got into that almost 5,800. If we can break above this overnight high of 57.75, trade above there, we're looking at 5,800. If we give up that level, let's look at 57.50 as support.
All right, if you haven't done so yet, make sure you go down to the description of this video. Top link in the description is going to take you to the watch list. All you need is an email address. Enter that email address. You get the watch list for free every single day. That's it. It's that easy. We'll touch on a few things here. Moving around the pre-market, we mentioned Nike. Huge move after the close yesterday. It was right at 4 o'clock. Comes out with the CEO swap. We're off that high, but trying to get back to 88 currently here.
Yeah, so John Donahue's out, and we're going to bring in a new individual, Elliot Hill. No stranger to individuals who've been working at Nike. He's been there for a long time, so we'll keep an eye on that. Shares are down 25% this year. They're talking also about changing the shift from direct to consumer to more engaging with the wholesalers as well as product development, specifically with the shoes. So we'll keep an eye on that. Just to give you a background on this Hill individual, he's been with Nike since the 80s, Brendo. He started off as an intern, essentially worked his way up the ladder, and now he's at the helm.
A lifer?
I guess.
I guess. Not a bad thing. Yeah, I mean, the market likes it. I was just counting up. There's probably 4 or 5 different analysts also liking this move as well for Nike.
8.5%. I say they like it. They like it a lot for Nike. They liked it for Starbucks too. Maybe let's zoom out first and get it out of the way, because we were talking about Nike in the context of this breaking out on the daily. Well, okay, that's come and gone. So there's your 85 level that clearly gapped over. Sometimes you get a chance to trade a level like that. Other times you come in the next day and you've gapped above. So when I sat down, there was a chance that maybe you would have had a chance at 85 at the open. That's seeming unlikely the way that it's moving in here today. So I look at the aftermarket higher low support. That was about 86.5. So if there's no chance at that 85 from the daily, look for continuation at the 86.5 zone here on Nike. I mean, it easily could break out the top. I want to go dip by hunting. It's a Friday.
Ram.
And usually
Rundown.
I'd like to think, especially on an index for balance type of day and triple witching and all that, that if you have more of an inside type of morning, you're going to get the dip buys. Yesterday it was a bit of trouble when you were looking for dip buys to be able to grab them. A lot of things just strictly broke out. But Nike, 86.5 in here is the new setup, because 85 is long gone.
Yeah, what I wrote down on the sticky note here today was pretty simple for Nike. I mean, it's the same thing that we always kind of do on these plays, and that is just keep it as simple as you possibly can. Play dip long into VWAP. I think that's something that we're going to be looking at. I mean, it's hard to predict when something like this is going to happen. But again, buying stock, and we looked at a couple different names like this, very, very similar. Thanks, Nick W, for the super chat as well there about this talk, and we're doing it now, and we did it before, but. Just breaking higher into this level, I think Nike and Starbucks, very, very similar, to be honest with you, trying to change around sort of the distribution channels. Starbucks trying to get back to more that old-time coffee shop feel. Nike's got to get back to, getting their product back into Foot Lockers, get it just a little bit more, I guess, design capabilities there. They've been a little flat for a while, but they still dominate the basketball shoe industry. They've had some competition, obviously, with On and Hoka there as you go. So, they've let those guys, and then the Sambas for Adidas have been really hot as well. So there's some things that are catching up with Nike. They introduce this guy that's had now 19, I was reading this, 19 different jobs, was let go during 2020 when they wanted to do direct to consumer. So they brought in this Donahue guy. That was from eBay and ServiceNow and helped them get that product going. But now it's time for a change, and the market likes it. So nice move to the upside right there for Nike. Breaking through $85 is a great little level there to try to hold it. So I think you're long on this until you're wrong. There's 87 for dip buys for day traders, so we can look at that. I don't want to buy the first one, but I want to see if it holds it, so I think that's important. And then just because it's talked about in the same length as Starbucks, yeah, there's the move up. There's a level, right? And we've held it. So I think if you use 85 the same way that you use 92, you'll be fine. So yeah, play the bump and hold, right? From my own personal experience, I got out of both of these, out about 75% of both of them when we started to break a little lower, and then on Nike at $84. But I think it's a profit-taking opportunity. But I remember that first day when Starbucks got Brian Nickel, it was like, it opened at like 87 or 88 and then continued to go to like 92, 93, $94. So I think that Nike does have definite room to run today. The top was 89. I don't think that will be the top for long. I think you'll see a 90 print today.
Let's go on to FedEx. Sharif mentioning a good point. Once a economic bellwether for the overall economy. I don't know if that's as significant as it once was, but still not good to see this thing down 13%, pointing to declines in demand, not only in this quarter, but going forward into their next quarter, cutting the forecast as well, all the way back to 260. This thing closed above $300 yesterday.
Yeah, it was not a good look. And it's not just them, Brendo. UPS chimed in as well, kind of basically taking the opportunity to complain about the industry. So here's a look. They're facing a lot of margin pressure. I'm talking about FedEx and UPS here. And they're basically, right now, companies are choosing to use a less profitable type of shipping. The decline specifically is B2B, business to business right now. And they're trying to fix some of the cost structure. They're undergoing complex restructuring of their cost, but that's obviously failed to offset some of the weaker demand. I just want to mention here that they also lost the USPS, the United States Postal Service. They had a contract with them for about $500 million. They lost that to UPS. UPS taking that over, so that's about a $500 million headwind.
Yeah, UPS downside this morning with this as well. Nowhere near as much. I think it was about 2% last I looked, but. Do we hold here, guys? If not, where?
Well, I mean, yeah. So if it doesn't hold here, I think when you look at the chart, somewhere in like the 250 range. Obviously, that's going to stand out like a sore thumb on FedEx. Don't like it. You never really want to see this. Obviously, when everything else is strong, you don't want to come out of favor. Like how many charts we just had a theme of looking at sectors that were approaching highs, adjacent to highs, or breaking out highs. We're about to talk about big cap tech and all-time highs. I think if you're looking for like the old SSR bounce and the 10% down, I'd probably be thinking about the 50s before I considered it. You do have the 200 period moving average, which is now up top here, 267.5. So if it were to break that, I kind of wrote 274 as a level, but I was thinking of overnight that was kind of where it crested. So you ended up gapping down further than that. So I feel like it's very unlikely to get to 274 for a fade. That sets up like 267 in the 200 period moving average. If it can't bust back through that major moving average, I'd look for a fade. I'm not thinking about an SSR bounce on this unless it's closer to $250. I think there's going to be other places that would rather look for longs today than FedEx. Sorry, FedEx.
Yeah, FedEx, we had Danielle on last night and we talked about the move was only supposed to be 7%, right? Now you're down 12%. So probably a continuation move. And when her and I were on, it had bounced. So it had bounced clearly off of, and it's, hopefully this will, hold on a second, sometimes I got to go like that and get the 200 period to load. There it is. So this 200 period moving average of 266, 267. So right into there, I feel like that's something that you could short off of now that we're underneath it, right? And so normally that's a spot, you know, you've broken through, you can see all the way back here until last August. So you're back a couple months, if not a year and a bit, back there into some past, and there's a year ago right there, September, and then there we go back again in May. So I'm thinking that that's 267 is something. So I would short if we can get back into that level. Let's see if it breaks and then get above 270. So yeah, again, same kind of play as Nike. If we think the stock is strong, we want to buy dips and to view up. If we think the stock is weak, then we want to go the other way, right? And so for me right now, FedEx, not a great name to trade today. I think it'll be a great name to trade today, but not obviously a great name to have in your portfolio. Dip buy opportunities. If you think retail is strong, then yes. If you think we're coming into recession, then obviously not. They were performing better and at a higher level than UPS heading into the print. UPS obviously has already gotten waxed all the way to the downside. So this name, no volume, but down 2.5% right now. UPS looking like a slippery slope as well. This daily chart looking much different than FedEx is, but at the end of the day, still well underneath, man. I think everybody wanted to have better reports so that we could go long on the transports. We talk about this all the time. The transports, the Dow theory, it's the old look at what's been happening. And right now, if we're going to the downside, it does not bode well for the economy, but I think that's old thinking. So we'll just continue to trade semis as the new Dow transports. So yeah, UPS and FedEx, nice downside moves.
Like they're getting ready to sell.
Sure.
I was just saying to Sharif, I don't even know if it was real, let's be honest. Somebody posted on X yesterday a picture of one of those plane tracking sites, and it was 737 cargo planes specifically. And apparently it was cargo planes bringing iPhone 16s from China to the US. So people are are that in-depth watching
Intense, man.
the delivery process of some of these iPhone 16s, or the preparation anyways. Let's go on. DJT, we don't exactly know or officially know who is selling yet, but someone is definitely selling. Started yesterday in the pre-market off of the lockup expiration here as of yesterday morning. So continuation here, lows right now, in fact, for DJT.
Yeah, here's a look, Brendo. So Donald Trump owns 56.6% of this company, but he made his intentions quite clear, I guess, at a previous rally that he does not intend on selling his shares. We'll have to see if that manifests or not. The lockup period that Brendo alluded to, that expires after Thursday's trading session if the following precondition was met, that the price remain above $12. Well, it's currently above $12, so obviously that was met. The company, just to give you an idea, was once valued at $10 billion, now at $2.75 billion, and it's trading at over 1,000 times its earnings. But that's not why I think people are investing in it. I think it's this like new form of investing in individuals, Brendo, vis-a-vis equities.
Yeah, I mean, it's not volatile by any means, guys, but slow march continues here downside.
Yeah, and it's been, I mean, steady Eddie to the downside, like the same way the market is steadily going up. This has been quite the trend, because I'm not selling. That's the I'm not selling moment. And since then, it's like spike, lower high, doesn't even make any attempt to go up. Again, doesn't even make an attempt to go green. Yesterday was the first time in a few days where it actually had a bounce at the open. First, or 2 days ago to bounce at the open, and then yesterday was, again, just a bit of a straight shot to the downside. So, it could always make the pop, and if it does one of those pop moves, then you have a bit of a double bottom at 14.5. We close at 14.7. I would be looking a pop and fade into there if it catches any kind of a bid. Or the other way to look at it, if you don't have a level like that for like that 14.5, just a VWAP can hold, or an even dollar, or what ended up being the good play yesterday was just to look for consolidations. Like, it was worth it to sit in a 15 consolidation the first time. It might have popped through, but then you should have jumped right back into it, and then it gives you the flush where it goes into VWAP. So just wait for those opportunities. After it makes a high, it starts leveling off at a lower high. Just trend continuation, and you want to try to sit in those to the best of your abilities. Like, I missed the chance to get back in, and that's exactly what you don't want. Like, that 15 goes against 10 cents, it ends up at 14.55. Like, that's what you look for. At least that's what I'm looking for in DJT. Did have to pay for locates today, but they've been cheap, very, very cheap all week. I'm pretty sure it was like less than 1 cent per share.
I mean, I think he's going to sell them all. I mean, look, it's a perfect hedge. Like, I don't know how much, again, 56%. I mean, we could find out what that float is on this, but that's just a big deal. I don't know. I mean, sell them all. I mean, I don't think you do it in one little swoosh here. But yeah, I think the gig is up on this, and the market is telling us what to think. I mean, if you weren't selling every single day for the last 60 days, I mean, I don't know. Like, just look at this. Like, you only get the bounce up there when he was shot in the face there, the head. And then all the way down, boom, 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 boom. Like, it just keeps getting hit. So I don't know. Like, maybe the selling's already, someone's selling on his behalf. I don't know what's happening right here. But, the word is out. It's a downside move. I think it is a hedge against losing the election. Like, I mean, if you win, then you're going to feel probably silly about selling those. So I guess it's just, where do you think that's going to go? I mean, as far as profits are concerned and all that, that's not why we trade this name. We trade it for volatility. And the volatility's been there. It's just been going the wrong way if you're long. So I don't, hard to recommend buying dips, right? So if we're going to be a trading show, I can't sit here and say, let's buy this name. It doesn't make sense. I think you wait for it to flush out. Now, if you start seeing buy orders coming in, like the levels start to get layered out in here, then yeah, join the momentum. But right now, you're down another 5%. It's 4 or 5 straight flush days. We were at $20 like a week ago. I mean, now you're at 14, right? It's unfortunate that it's such a political discussion, but like, imagine this wasn't Donald's stock, president, wrapped up in politics. Like, what would you really think about this? So, I mean, to me, it's a pretty simple thing. If you take away all that sort of backstory, it's a stock that you don't want to go long until, you hear some sort of a good story. And right now, the story is, has the ability to sell. So to me, that's a negative, right? And so let's just wait to see what happens with DJT. I wish all the best for everybody long, because you can't possibly be in the money.
Big tech here real quick. I was just going over some of the ETFs after Mr. Noss was with us. If you zoom out, this is the XLK. If you zoom out to a weekly chart, we're right at this last high before all-time highs after the pullback here for tech. So as Michael was saying, S&P at all-time highs, NASDAQ lagging. It's a matter of time, I feel.
Oh, God, yeah.
Play some catch-up here.
Well, yeah, and he made the point, and you built on that point as well, about that profitability coming through the AI, filtering its way down to other parts of the economy and that rotation. So I have to keep an eye on that. Separately, there was this Microsoft headline. Obviously, we know one of them to be the biggest names in AI with their investment in OpenAI, and they're building out data centers, buying the chips hand over fist. So they're one of the hyperscalers, buying it from Nvidia, and they made a deal today with Constellation Energy, who plans on restarting, Brendo, Unit 1 of the 3 Mile Island nuclear plant. That's supposed to take place in 2028. Microsoft will purchase directly from them the electricity to power a local or a nearby AI data center. It's the largest power purchase agreement for Constellation ever, and it aligns with Microsoft's goals, and we know big tech's goals of wanting to be able to power these data centers vis-a-vis green energy.
It's been the question mark in the corner for quite some time where they're going to get the power for these data centers. So we'll see how this plays out. I was just noting Apple, guys, looking pretty good here, up this morning. Microsoft down slightly on that.
Yeah, look, I mean, the market's slightly down right now. 0.3, the NASDAQ is down. The ES is down 0.3 as well. So, I mean, Microsoft's kind of down. Apple's up 0.1, but that makes it relatively strong. I feel like Amazon as well, at least the last I checked it a few minutes ago, that was still holding up nicely. Apple definitely took off yesterday. There's no question about it. It was a big run and a breakout through 225 half. As you can see, afternoon support might be a thing of the past, down at 227.50 to 60-ish. That's where I was initially looking. And of course, we got a big bounce in there. I don't want to get too far away from it. The other place that makes some sense is like the later afternoon support at 228 half. If it's relatively strong, I feel like you play the long until it's wrong. And I think Apple's like right in that pocket. So there is that close price. It ends up lining up pretty decently with VWAP. If we lose that, then it's about 227.5 was that support on Apple. The other one that's, I want to say, relatively strong is Amazon, which is slightly up. Amazon's a bit of a different look because Amazon has a distinct double top at 191. And yesterday in the afternoon when Amazon was a 190, like a short in front of 190, I sort of said if it's underneath 190, I'll probably still like it short. If it's over 190, I'm going to like it long based on the way it was trading in the afternoon. So it's above 190 here, setting up for a 191 breakout on Amazon.
Look, for me, I have Apple, same levels there at 230. We have it written here on our note. Watch out. I made a note here that we have the rebalancing day today, so you just got to watch out for these wicked witches that come through. There's going to be a lot of volume off the open, and at the close, so just watch out for possible levels that you might get that you don't think you have the possibility of getting. So watch out right now. Apple, I have a support level down there at 226.
Thanks, Adair.
Tesla, and then we still like that. You didn't overdo the almond milk. That's fine. Thank you, Adara, for that. All right, so yeah. And then the other name that I like that we missed yesterday, that let's not try to miss it again today, is going to be Tesla. So, yeah. Someone said, like, why do we care so much about DJT? I actually don't. I've never even traded DJT, to be honest with you. Okay, so just quickly, yesterday we missed that 235 break right there. So I was just looking at that as a yesterday break. That was a lot cleaner than anything that we have here today. So that was the one that I couldn't sleep last night about, because it was like, that was such a great one, and we had it marked down, and I completely lost train of thought on that one and didn't even look at it when it happened, and it was one of the number one names there yesterday. So let's try not to make that mistake again today. But the thing about today is all we can play is yesterday's high. So there's 244.50. I actually said let's just wait for confirmation and break through 245. I want to take 50 cents on the first bit for sure, but I don't mind missing 50 cents and like basically fake breaking that out and just making sure that we break through 245. I'm going to be holding this $1 anyways against me. So, a break back down below 244, I'll probably give it a little bit more room than that. But I like that break long. And then I also wrote down dip levels for this would be in and around 238. So that's just, again, this is 239 where we consolidated yesterday before getting going again through 240. And we never retested back low. So I'm sort of thinking in this general area here between 238 and 239, if the market at Tesla, I mean, come on. How many times have we seen this name drop $3 or $4 rip or the other way around go up and tank? And it has $10 moves all day off the open almost every day. So let's just wait to see what happens here on this move. Breaking back down below 242 could be a great short as well if you like that. But I'm going to try to play momentum. And right now the momentum still, in my opinion, is to the long side. So I want to play a break right now of 245. If that happens, the order is already in, so I don't miss it. But I just, the market's underneath VWAP right here, and that needs to get going as well. So we'll see if we can hold 20,000. Feel like that could be the first test, which probably gets us somewhere down here. So we're bidding some Tesla down in around 238. But I don't, again, sitting there catching a falling sword is some of the only times we've lost relatively big on Tesla. Because next thing you know, 240, 239, 238, 237, 236, and you can't even get like your mind sorted out before you're like marketing out of the position because you have no idea what's happened. So I'm going to try to be patient with Tesla today, but those are the boundaries right now. $2 higher, $2 lower. I think we're getting a little bit interested, but I feel like that's going to happen right off the open, and we keep on forgetting about,
especially on a Friday,
witching too.
Yeah, because that's the other important point. When it's a witching day, you have options expiration. There's index rebalancing. There's way more volume on this open than there are going to be on a regular day. So do expect some kinds of shakeouts on a lot of those big cap tech names. You got to be careful and patient with your entry points. So speaking of all of that, hey, something's going into the S&P 500 today. You might have heard of it.
First, however, not Vinfast. We'll get to that in a second. Vinfast bringing you the rundown this morning. Vietnam's leading electric vehicle manufacturer has announced its Q2 2024 financial results. Deliveries surged by 44% quarter over quarter with 13,172 EVs delivered, bringing the first half total to 22,000 or over 22,000. That's up 101%. Increase year over year. Q2 revenue climbing to $357 million, up 33% quarter over quarter. Vinfast's success in Vietnam is pivotal, driven by rising EV adoption with global expansion and new models like the VF3. Vinfast aims to deliver 80,000 vehicles in 2024, maintaining its commitment to sustainable mobility. Shout out to our friends over at Vinfast.
Yeah, this is a good look here, man. And they tightened up their EPS loss year over year. I like that. Sales grew year over year as well. And they're looking at shipping an aggressive amount of vehicles, 80,000 by the end of this year. We'll have to see if they can meet that target. Looking for more next year. And they're not burning through as much cash as they were last year. So that's good. And we know that that's an issue with these electric vehicles. Separately, Breno, I went to the mall on the weekend. They have a store there. And I like the VF9, man. That is an aggressively looking sports car. So, yeah, I'm a fan.
We'll see how Vinfast trades on a Friday. But as you guys mentioned, PLTR, a lot of people around here are going to be watching this one, I assume, going into the close.
Nah, never. No, and like we expect, like you said, we'll expect to see some big imbalances, whether it's a big buy imbalance. The last one that was ridiculously obvious when it was anticipated was Tesla, and it was much, much bigger of an addition. So you got Dell, you've got Palantir, a couple of big names going in. You've got Etsy and American Airlines that'll be moving down, so they're going into the mid and then the small. Palantir, there's a couple of good levels in here that I think bear watching. One, like right away, it could easily just sort of rinse 35.8 right off the open. And then if there's a bamboozlement dip, I do want to look for buyers to come in because of what's happening at the end of the day today. And it's at 34.80, 34.75 in here. You had a nice close, double barrel closing at that price, then easy resistance. So if it tries to fill in the gap, that's the Alamo today for me on Palantir. It's about 34.25. But if there's always a chance of a dip and rip right in here, like 35.80, but I only want longs above those lines. Underneath that first support, it's wait for second support or wait for it to regain first support for me on Palantir. Trying to keep it simple there.
I have thoughts on that. Just 1 second here. We got to thank it. We didn't get to this yet. Trade Tinker, thank you so much. I mean, the $50. Oh my God. Thank you so much for that one. Watching you guys for over a month now. Loves the style. Open a small options account to trade with. Some worked amazingly with Neil's thoughts on the account. Is now up 6x till yesterday. And I don't know what, and then you were 6x yesterday, and now you're 40x today. So, I mean, congratulations on that one. I don't know what pick, I don't know what you're talking about yesterday, but whatever that was, man, that's 8 times up, 7 times. Nice move there. So congratulations for you, Trade Tinker. And thank you so much for the super chat. I mean, that's what keeps everything going here on this show is all your generosity and your thoughts. So we do thank you for that. All right, so Palantir, I wrote down again, it's on the sticky note, I wrote down a short. I like the stock for sure. I mean, you guys know that, but I'm going to try to short it in this area. Let's just see what happens. Yesterday, we couldn't get going. It was a 3% day in the NASDAQ, 2.5% day. The highest we got was 37.30. There's going to be pressure on this name today. Although it's being added, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be a buy at the end of the day. Well, that's a different story. Like what happens at 350 and 330, heading into the close is going to be a different beast. I'm going to be all over it. But at the end of the day, I just think we fade until we're proven wrong. I mean, and that wrong area is pretty easy. $37. If it breaks above 37, then we can easily get out of this name. So why not try the short here, thinking that, hey, it's been bought up. I mean, the daily chart looks great. I mean, we know that I should have looked up the date that it was announced, but there it is. I mean, probably right in around here, $30 up to 32. I remember coming in that morning and it just broke the high. We had one of our best trades of the month, I guess, on that move, breaking that 52-week high of $33. And since then, it's just been hanging out up here. I think there's a lot of traders and everybody understands this is happening. And you can quickly look at Dell. I'm going to go to Brendan in just 1 second. Dell's going to have the same sort of fate here as well, where you had a bump up if and when the daily chart loads. So there's the September, I guess like we were saying, the September 10th date there, bump up, now hanging around up here and really can't get going higher. So those are the kind of levels that we're talking about right now with Dell. So yeah, I'm happy. I just think that Palantir today is a selling opportunity. 2 minutes to go. Thank you, Rob, for that. Let's go back over to the desk and Brendo.
Shout out to our friends over at Firefly Neurosciences as well, guys. AIFF on the NASDAQ. If you haven't checked them out, go and do so. Announcing this morning advances in their AI-driven BNA technology and neuroscience drug development after completing successful research collabs with Takeda and Novartis. So Firefly teaming up with some big names. Again, AIFF on the NASDAQ.
Thank you very much there. And so someone said in the chat, like, why the product placement for Kit Kat? No, we had one of our viewers, Lava Girl, drop by and dropped off some Kit Kats delivered from Japan. So we have all kinds of flavors in there. Thank you so much. It's incredibly kind.
Yeah, we got to move.
Yeah, it's just, I know. Well, I've already taken one. I haven't eaten it yet. Okay. There was a buy imbalance on Apple.
How's all the matcha
of a few 100,000.
Ramin?
Of a few 100,000 there. It did just pair off a little bit. Should I just drop something? Just pair off a little bit. It was 800,000, now 500,000. Nike's got a buy imbalance. Nothing gigantic for Witching Day, but you see Apple just took out 230.
Oh God, it's right here right
and then
now.
came right back. It came right back underneath. So there was a small buy imbalance on Apple that caused it to move to the upside there.
Yeah.
But I think you could get, still think there might be a bit of a dip, but yeah, there was the only name with an imbalance on this Friday. Kind of expected you might see some bigger numbers at the open, but the close is the bigger event.
Yeah.
So we're going to be watching out for some Apple here. Obviously, Nike's going to be in play. That's actually all the way up back at $88, so that's continuing higher. Yeah, strong start in a few names, although the ES and NASDAQ are pulling back currently. Adara, let's get this bell rung in 3, 2, and 1. Let's go.
All right, what the heck just happened right there? Oh, we did get into Apple. Okay. That was weird. I'm going to offer some out now. Right now. We'll get out at 80s. I don't, all right, so we just got out of a little piece there. It triggered really early there. I was getting my trigger ready to go. I thought it false broke for me, but it did go through. Okay, so we're in some shares now of Apple. Again, we're expecting some volume here off the open, so let's wait to see. I would much prefer it to start to go soon. All right, here it is. Let's take a little bit out now as we go through the 20s. Big time trade here if it goes. Let's try to hold on a little bit more than we did yesterday. There it goes, 30 cents, 40 cents. It is, again, your number one trade on the sticky note today is a break of Apple through 230. So it's only 40 cents in the money now. Let's see if it wants to continue its upside trajectory, which I think it does. Let's put an offer around 231, get some pieces out as we start to leg up here on Apple. So far, so good. Just trading that one name, but it's
gone.
It's early to say the least, is what I was going to say. So,
well, Tesla's going the other way, so that's not necessarily what was expected there. I was looking dip buy on Apple. I'm not going to get it. Tesla is not breaking the top. And as a matter of fact, it just retested some of the bottoms. That might have been the shakeout there on Tesla. If it can come back into that afternoon support level, as you can see in here, that's about 241.5. I got to go dip buy hunting. I do have a stop order I'm looking over because Amazon just got to 98 without breaking out the top. So Amazon got very, very close. No break of the high, but it's getting there. Looks like it's going to break any second now over there on Amazon. But I got my order in for Tesla on the dip buy. Yeah, there's Amazon. It got to 2 cents away from the double top. I still think it has a decent chance to break, but the market's coming down here. Yeah, so the ES is coming down. The Nasdaq's going up. When I say the market, it's actually the ES that's coming down. Correction.
We just had a big flush in Tesla, and now
Tesla's
it's starting
now
to go,
ripping.
right? Now Tesla is starting to
All right, it's just going to have to be a break,
It's going to be a 245 break. I mean, we're already huge on Apple. Apple's a monster right now. Apple's 60 cents in the money. It is trying to go, though, Apple, and not really having that much luck. I'm at the 70s, I thought I was. Yeah, I'm still there. So if we get into the 70s, we'll get a piece out. That's what we said we want to do. Want to play it like into stations. So we got out some at 50. We got out some at 25 early. And then we got some out. And now we're waiting for 75. And then we'll get O's. So we'll just try to like layer it up here. So there's Tesla just dips right back in again, downside. So it does not take out those highs and comes right back again, now taking out VWAP and now going back into the lows of the day again. So, yeah, Tesla, a fun name, needless to say. I'm going to try a little bit here. If we can get picked up on the bid, which we're not, of course.
I'm sitting 50s.
I'm basically the same way, just trying to get something long here if we can. I'm going to punch a little bit now, see if we can get some.
Nike.
All right, so overdo it, Derek, quickly, I guess.
Just be aware here, Crowdstrike getting a nice move here with volume off the open, now up about 4.5%. I'm not seeing any news on this. We had a couple of analyst notes yesterday, mostly just maintaining price targets from what I could see. I'm also seeing some interest on social media of recirculating some of the company's comments from the Goldman Sachs Communacopia conference last week. So no new news that I'm seeing, but I'll keep you guys posted for CRWD.
Yeah, so come on, Apple. Let's go, man. We're in the 70s, my guy. Like, it's at 230, 65, 66. Keeps on stopping. All right, well, we've got another one on, and we just talked about buying that right now. We bought some Tesla. So this is now 50 cents in the money. Man, we have back-to-back jacks here again today. 50 cents here on Tesla, but we're waiting for that one. Let's see if we can get back up to 243 and change. I'm going to wait for 244 to get some out, honestly. I'm going to sit there and see if we can get that. Wow, that'll be a big trade if we can do that. So right now, long Tesla. It's approaching $1. Let's see if it wants to go, though. May not. Apple. Having a hard time there. I guess we might be that jinx, man. I'm going to put another offer in and around 50s here, get another piece out. I'm going to cancel my 70s or at least chop it in half. So if it does come up to there, we'll have a little piece left. So 230, 70, we'll put an offer there, but only half of what we had before. Go, go, go. Give me a 50. I'm there at 50 now. We're just going to chop it up. There it is.
There goes 43s.
Okay, good. Yeah, so there it is, man. Nice trade.
Go, Apple.
You have it on Tesla too, right?
I meant, it doesn't matter. They're both going to that side.
Yeah. Go
Apple, go Tesla, go everything. I'm going to assume. Yeah, I still think this is going to be a break at the top. The dip, thankfully, got us back into it. But I got to go over to Nike. Actually, I said I wasn't going to bid Nike until it settled down. And then I did exactly that. Hopped on the bid, and it broke the bottom. Now it's right back up top. We still like to dip buy on this name, but it have to let this one settle down a bit. It's much more thin than some of the other names that we're looking at here. The other thing that was trying to go, no break on Amazon. It did pull back into 190, and now it's okay. Now 90. It's right back up at the top here. You still have 98 as the high of the day. So this is very likely to be the next thing that goes here, with the market trying to break back up the high. So Tesla's trying to pull back. I'm going to reload it if we can get something in front of that $0.50, but still looking for the Amazon break. It's now double tapped $191. Just feel like it's inevitable. At this point, you're going to get the break. The longer I look at it, though, the less likely it is to break.
We've had two trades, both more than $1 in the money at one point. Apple just faded, though. We got some out there at 231 as it broke 231. So we sat there at 231 and took some out. Tesla's a little bit of a different beast, of course. And again, these are all as we wrote these down, right? We wrote down all of these names and these levels. So we just took them. So you can find it at Trader TV Live and at Trader TV Sean every day for these trades. But there it goes, Tesla. Nice move to the upside. All right, let's wait. I'm still at 44. All right, Palantir starting to go as well. So Palantir with a nice move up. We're going to wait for 36.70. Hopefully that can come in. Check out on another name that we wanted. We wanted Alibaba breaking through 90.
No.
Says Alibaba. That's not even coming close right now. That's fading out there as well. Man, we're pretty big again today right now already. So it's been a very, very good morning here for us. We're now $1 in the money on Tesla. We're $1 in the money on Apple. We're $1 in the money on nothing else, but we do have Adara, right? I mean, we only have 2 trades, right? I mean, come on, what do you want from me? All right, I mean, look, to give 2 trades, both dollars, Neil's hitting them, we're all hitting them. Let's just keep on going and go over to Adara and see what up with that story.
Vistra, VST, this one actually in a pretty nice uptrend on the daily chart as well, but currently up about 10% right now on Friday morning. Yesterday announcing the execution of some definitive agreements to acquire the 15% equity interest in one of its subsidiaries from other companies. So reacquiring some interest in one of its subsidiaries as of yesterday. This morning we get a price target increase from BMO Capital Markets. Great look for VST, guys.
What it says, my guy. Sharif's like, what does the sticky note say about Apple? I'm like, you already know what it says. You just got to look down at the position board, baby. So there it is, man. It's 230 long. We just got more out. We just got some out at 231.20s there, 231.15s as it keeps on going. But, it's Tesla right now that's giving me a little more gray hair than I already have, if that's even possible. Well, of course it is. 230, 243 it stopped at. I'm waiting at like 243.50s. I think I'm just going to put an offer at 243 now flat. Let's just get it. I think there's a lot more upside to this name, but what I think doesn't matter. I mean, the market right now is heading down on Tesla. I mean, the market's up, but Tesla's down. So that's that proverbial recipe for unsuccess, trading against the market. So I'm going to wait to see what happens with Tesla right now. It looks like it wants to get weaker and weaker. And so we're right at this level. We're going to try to hold out hope that it bounces off around 241. So we'll take a little bit now and then just wait to see. So 242, good target to get some out if it goes up to that level. Did we just get hit there? No, we did not. But we'll wait to see here. 242. There it is. So there it is, man. Now a quarter in the money on Tesla on a big reloaded position. So not big, but on a reloaded position. We'll wait to see. We take a little piece out there in the 90s for 30 cents. We're holding on for dear life here on Tesla as the market's at highs, which is strange.
Yeah, no, the market, but Tesla's holding this line. The market is at highs, but just a distinction, the NASDAQ is at highs. I'm in DJT to the south side. I just wanted to point this out because I've said the market several times. This is the NASDAQ up at the top, trying to break out, and then this is the ES. Just easier for me to do this. And here is the ES that's just chilling out off of a lower high. Did I just get all out of Tesla? Ugh. Okay, I just did every now and then. Okay. So hopefully we get a chance to reload this, although sometimes you don't always want the reload. I'm just going to get back on the bid. I know what happened. Yeah, I double outed at 242, and then when my 42 half hit, that was me getting it all out. So I'm going to try and reload that Tesla. I did not intend to get it all out there. Let's let it crest a little bit. You're still putting in, man, why is it so weak? I felt like Tesla would be a little stronger than this.
Yeah, same.
Right. I'm just going to put a stop underneath that 241 and let this one calm down because this is a little bit weaker than I was expecting here on Tesla. I want to see it come back in. I do want to try to reload this, but it looks like a little bit of a falling knife. I am short DJT now off of VWAP.
I was going to say the position board's not working. I was just going to ask you if you had DJT because you keep mentioning it.
Sorry.
She's on it. Okay.
Oh, sorry, everybody.
Thank you.
You know what?
I'm only noticing now.
I don't know. I don't always get to see the position, like the program monitor that's in front of us. So I just kind of assume that the position board working. I'm out of Tesla.
Yeah, it's coming.
I am now into DJT short at 1378, as you can see here. And as far as Nike goes, you can see the position. I took the L on Nike a while ago. Like got in, got out when it took out the local bottom. I wanted to calm down a bit. So I'm only in short DJT, the only position I have on, and it's not on the New York. Adara. Good catch.
Bonsai International, small cap on watch here, about an $8.6 million market cap, 3.8% short float, announcing yesterday morning that it's undergoing a 1-for-50 reverse stock split. They actually split the same day, so announced the split yesterday morning, effective as of today's opening here. Nice little recovery here, currently up over 100% for BNZI.
Bonsai. All right, here comes Tesla right now. I was just giving this to 240. It's going to be $1. We've taken dollar winners on this. We could take a dollar hit. We don't. We were able to get something out there at 242, but now it looks like we're hands off. So, I mean, I just have basically it's a market order, which could be nasty, but breaking through 240, there it is. So, okay, good. We had to have gotten a good fill on that one as I saw the levels. So, yeah, good. We got 93s. So that was a good fill there. But still, fail. Where's my fail button? We celebrate the winners and we'll tell you when they don't work as well. And that one did not, right? I mean, Tesla was good off the open. We had a good little winner there for sure on that VWAP hold. We didn't get anything out. We thought we were going to 245. That was our initial idea. And then there it is, flipping down now through. And we warned of that. But, warning of it is one thing. It's just that was something where the market was near highs and this was doing this. So that was never a good sign. But again, guys, stay with it, stay with your names, and everything will be fine. You just got to trade your plan and don't sit in something that's not giving you those feels. Apple was good feel until it's not. Now you have this move coming back down. We've gotten out of 75% of this position there, but it is falling back in. I do want to reload this a little bit. Maybe 229.50 could be something there of a spot, but right now, Apple falling back in. I'll take a little bit here, but I'm going to look at 229.50 as an area of possible support and a little bit of a reload spot. Look, I want to get long names, right? I mean, and Apple is going to be one of those names. So we'll wait for it. We're back down here on the TQQs and on the futures, back into VWAP. We said that there could be a 20,000 test. It looks like that's more true than we maybe thought. As 20,000 is coming in a little bit quicker.
That
here,
looks like a good bounce spot.
Yeah, exactly. So there could be something happening.
The next fill that comes in,
there's Apple.
The position board will reset. It's like once they reset it, we have.
But
to
I just got filled on Apple right now.
I haven't had a fill since. I'm just still only short DJT. But we didn't really talk about the chip names, which is weird because usually we'll mention Nvidia in the pre-market show. Apologies for that. VWAP here and afternoon support 117.5. It's been a good over-under level. I'm looking for a bounce there. Once Tesla lost that low, I need to see it regain support somewhere. It's starting to look nasty to the downside. Oh, and also Apple, 229. I'm on the bid, 229.22. It looks like we just missed getting picked up there. But yeah, starting to look a little bit strong here in Nvidia, holding some higher lows. I do like this in front of a VWAP and 117.5. I'm just going to get a bid in there. Go over to Apple.
Yeah, the
and
market
you can see Apple,
which is nice.
Yeah, Apple's still coming underneath VWAP. It does look like it's a decent one here for us on AAPL. I just want to get it.
Oh no, this position board had no workout.
We'll get there. It's fine.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I was just letting you know that it's all not working.
It's all good.
It's all good.
So coming down in, I just missed Apple. It looks like by a couple of pennies.
So I'll just tell everybody, I am long Apple right now at 229.70. We just got a piece out there. So it's an averaged in position. We did not get out of anything that we had on the way down. So we're just trying to believe in this name, see if it wants to continue its move. Now we're flat on the stock. Again, the position board will get working. We're working on it right now. Thanks to Ramin for all of that work. And she's Fabian is unwell today as well. So sort of things passing around here. Sharif bearing it as well and coming into.
We know we shared all of that, all those chocolates.
But I was saying this yesterday on the show. I feel like Sharif purposely took yesterday off so that Obi could have the rounded bottoms session right there, right? But okay, here we go. No, just playing around, of course, and we thank Obi for all of that. And I gave him a big shout out yesterday when I left the office. I said thanks so much for always being part of this one whenever we need him, and he is a part of Trader TV Live, of course. So all right, so Apple right there. We are bouncing off at 230. I'm going to put another offer there. I'm long, so I only have one position right now. Long Apple 229.70. So right here, right now, that's the position I have. We just took a couple legs out there for like maybe 10 or 15 cents, which I'm not. I mean, we want way more than that. But as I said, man, the market is going the other way. So let's be very, very careful on it. Apple, Tesla, Palantir was another name that we wanted to look at. It almost got to our levels. I mean, we talked about 36.75 on the sticky note. It got to 36.50 and then dropped off. So pay attention to that as a level there for Palantir. Again, I'll let Neil go because we don't know what everyone's in yet.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. So I ticked up on Apple. Like, if I'm not going to get filled at the quarter, I was underneath the $0.25 and didn't get it. So that made that wick, and then it came back above resistance. So I came in at 65s, picked it up. I think playing to VWAP as a first look. Here's the concern. Like, the ES is breaking the low of the day. while the NASDAQ is making a lower high. So on these dip buys, I think you got to be at least a little bit cautious. So taking some out in front of VWAP makes some sense as you're retesting lows here over on the ES. Nvidia did not get, as I just look up, Nvidia does not pull into VWAP at all. I'm just going to cancel that bid. I was looking for this to hold on to 117.5 and bounce off VWAP. It's bouncing a little bit higher than that. Okay, still no position board. But yeah, I'm looking for a VWAP bounce here on Nvidia. And then just going back to, obviously we liked Tesla earlier. Well, came all the way down. And the problem with Tesla, it moved so much yesterday that from one level to the next is deep. Like you're like 238 to the next support here on Tesla. So that's going to require a heck of a lot of patience when it comes to Tesla. I was saying that Intel is a short till it's not, but that big level was 2170, and I think 21 is the big key. Like yesterday's low or yesterday's high. Those are the two places I want to trade Intel. We're not done with that stock. It's just not moving today. DJT is chilling out underneath 14. I'm just sitting in it. The plan is to hopefully look like yesterday where you just sort of sit and then wait for it to either break out the morning high or just bleed lower and lower. But Apple's starting to come in. This ES is losing the bid here. So if Apple loses this local bottom, I'm jumping out of it. And don't really have anything that I love to the short side here except for like DJT, and Intel's not at any levels I like. There we go.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh,
Boom.
No.
Yeah, that's good enough. Well, good. Thanks, Ramin. I just took a fill, so that's maybe why. So let's wait to see. We did get some more Apple down there in the 40s, so that's why our average price right now. The average price is going to be slightly off. We're long at 60s. So as we get in and out of those positions, you will be able to see them coming up. So Palantir is coming to the downside right now. Nvidia feeling strong. That's kind of what I'm looking at the chat now because nothing's really triggering for me, other than my emotions. I'm just going to wait. Like we're above the 50 period. We're above VWAP here on the NASDAQ. Nvidia trying to go, I guess. Yeah, I mean, good call. It wants to hold up higher. I actually like this then, I guess, for a possible break. But then, like, what are you going to do? Break this level? Like, I just don't know. Does that get us going? Yeah, it's trapped. I feel like everything right now is just stuck in a spot. All right, I'm going to get a piece out right now. Yeah, get going Apple is right. Let's see if Apple can get back up to the upside right now. That'd be pretty sweet if that does happen.
Wait a minute.
So,
no, okay. So.
Okay, we'll just keep working on it. What, you're in Apple?
No, I'm in Apple. Okay, yeah, so I think what happened, I took a fill to get some out of Apple, and now it's saying I'm not in it. So just come to my chart second, guys. It's all good. We're going to get this fixed. It's just having some hiccups. DJT is correct.
We're long 50.
But, Apple bounced off the same low. So I got a reload when it wicked that bottom. Then I got some out here at the 70s. I'm offering in front of 230 even. I never picked up Nvidia, so I'm not actually in Nvidia. But that is still, it's still looking relatively strong. Just don't like what's happening over there in the ES and the NASDAQ putting in some lower highs. So Apple's trying to bounce. Tesla, which we're also watching. Yeah, Tesla's a problem. But remember, 238 it moved so much yesterday that the levels, it's a big, big gap. So when you lose 241, you got to wait till 238, I think, with this. GLMD is halted. I see a bunch of people talking about this. Reopened here and continuing to go higher.
I don't know what it's thinking about it.
This made the move yesterday and double tapped 13.5. So watch out for this GLMD. That was a big, big reversal spot. If it can break 13.5, I think it could get very spicy to the upside. But Apple's the one I want to go. I'm trying to offer here in front of 230 and it can't get filled.
I would leave it for a second, Ramin, because we're not getting too many fills right this second. So my position's right, but I know Neil has Apple, so we'll just wait for another fill there, and then we'll get going on that. So, all right, we're long Apple. Mine's right, so continue to watch out for that one. Disney right now there. Now Neil's in. Okay, perfect. I think we're fine now. All right, so there's Disney. Come on, Apple, break through 230. You can do that right now, immediately, please. Do not stop. Also at 230. This is a big trade right now, so I'll leave it at that. Okay, so there goes Disney as well. $94 for Disney. We got to like that, right? I mean, that's a big level there for Disney. We just talked about where we do. Okay, Apple, come to the party, and you are well dressed. You can come as much as you want to. Unlimited amounts of party invitations. You can have $1, $2, $3, $4, as many dollars as you want. But let's just keep on going to the upside right now with Apple. Buy those dips, baby. There's the 50-period moving average, and we're making it sing again today. Let's go back upside right now. It's Apple, and it only takes one, man. It takes two to make things go right. That's for sure.
It takes two to make it out of sight.
But it definitely, man, it just takes one stock right now to be the one. Tesla is not the one, but Tesla down to 239. We had wrote down 238 possible support.
No, Tesla's back at 241 already.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
it was at 239 when we should have taken that long. But you know what? It don't matter no more because that is now officially $1 for the second time right now on Apple as we get loaded back up, man, into that trade. So took $1 early from 230 to 231, take $1 late from 229 to 220, 230.50 right there. But I just realized I don't have an offer. So there it is. There's the offer. There's the out. Neil, it's a doozy, man. This is a monster trade to start the day off here with Apple. So thank you, Tim Cook and friends, and all those bullshit reports about the iPhone 16. Thank you for that.
Well, that's what they do, man. The analysts got to eat too, right? So I'm not going to, it causes movement in the market. So I never really hate on them because it gives us opportunities. Let's go to Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by Benziger Pro. Tired of being late to the trade? Always playing catch up in the market? Missing out on the big moves because you're too slow to the news? Benziger Pro is your unfair advantage. Get breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else, pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving, and join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies in real time. Ready to see how Benziger Pro can transform your trading? Visit benziger.com/pro and get a free 14-day trial.
Wow, the wick on Tesla at the bottom there was like, it was a liquidity grab underneath 240 that went all the way to 239.17, and that reversal is rather hefty, but it's still, look, it's working its way back to the downside. I was on the offer 230.85 on Apple there, looking for the curl. I still think it's a relatively strong stock. I want to see it hold on to 230. Just going back over to DJT in here, it flipped over VWAP briefly, now headed back into the lows. So not bidding anymore. I want to see it break the lows or give more fills up in the 14 range, like tighter to the 14. It's what it did yesterday, kind of double tapped and then consolidating lower. Like that's going to be the plan of action for me. Nvidia, which, I want to say it is strong, but now I'm kind of saying it was a little bit stronger. It's still holding on to VWAP, but here comes the retest. I never got into this name. I haven't traded it yet. It's just been Tesla, Apple, we're in DJT, but Nvidia holds on to VWAP one more time, and I'd like to look for the bounce. But it's getting heavy on this bid here in NVDA. It's going red to green, red to green. I want to see it hold green, obviously, before going into any longs. And if we turn to the downside, there's now some selling on Intel at 21. It's pretty clear to see if this loses VWAP, I'll look for a consolidation short underneath VWAP. If I short something, it's DJT or Intel. It was something else, but it was a firm, but a firm was powering its way up when I last checked.
Power shot. Okay. I know what I want to short. I want to short FedEx. We'll have a look at that in a minute too.
Too late.
As well. It's still going.
It was like 150 or
150.
No, 254. Sorry.
Oh yeah, 250. Yeah, that's what I meant. 250. Okay. Wow, that's pretty low. We'll have a look at that in a second. So I just want to let everybody know Apple broke below 230, so I took out 20% of what we had left. So right now we don't have we basically have about 25% left of our reloaded position. So we were able to get some out up here. Obviously, as you guys saw me acting a fool, taking $1 plus on those trades. So there was a nice move to the upside, and it is finished with. For now, I'm going to buy this 239.50 on Tesla and just see about 239. Hopefully we can hold it. I'm going to put an order there. If it doesn't, then we're out again, and we'll just be 1 for 2 today and flat on the day after all of this. So we're up right now, but what I'm getting at is that if we take this fill and it breaks through 239, then yeah, we'll give back the profits that we made on Apple chasing this Tesla dream. So dreams can turn into nightmares, and that might be what happens. So we'll just continue to wait for it. We'll buy a little bit right now. We just bought 65s or 66s there, but I have a bigger order at 50. I was just saying to myself, what if we miss this? Then that will be no good. Let's put an offer up here to 241 or so. If we are able to get it, great. But for right now, we want more. Like 239.50 is where I was sitting. So I just bought basically 20% of my order at 50. I bought it at 60s just to dip in. But here it comes back, and we might get the full boat there. The fact that didn't even go there, maybe we should just take 30 cents and run away from it. But for right now, we'll have to watch out for Tesla looking to get a little bit more and trying to get more. Oh, no. Yesterday we had the biggest, don't even say that, Nick Clemenzi over there. Oh my God, you are right, Rivian. No, yesterday I had this.
Did Rivian break that bottom?
Yeah, we had this marked down as a bottom break.
That's that big level on the daily, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's really just 1275. It's really kind of just right here, right now. Yeah, look, if I wasn't into Tesla right now long, which maybe we'll get flushed out of that, then I think I'll come back to this. So thank you, Nick, for that one. I'm going to say thank you. Awesome call out on that one for this move. So Rivian, yes, there it is. There's the break. I'm sorry, my daily
flat
chart.
Bottom break.
Yeah, right there. So this is what we looked for. We talked about this on the recap show, probably throughout the show. We talk about it all the time. So it's right there. Rivian is right here, right now, 12. It's like 1270, 1280. Like, I don't think it's missed, but thank you, Nick, for pointing that out because I was not there. So thank you for that. We are now still, though, the position board is working. Yeah, so there we go. So now we're into Tesla. Tesla's 50 cents in the money. We'll see if it can... Ramin got it all fixed up there, so we're pretty happy with that. As is she, which she should be.
Yes.
Again, so here we go.
Ramin.
Tesla right now, we're now 50 cents in the money. We'll see if it can go, man. I mean, I'm waiting for 241s. Okay, 241s. No, that's fine. I may just take it right now if we get going. What's the market trying to do? So the market's going oppo right now. So let's see if we can get back up to the upside right here and spin another $1 on Tesla. We're $1 in right now. We're waiting at 240.85. I might just lower that. Take advantage of this move up right there. Did we get out? I just pushed offer enter. Should have marketed it out, but there it is right there. It's another one. It's 90 cents. It's close to $1, but let's just get out, play the momentum there on Tesla. We already talked about it being our negative stock. We're 1 for 2 today with this and with Apple. That's the only names that we've been in. The market, I mean, unless we're short, Neil, I know you're in DJT.
But that's not going to follow the market.
Right. Like,
that's going down because it's DJT. Let's be real.
Maybe, hold on. Yeah, go ahead.
You can see I'm in Nvidia. It came back through 118, so it was a simple, how many times is it going to bounce off 117.70 when you're waiting for VWAP? So no, I'm not going to wait for VWAP. I took it back through 118. If it loses support, I don't care about VWAP. If it loses this support level, I'm going to jump out of it because this market is starting to head to the downside. When is the expiring time of DJT Oscar plays? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I can tell you that the lockup is already gone.
Right.
But I don't know what you mean by the expiring time there. So I'm not sure.
I think that is what he means.
If you meant the lockup, the lockup's already gone. But there's Nvidia. So I said I'm not waiting for VWAP. I'm using that as my out. I don't like what I'm seeing overall with the market breaking through some lows. So I want things to calm down. Well, I want the market bouncing, and then we can go back into strong stocks. Relatively speaking, I'd say Nvidia holding around here is still strong. Apple is still looking okay. Like that's holding on to 219. What's with the scaling here? Let me zoom in. Sorry, guys. So Apple's still trying to hold on. I'd like to get it back into VWAP, and then DJT. As I said, I'm no longer bidding this one. I want it to continue to break through the lows or give me fills closer to 14 to reload the short. I do like the idea of shorts on Intel. I don't think we're getting 2170 again, but this 21 back into yesterday's bottoms does make sense to kind of go with it's a short till it's not on INTC. But Apple's starting to recover back into 230 almost. Needs to get up there. I like to see some more strength, but the market's heading into the low of the day, and I want something short that's following the market. Intel's not really following much. Affirm was the other one I had mentioned as a bit of a short, but last I checked, it was screaming. Not anymore. Now it's back underneath VWAP. So suddenly this looks a little bit better. Fail breakout and reversal on Affirm. I want to try and grab it back into VWAP, and we're not showing my chart, unfortunately. So Affirm back into VWAP, I'm looking short now.
Was that a call for Adara?
I didn't hear it.
Not yet. Okay. Happening now with Adara. Happening apparently right now.
Allegedly.
S&P 500 pushing lower here. Look at this 15-minute candle breaking below previous support pretty strongly here. Let's see what happens here for these markets. As Neil just alluded to, both the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ pushing into day's lows. It looks like SPY is pretty much at day's lows here. We don't have any market-specific information today in terms of economic data, though we do have comments from Fed's Waller at 11:30, Fed's Harker at 2 p.m. No economic prints today, though, to be aware of. Looks like we have the market pulling back a bit after a really strong performance following the Fed's first 50 basis point rate cut since 2008. So interesting look here for the markets. Lots of individual names to watch out for, though. We have Constellation Energy up about 14%, though, a little bit off its highs here, announcing a 20-year power purchase agreement with Microsoft. So good look here for CEG. We also have FedEx, FDX, this one near day's lows, down about 14%, missing earnings expectations across the board and lowering its guidance for fiscal 2025. Last but not least, Nike, NKE, ahead of its earnings on October 1st, announcing that Elliott Hill has been appointed here as its new CEO and president, effective October 14th. John Donahoe set to retire. So interesting look for NKE. Lots of individual names to watch out for, guys.
Yeah. Yep. Same. Okay, so all right, attention, ladies and gentlemen. We are now short, so we're going short on everything right now. We are clipped out of Apple. We took Nvidia. Nvidia is right now 40 cents in the money and starting to go lower, so we're short Nvidia. We're now short Tesla. We were like, man, we got to be smarter. So we'll put out a bid out now down to that side right now. I don't know if it's going to go lower. We were just nicely in the money there, but it looks like it bounced again off 239. So I'm trying to see if the floor wants to fall on that one. And I got to say thank you so much to our friend there, and I already forget the name, but we are now short.
Rivian broke.
Yeah, I was going to say that's why. So I'm short Rivian. I'm short Rivian right now. And guess at what price? 76 right now.
Wait, I took the break here.
Yeah, no, because as soon as I got stopped out at Tesla, I was like, I'm going over to Rivian. I said that that's what I was going to do, so we're doing it. So we got a great price now on decent amount of shares here for Rivian. So let's just wait to see. We do have our stops higher. Apple. So Apple, getting nervous about the market. Apple's really holding up, man. Like, I am not really nervous about this position. I'm just trying to take profit just in case. So we'll now hold on. Next target 231. Honestly, I don't have any more offers until then. Let's just be right on it if we are, and let's hold out hope that we can get a lot lower on that one. Tesla 240 out. If we break back above 240 right now, we'll get out of this one. This has been a disaster, right? I mean, we lost everything on Tesla, not everything that we've made on Apple, but we've given it back here, trying to trade this one to the long side as well. We identified early that Tesla was a long, and since then, it's just been cracking lower, man. We talked about what are the futures doing and what's Tesla doing. Oppo, so right now we're short at 23.25s right now on Tesla. I'll put a bid to take a quarter of like 10% if we can get a 239 fill. But right now my bids, just to let everybody know where they are on Tesla, down to 238.50 is where we're bidding right now, and 238.90. So we'll take a fill there as it breaks below comes into 239, takes some out. We're well positive now. The market's been treating us kind today. So let's hold on for Apple, and there goes Nvidia, obviously Nvidia's going down as well, but there goes Tesla. So far so good here. Let's hold on to some Rivian.
So I actually just got out of Apple when it made the last test of 230 and made a bit of a lower high in there. So I jumped out, and just to show you, Rivian, by the way, I took the 70 break because 70 was the level on the daily chart. It doesn't look like anything on a 3-minute, but it was the level on the daily. So I ended up with a 68 price. I didn't get 69s. Sometimes you get a little extra slippage, or maybe it doesn't really matter. That's the price I got. But Apple, trying to hold on to this trend, I'd like to see it either retest 229 or get back above this trend line. So I've trailed out of it with the market trying to bounce off 20,000. If we emerge on the other side here above 230, I'm going to favor a re-entry. So Rivian just ticked down into the mid-60s. I think I have another bid at like 61 or 62. DJT is still doing its own thing. But where is Nvidia? No, it's not Nvidia that I wanted to get to. It was going to be AMD. I know we didn't talk about the chips at all in the morning. So very quickly, AMD, which was much stronger than Nvidia yesterday, is much weaker than it today. So Nvidia is barely red. AMD's down 1%. So yesterday was like a pivot. We should be trading AMD. I'm kind of thinking I should be shorting AMD if these are going to go to the downside. So stair step down. Next step, I think a retest back into VWAP. And AMD was a big screamer, but it rejected the 200 period moving average almost exactly yesterday. So look for a retrace back into VWAP. It's the market, it's bouncing off 2,000, 20,000, but I'd rather go Apple long again than fight something relatively weak. So I like AMD for a short.
I got to clean up all my stop orders here because none of them are really hitting too much, so we got to cancel them out. Okay, so we have our stop on Tesla. We talked about that at 240. I did want to talk about Rivian. I did not talk about a stop on this one. 1820s, so just into here right now. The problem is we just bounced so clean off that 200 period moving average, despite me thinking the market was going to go maybe to the downside. We were right. I mean, that was a big move, right? 70s. right there, 117.80. We got filled. It's not even that big, actually. It's only 50 cents. It seemed like it was bigger because it retraced all the way back, but it's not. So now we'll wait. I'm going to take another short right there and then give it up to 118.20. Let's just let the market prove to us that it wants to do this, right? And if it does, then fine. We'll get out of this one, breaking through 118.20 to the upside on Nvidia. Like I said, it's kind of just been a battle of different days here as we were long, then short, and now we'll flip it over a little bit here and try to go some short. So we're into that one. I know you got out of some Apple. I think that's probably...
No, actually, it got out of all. It's still one of the better names, though.
That's what I was going to say. It's still here, though, at 230. I don't know where we're going to go on this name. I just want to hold it because we're short other ones. So if Apple's going to be the winner here and the market wants to retrace back upside, pretty happy holding this. We are at 231, near the high of the day is where we're waiting for that. Rivian, we've covered a bunch here. We're actually out of half exactly now, and that's good enough for me. We're going to wait now for 61s and then into the 50s here for Rivian. So that's something that I'm waiting for. A little bit of a reload there on Nvidia. We're short at 117.85, just basically right here. So put some lower bids in case it does flush again. But remember, the lowest we got was 40s. So if we can get something in the 50s, probably, worth taking on that one. Apple continues its trek higher. Tesla is near a stop out point.
Yeah, so as I said, I was waiting for the next level on 60s. It'll look like nothing on Rivian for me. You don't, why would you short this? Obviously, you have a flat bottom break there. It was a level on the daily chart, as I was explaining. So we get to 1250. If we get to 1250 on Rivian, I'm just going to bid out in front of it, sort of an obvious level as it's breaking further to the downside. Apple still looks real good. I hopped out of it when it formed this trend, but we're bouncing off 20,000 here. So if it can just reestablish VWAP or hold this, keep losing that trend line. Let me hit save. There you go. Or just hold above the trend line and then set that up back over 230. We might have had the bottom and let it go, but hey, there's still plenty of time. If Apple's going to trend up all day and this was a bottom in the market, we're going to find ways to get into it. There should never be any trouble doing that. I've flipped over and I'm thinking about AMD instead of Nvidia here and looking for a bounce back in for the short. Support at 155.50 yesterday. That's where it busted out the second time. And then you zoom back in. It's been resistance and it's VWAP. So I want to pull back into VWAP to play AMD short, down 1%. When Nvidia is, it's not exactly a strong day, but I feel like this one is outpacing it again.
We're printing right now. We'll go props up to this Nvidia call. We made the call. I don't know if you guys are on this name or not. We keep talking about that, but there goes Nvidia. We just shorted 118s. It's now 40 cents in the money for us. And we just took a bid. Well, that's when we took the bid at 50s. So right now it's 30 cents in the money. We did get that bid down there at 50. I don't have any more bids. Maybe we should think about doing that. That's a bid down there at 40. So let's go to 1.7. I almost put 119. That's how you get punched out right away. All right, 117.40. Let's put another one at 117.05 or so, just ahead of it, and see if we can get something going on there. So, yeah, a little bit of an area here for me on Nvidia. Hopefully, we'll be able to dip buy or get out on some dip buys. And yeah, short right now on Nvidia, working out. That's for sure. Yeah, bang it up, man. This was another one. I want to thank everybody in the chat for this. This is going to be a big P&L name for me today because of that break, right? We talked about this on the show yesterday, and this is partly why we do it, so that everybody could be on the same page as us as well, and indicate what good trade opportunities arise. So, again, if you're here trading, this is a name that you got to take on those breaks. We can't just sit here and talk about opportunities that we're looking for and not take them. This is that flat bottom break that we talk about. So we'll put it there. I'll put a bid at 60. There it goes. We get a little bit more out there now at 60. My next bid on this is 51s, 52s. So let's just wait for 52. Maybe we get it, which would be pretty sweet if that is the case. Tesla's holding out hope here for higher highs, but I'm still going to stay short. We're short right now at 239.50. I like the risk to reward on this one as we go. So we'll wait to see if it wants to hold it out for us. But I like the name on the short side. 241 is my stop on Tesla if that does come through. So we're going to wait for it for right now, but bidding down near 239, see if we can get something there. Nvidia, we still have a decent amount of shares. It's trying to bounce off 50 again. Come on, bring it down, man. Where are we bidding on this one? I have so many orders out. We're bidding 45s right now on this. I'm in too many names. I'm in 4 names, which is a little more than usual for me. All right, so I'm going to, not my old self, but my new self. So right now, there it is. Well, yes, sir. We'll take a bid at 53s there on Nvidia and spin it one more time. So a little bit of a hot dog cannon action here today as we're green, and any day that you're green is a pretty good day. But Rivian is really the one for me that's made a big difference here.
Yeah, the flush is on, but the market's bouncing off 20,000.
Right.
But thankfully, you want to be short stocks that are actually going down, which is good because Rivian's tanking. I like that. Well, okay, we like the trade. Rivian, I don't want it to tank. I don't want anyone to lose money, and I own Rivian shares myself. So 8% down on DJT. It did just tag $13.50. I said it needs to break the low, and then we'll get 13.5. If it pops back in VWAP, I'll look for a reload on this one. You just went over Rivian. Okay, Rivian's about to fill 1250.
Yes, sir.
So it's where am I? I'm not at 51, am I? No, 52.
I got 52s.
So, yeah.
Oh, no, I didn't.
No, I'm bidding 52. I got it out in front of 55, and we're looking for that 52 bid. See if we can grab that. Okay, no fills on AMD. There was just a question, why are you guys ignoring Nike? I'm not ignoring any stocks, but if it's not setting up or I'm not in it, then you got to be on the stocks that are setting up or your trades. So I want, like Nike did not hold on to this afternoon support. Dip, broke, I'm out. And it just didn't set up. I wasn't looking for the short in it. I was looking for a bounce off that support level. It didn't happen. I jumped away from it. And if I try to keep fighting that stock, I'd just be losing. So there's no point doing that. And that's pretty much what it's all about.
Valid.
So Rivian, that's still working. Next available pop, I want to see if we can get more of DJT. AMD can't even climb at this point into VWAP. It's just hanging on to 155. So I'm just going to back off. We have to be patient with this. I know it's stair-stepping to the downside. Have to find my way into the short. I would have liked to stop it around the 156, but if it's not going to get up there, we'll just hang on to the winning shorts now and be patient for re-entries.
I mean, patient is my middle name. Like, all we did here was wait. We waited for Tesla to do this. We waited. We talked about it. We said that we liked this level. We mentioned to you why we like this level. We close our eyes and open it, and there it is. It's $1 now in the money for Tesla. We still have half of this position on. We're bidding 50s, man. Hopefully we can get a downside push in this name. We are patient with Nvidia as, okay. I didn't realize how low we were on this one. We are right at that key level of the 200 period that we missed last time. Nepa, no missing it right now. Neil, we're on one again today, man. I mean, we're almost basically flat now on Tesla on the day after being disastrous early. There goes Tesla back down in. Now it's $1. We have 50 cents on Nvidia. We have 30 cents on Rivian. We have 50 cents on Apple. I mean, this is the kind of day that we're having. This is the kind of month it's been good. Let's just leave it at that. All right, here we go, 238.50. I'm going to put another bid and just punch out there. I tried to punch out of 60s there on Tesla and missed it. It was bouncing off a 50 level. Did we get it there? Yes, we did. Yeah, just came back in and filled us up. Yes, sir. That's a good one, man. Batman. Good move there for Tesla, as we know Elon likes to puff pass a little bit. So it's a nice move there for Tesla. Nice downside action right there. $1 almost now in Nvidia, man. 25 cents in Rivian. Oh boy, we on one again here today, man. It's going to be a trophy day, and like I say that a lot, but it is what it is when it comes through. We want to celebrate victories around here, and we're doing it right now. So despite it being quad witching, 10 times witching, 0 witching, it don't matter what kind of witch is around, because the wicked witch of the market is right here, baby, and we can flip it up, man. Some days we can go positive, some days we can go negative, but right now we are in the nicely short positions on Nvidia and on Tesla and on Rivian, and we are Bank City right now, as Tim Duncan. Oh wow, I mean, look at Rivian. Rivian is just like, thank you so much for that in the chat, man. And thank you, Chef Joe, for your kind comments. We bring this energy every day, as you know, Chef Joe. So, yeah, nice move here for this. I'm going to get another bid out on Tesla because, what goes down can also just retrace back up. So we did get a good fill there at 60s, thankfully for that. We'll bid 239s now and then just slow our roll. We're at, daily goal met. It's 10 o'clock.
Yeah, it's been a good one. What's hilarious about it, too, is there's so many good opportunities out there. Mm-hmm. You just have to pick your spots. We've missed a few names that we didn't even talk about. I will get to in a quick little second. I only went long Tesla and then got away from it. And I feel like it was the right decision. It's now at that area of potential support, but until you're actually making higher lows, I'm not that interested. Just very quickly, because I think AMD might be setting up to not break the low of the day. Holding VWAP and holding green is meta. So meta is it's doing some nice things. It's relatively strong. I know we've been talking about Apple in that vein. I think Meta is looking decent as well. If the market can ever reclaim 20,000 and trend up, that looks okay. Apple still can't seem to hold above the trend line. Like, long had worked in Apple, but this is the trend line I want to see it holding. Like, if you can get above there, have a couple of closes green above, then I want to rejoin that trend in. Just an update on Rivian for myself. Like, it just broke 1250. Now it's like the quarters. But there's nothing down here on Rivian on that flat bottom break. You get to $12, and that's literally the next level on the daily chart for Rivian. DJT's coming back up for a bit of a reload, I think. And AMD, this is the one that I want to jump into. And I'm still looking for VWAP, but it just tried to break the bottom, did a bit of a liquidity grab, or a wick bottom, not a liquidity grab, and holding this consolidation. So if it can't break this little consolidation area, I've got to short that. The big fail today was going to be not shorting Intel, because Intel was a very, very clean short the whole way off 21. Now we'll just have to wait for VWAP or trace. Clearly in a downward trend. It's AMD that's a little bit closer to what I think can be a reasonable entry point, but Intel, I've got to be able to short the pops. We're under 20,000, so I'm not really thinking about any longs with the exception of maybe Apple, because Apple's one of the only things that looks any good. But here comes AMD right back underneath 155. It just can't get back above that price, so we're going to short this consolidation on AMD instead of waiting for VWAP.
Yeah, I'm just going to honestly probably just sit in these the rest. No, just joking. Well, not the rest of the day. All right, so Rivian, we just got some more out there at 49s as it broke through 50. We wanted to have a quick look at that one. Again, this is the name that I was just sort of talking about there that I wanted to sit in. I mean, Tesla has a long way down. I like the stock. I mean, this is a name that I checked the account yesterday. I was like, wow, because you guys know that we were buying this in the 170s and so on and so forth when we dipped down into here. Not that dip, not that recent dip, into here where we were barcoding a bit. So it's been a good stock to hold. That is for sure. But what it was up 7% and change, I believe, yesterday. I'm not sure at the end of the day what it was up, but still a big day yesterday for Tesla. Could give some back if there's negativity in the market. And right now it looks like
there is
a quick sell-off. So right now, I mean, look, we're $1.50 in the money. So Travolta's like, what is this guy even... You're not Travolta. Travolta's like, what are we even talking about? But, you know, we could get a retracement, so let's not get too carried away thinking that this day is over. There goes Nvidia. There, I mean, that is another one right there. So there's $1. We just got 1.7. That's what filled when I was like, what just filled there? It was 117.05 there on Nvidia. Where are we short? 117.90s. So, I mean, that is another one right there on that trade. So good positioning here as we get lighter and lighter on everything. For Rivian, can't remember how many shares I had, but we had a decent amount as we look over. And we are now almost out of everything of Rivian. So I would say we probably have about 20% left of that position. No bids anymore. I mean, we'll take it. Actually, we'll put another bid at 48 if we can get that, great. And then we'll try to let it fall down. I want to let Nvidia go. We will not average into this. The VWAP right now is here. The 50 period is at 80. Let's put our stop now. Let's just change it so we lose 11 cents at most. Let's put our stop now right live here on the air at 118.01. So we'll just put it out, market us out. We have 20% left of Nvidia, 20% left of Tesla, 20% left of Rivian, and guess what? How much percent left of Apple? 15% left of Apple. So yeah, let's go back over to Adara at the desk. I don't know if it's a segment or not, but news.
Small cap no.
This part of the show is brought to you by Trade the Pool. Becoming a funded trader means trading with the firm's money instead of your own. At Trade the Pool, you first complete an evaluation by hitting profit targets while managing risk. Once you pass, you get access to up to $260,000 in buying power. You keep up to 80% of your profits while the firm covers the risk. It's the perfect way to trade big without risking your own funds. Ready to become a funded trader? Join Trade the Pool. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description.
It was good at the beginning, early.
Yeah, isn't that with that guy with 3 names there? How I Met Your Mother?
What's Neil Patrick Harris. And it's 3 also
names, baby.
What? I don't even know the name of the actor. I don't know why we were just talking about that. One of the we looked at that ad.
You said somebody looked like
the actor. I guess the model in the pink hair in the Trade the Pool looks like a young Robin to me. Maybe I'm just wrong about that. So a couple of things here. Shout out to everyone in the chat. We love our community. You want to find relative strength and weakness, right? So we try to find some weak names to go short when the market reversed, obviously. Well, what's strong? Kava is strong. This just broke out the highs on the daily. Carlos in the chat, Marty D in the chat. Shout out to both of you mentioning this double top break, 127-ish, I would say, on Kava. And oh, by the way, it has another breakout in about 50 cents, and that would be an all-time high break on Kava. So congratulations anyone that's long in that bad boy. It keeps going and going and going. I'm going to imagine Chipotle's not having a bad day in that regard. So something happened here on Rivian.
What?
Well, it put a green candle in for the first time. So I took some back out. It was like the first green candle since, I don't know, like that one in there, like, I don't know, half an hour ago. So I took some more out there. I'm now just holding on to the last 10%, and I'm still kind of weirdly bidding 12.30. That's just silly to do. I just heard GameStop in my ear making a move. When the market is tanking or downside, sometimes I always say this, the squeeze type names can be interesting to look at. So I didn't hear any news on GME, but if it wants to go, it needs to get through, yikes, 21. Yeah, it's not even close. It needs to see 21, in my opinion, 21 would be the big break. It's not even breaking $20 here, so probably not going to be the one. DJT is making an attempt at a pop. I'm looking for it to get back into VWAP for a reshort and then go sideways here. So AMD, we're short. It hasn't really broken the low. Never mind, it's about to break the low of the day as we speak. Rivian's still working downside. And I want DJT at VWAP if we can reload it.
There goes Nvidia quickly. Yeah, Nvidia's losing 117. I mean, look what this chart looks like right here, just real quick. There goes Nvidia breaking the low of the day. So I just wanted to bring that. We are going to go to Adair in a minute, but there it goes, breaking through. So that's $1 right there. Tesla's $1.50 in the money right there. Nvidia and then Rivian does break below. We take another piece out there at 51, like we sort of said we would. Now we'll wait to see. And then just real quick, because GameStop's going, breaking now through 20. GameStop with a nice move up. Look at this gapping. GameStop gapping higher right now. Is the roaring one roaring again, or is it just a meow? We'll get to more of that when we get back from Adara.
What a recovery for the Russell 2000. Still down in the day, but definitely making a nice double bottom here at that 222 level. Let's see if we can clear 223 for that IWM. Quite a few interesting small cap names today. This one, though, is a repeat. We've talked about this a lot in the last few weeks. Gallmed Pharmaceuticals, GLMD. No news from it today that I'm seeing, but yesterday announcing that they're going to broaden their drug development plan over the next few years. They do also have a really small float here, about 625,000 shares. After the rally yesterday, a market cap just over $5 million. So good look here for GLMD. Next up, we have BNZI. This is Bonsai International. Yesterday morning, they announced a 1-for-50 reverse split. Underwent that split as of this morning. So nice uptrend, up over 120%. Last but not least, we have a pretty interesting one here. This is CRBP. This is Corbus Pharmaceuticals. This one is a smaller market cap here, about $600 million. Down in the day, but trying to recover here from the lows, down about 60% here. After we have Novo Nordisk releasing some positive weight loss drug data and getting the all clear from the European Drug Agency with regards to the heart impacts of its Wegovy. So CRBP competitor trading lower, trying to recover here with a 10% short float, guys.
I couldn't find a story on that, but it's like, okay, so yeah, sympathy to if Eli Lilly or Novo's got you in the crosshairs and you got one or two drugs and you lose, your stock can go down a bajillion% because
or more, bajillion and a little bit more than
yeah,
bajillion.
The big boys, they don't lose, man. Chief don't run. So I just got out of, I'm going to give it the old Kincaid spike because this is the week that he breaks out. I have planted my flag on Dalton Kincaid, and he is letting me down, but this is the
Brock
week.
Bowers, you see he was ranked now the number one fantasy tight end now in that draft.
I did try, for the record, I did try to trade you Travis Kelce
yes,
to see if I could get you off of Brock
hot
Bowers.
Mess, disaster.
Well, you didn't fall for it, but I tried.
Come on,
Sean
man.
got Brock Bowers.
Come on, man.
I traded Kelce to end up getting Tyreek Hill, so that's, thank you, Tua. That's really hasn't worked out for me.
Yeah, well, we have a bunch of idiots in our pools.
So anyways, AMD just bounced off 154. I just jumped out when it bounced off the even dollar. Just keeping in mind the big levels on AMD here. You had 154 was kind of the opening range support. If it loses that, you got 152.80 or so. and I can get rid of yesterday's trend line, and then I don't need that anymore. Rivian's still going lower because it's a flat bottom break, and it's going to the downside. DJT, I like that Rivian. Did not get to VWAP there. Kind of crested at 1370. I'd still like it to maybe give us VWAP for reentry. Jay Alvarez saying Walmart is a rocket. Yeah, like what is good? We're bouncing in the market. It's like, where do I want the longs? Bouncing. Walmart looks good. Apple, I did say I liked Apple still, but again, my plan was hold above this trend line for a couple of beats, not just one wick above. I'd like to see it hold above that trend line that it's forming to the downside. So not yet. Maybe something stronger. This is a good look on Walmart's a good look here. Defensive name. Clearly the daily chart's looking fantastic. It's kind of stair-step to the upside. Consolidation break. Now, I'd rather dip buy. Look where it's at on the 15-minute. That's in the middle of nowhere. You want to buy off support in a situation like this. So Apple's still looking like it could hold that trend line to the upside, or maybe Walmart off of a VWAP here. Just not yet. I think we had a good out in AMD. I'm not necessarily done with shorts yet.
Okay, so just real quickly right now, I just want to change up my opinion a little bit on Tesla, not on which direction, but just on the levels. So we just touched the 50-period moving average, which I was like, I didn't realize it was this low. Tesla's just coming back in. So this is the one thing that I'm trying to get better on as a trader is to not like plant my flag at levels that I looked at like 10 minutes ago. So you always have to be, I don't use trail stops as well as others, for sure, for Neil does. So I have to keep going back and looking, right? So like right now, I'm going to take another average into 240 if we can get it in and around this area. That would be nice. But then if we break above 240.20, we're gone. Our old level was 241. We talked about that break. But I'm not, even though we only have 20% left of this trade, I just don't want it to get back to the upside, because just even to lose, I know it's only 20%, but you know, I look back at the end of the day and it's like, I look at my net now where it is, and it's like we've given some back by like not getting it out like at key levels. So it's like, if you don't get it out at key levels, you lose some money. And if you don't take your trades out at key levels, you also lose money. So it's like you have to do the work on both sides. And on that note, you've had a couple of these Kit Kats over here. I better have some. I'm still wondering what happened to the matcha ones. I mean, that's...
Why you gotta out me like that, bro?
Well, everyone knows you stuff that face with candy, man, and there's nothing wrong with that. You know, we all have our vices right there. I'm just wondering, because I don't think, I was in, like, Ramin did not take these matcha ones. So what's that smirk for? You did? I don't know who did. Adara did. Okay, fine. Good.
I wasn't gonna. I'm not ratting on anybody.
No, it's not a rat. No, that's fine. I was just saying because that was the one. I think the melon. I mean, I'm gonna roll with the melon. I was.
In all seriousness,
blue and sugar butter.
This is easily the best one. Okay. It's the melon Kit Kat, to me, like, is an absolute 10 out of 10.
Ramin is asking for a sugar.
That's the one. Trust me.
No, how many?
Trust me, I know.
Okay, good. There's only 2 left, so me and Ramin can have.
And you're right, Hey Davis. DJT is getting close to reload. Just keep in mind, the thing with DJT yesterday was the best short. Sorry, finishing eating.
Yeah, why would you eat while you're trying to host a show, Neil? Might be some professional.
Because it's delicious. Because it's delicious, Sean. That's why. No, just all jokes aside. The best shorts on DJT after the initial pop and fade, it wasn't even this consolidation at VWAP. Like, it kind of had to run some stops, and it was a long one. So I don't think there's any rush to this opportunity. Like, it was getting in after maybe it stopped some people out. Why do I know? Because I got stopped out, then I got on the phone trying to book an appointment, and then this happened, and then it was VWAP after. That was late in the day. So I'm not,
Booker T.
I don't think you need to rush into this. I think getting back in can require a little bit of patience. And what's crazy is, okay, so we're still in Rivian, but we haven't really talked too much about the names that are going into the index.
We got
tonight.
out of Nvidia there. Okay.
One of which, okay, so now I'm going to slap a different fail on myself. Palantir, look at the support, 35.8. Like, this is just a couple of days. This is support going further back, but you can see the support there. It wicked that bottom exactly there and then trend up into VWAP. So a bit of a missed opportunity at the long, but it's trending down. So, like, if you're going long, that was your chance. If you don't have it, or that would have been my chance, I should say more correctly. And if I don't have it, it's a trend down and it needs to reverse the trend. So I feel the same way. I'd feel the same way about that as I feel about Apple. Apple is now finally looking like it is holding above this trend line. So now I like the re-entry back into that previous bottom. When the market was trending down, I didn't like it. Now that it's breaking the trend, I do like it. Let's see what's going on in the vaunted world of crypto and maybe why we should be trading tomorrow with Adara.
Another update this morning in the Michael Saylor / MicroStrategy Bitcoin acquisition saga. Last week we had the acquisition of about 1.1 billion $1.1 billion worth of Bitcoin. Now, as of today, we have $458.2 million worth of Bitcoin acquisitions here. So that is 7,420 Bitcoin being acquired. The company now holds about 252,220 Bitcoin. So that is a pretty significant number here. MSTR, another Bitcoin ad. In terms of Bitcoin itself, we're coming into another very interesting level on the daily chart. We're now getting our second day in a row where we're rejecting the 64,000 level. This is a level, as you can see here, some interesting support and resistance. Starting as early here as about March 2024. Most recently, we rejected this area at the end of August 2024. So let's see what we do here. We reclaimed 60,000. We're holding support at 58,000. 64 could be the next level for Bitcoin to test. As of right now, we're holding up just above 63,000 here. Ethereum really strong, reclaiming that 2,500 level just below 2,550. We have a little bit of weakness in some of these names. Ripple and Toncoin both down just under 2% on the day. But we have Solana up about 5%, Avalanche up about 4%. Bit of a mixed picture today for crypto, but undeniably Ethereum leading the way here, guys.
All right. Yeah, bang, bang, and bang. Right now, let's just go. Where's this? We don't necessarily have diamond hands, but we reloaded Tesla. We talked about what we would do on that one. So now we're back in the money, another 40 cents as Tesla keeps on going to the downside. So let's go. I mean, this is, perfect. Honestly, perfect execution for me on that one. Right up there to the 50 period. Not only that, we talked about this trade. And as I said, a lot of you traders are looking for us to give you trades that are about to happen, right? Not trades that, we're already in or ideas that may or may not come through. We took this trade as it was happening, as it was being built. And there it is, Tesla right now, almost $1 there. It's too bad because we were waiting at 95s. It got to 91s there on the upside. It could have been another $1 winner, but right now we are 70 cents. Looks like we're going to have a new host on the midday show. I think it's going to be exciting. My guy over there. I guarantee you everyone's going to like this gentleman coming up on the midday show. So get ready to rock and roll right there. But now there goes Tesla, breaking back now down below 238. So that is a fun move for sure on TSLA. Nice one back there off that 240. So Merry Christmas again there for that. Apple, I just feel pretty good about where we're at right now. Let me just put, I have too many offers out. I don't have enough shares. Let me just put an offer now and get something out because we can up here at 94 right now. It just bounced off 230 a couple times. We might as well take a piece if we can get it up there in and around this neighborhood. So good little opportunity here to get out. There it is. We'll ring the register again. And that was a pretty good one. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. So don't forget to do that one right now. We're sitting in $3 total in the money right now. $1 on Tesla, $1 on Nvidia, Nvidia breaking lower, $1 on Nvidia, 50 cents on Apple, and 40 cents or 30 cents on Rivian. So right now, add them all up, and that is a big day. Today, a very, very big day here again. We're actually up more today than we were yesterday, so that's pretty good. And yesterday was my best day of the month. So right now, let's see what's happening to Rivian coming at this time of day I'm talking about. Let's see what happens now as Tesla is $1, and we're going to try to hold on to all of this. Rivian made its base, I feel like, so we're starting to...
Yeah, there's a reason to get out of Rivian, I think. Let it bleed. Like this, the Rivian level has been trying to break for what, like 2 months, 3 months, something, maybe even more than that. The whole quarter since the summer has been trying to break that level. I'm not encouraged to get out of it. But a couple of things here. I'll get to Apple in a quick little second on that trend line. But thank you for the super chat, Vinu. Thoughts on SKX? We'll get to there. Just want to quickly update a couple of things. First, Apple, as I said, holding above that trend line for a couple of beats. Play the trend line to the upside and re-engage in the long. It just rejected 230 again, though. So another lower high got put in, but I like the double bottom. I like the reversal of trend. I want to see it break into the 230 half level on AAPL. So that was SKX, I believe it was. Thank you for the super chat. We love the super chats and we appreciate them. All right, I got to go to Intel and then I'll get to it. Sorry, guys. It's just, we got to talk about the trades here first before anything else. It is what it is. So I'll quickly get to Intel. I'll show you, went to the short underneath the bottom. So I never want to get trapped at the low, but if a stock is weak, I want to give it a chance. So we shorted it right here at 73 average price into the opening range bottom. It breaks, I'm out. I'm going to wait for either a re-engagement underneath or back up at the 21 level. Well, that's the plan of action. I still think it's a weak stock. I'm not looking long on it. SKX in there, so Skechers. I actually like Skechers. I cannot lie. Since I have to wear things that are very comfortable since the injury, so I bought a couple of pairs of Skechers that I'm just rolling in on a daily basis in there. And Clayton Kershaw also happens to, for some reason, be their ambassador. He's a good pitcher.
Oh, I know the reason why.
No, he gets paid. No, but no, actually, no. There's a story behind it. Is they discontinued his cleat. I think it was like Under Armour or somebody. I think Under Armour discontinued his cleat,
right.
and he wanted something. He was searching for someone to make him one that fit well.
Right.
Skechers just kind of went for it. He loved it, and now the guy is a spokesperson. So it's kind of a fluke. Sometimes you got to do that. Look, Skechers got smoked yesterday, but it's doing a bit of a recovery day today. So I think this is more along the lines of an SSR bounce here. So down over 10%. And now you get an SSR bounce. See how it's holding VWAP and above resistance? So holding VWAP above resistance, SSR bounce play for Skechers after getting dumped. It's running into resistance at 64, which makes sense because that was prior support. So I think maybe if the trend breaks off VWAP, maybe you want to get out. But a bit of a relief rally happening over there on SKX. I missed opportunity because I think if we looked at that as an SSR bounce, could have had a long, but I'm not going to complain about it. You got to be on the names that are making some sense. VWAP in here for Apple. I want to see it hold above VWAP. Then we can start thinking about longs at other prices that other than 229.5, which has been the buy zone, poised to make a run at this 231. Somehow, because the market is chilling at the lows. So you want to go long relatively strong stocks, market's at the lows, and this is breaking VWAP. That's why you got to be in Apple, I think. For the longs, Walmart was going as well, rightfully pointed out by some of the people in our chat. I mean, that's absolutely right. Like, Walmart looked pretty good. Apple's a trade that's set up. You could have easily just bought Walmart as well. And I would have zero argument. Looks like missing a couple bars here. But you could have had this at like 78.5. You'd be in the money 30, 40 cents. Apple was just the one I was charting, so I decided to buy that. But good look on Walmart as well.
Yep, I think that is for sure. All right, so just to let you guys know, we did take some more out on Tesla as it came into 239 again. So we actually get 239 like 10 or something like that. So good little take there for that play on Tesla. As we're just keeping it as real as we can, man. We've traded 4 names today. Apple, banger, that's an up name. Nvidia is an up name today. So that's 2 for 2. Rivian. I mean, do we need to question these trades? There's Rivian right there. That's 3 for 3. And then here's Tesla. We're going to wait for it. We've already talked about it being down on Tesla early, grinding our way now on TSLA, and waiting for lower, right? I mean, I'm trying to wait for 238.25s. Like I'm even at the lower. I'm lower than the low of the day right now, trying to wait to see if we can get that fill. But I mean, I'm not stubborn enough to not get out, right? I mean, we see that. This 239 is right there, and I think it's a very, very bad habit to be too stubborn when you're trading these markets because they will have a habit of proving you wrong pretty much every time. So, yeah, there goes Apple, right? Like, we got a little piece out of Apple, but we'll still hold on to it. Apple's now $1 in, but, I mean, it's not like it's a reloaded position. I would have loved to have been sitting right there. And, again, this goes by hosting the show, going through different names, going through different opportunities. I'm trying to stay on same names, and we should have reloaded Apple right there. That's a missed opportunity on that reload. So if it does come back in, we'll do that. We now have only 5% left. We actually got out of, we told you we had 20%. We actually got out of a decent piece right there at $30, 230. So now that it's higher, we'll still hold for 231, but I've canceled all those offers. We'll have to wait out for that one. So Tesla's trying to break lower. Rivian has just been a beast. We love that stock. I want to thank the audience for that one as well. What else is on our list? Well, we looked at Palantir early. Let's have a quick look. I know Neil kind of just looked at it. Yeah, it's not doing anything.
I didn't.
I mean, it's doing something, but I'm going to wait to see what that wants to do. Nike, we said that we'd like to play it if it ever retook VWAP or something like that. Yeah, VWAP dip buys. Remember, we said we did not want to dip buy it the first time. That is for sure. But we were looking at VWAP. It looks like it's been holding.
GameStop is really going.
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant to do. GameStop.
It's about to get that 21.
Yeah, Adara put in our chat that there's really nothing on this.
Social media stuff, that's all.
Yeah, so just some social media stuff here. So
I should have paid for locates when you first brought it up.
Yeah, so right there we will have to be looking now at this stock a little more carefully because there's 21, and I mean, boom,
a big level,
huge level that we've seen a couple times, man. It's actually just huge on the week. So yeah, let's pay attention to this level right here for GameStop. But we'll get back from this, or get back from Adara and go immediately over to some GameStop love. So let's go see what Adara is up to there at the big screen.
Very interesting picture here. What we're seeing is a lot of sectors being driven by specific catalysts for one stock. We have, for example, transportation being led sharply to the downside after FedEx's disappointing earnings and guidance decrease for 2025. We've also got here utilities. Positive news there with CEG, Constellation, with regards to its Microsoft partnership here, setting up a lot of the other names in this sector. In terms of weakness, though, we also have consumer durables to the downside, produce manufacturing a bit weak finance a little bit weak as well, and a little bit weak to muted here in technology services. In terms of strength, electronic technology, definitely some upside, Apple and Broadcom, that we do have some weakness in that group as well. But it's also worth noting here, the consumer non-durable sector, pretty muted with the exception of Nike. So Nike's positive news there with regards to the Elliott Hill CEO appointment, not really moving the rest of this sector. But let's see if things change as we head into the rest of the day, guys.
Wow, I guess it's one of those. And again, I know this is not, that's an AMC thing, but that's the meme one we have. You got the Diamond Hands one. I have the rocket ship with the ape on there. It's through that 21 level.
Wow.
It is an absolute rock. I'll tell you right now,
let's go Tesla.
I did pay for locates, but not with the intention of just blindly shorting at any level. I just want to have them available in case something insane happens. It was 1/8 of 1 cent per share. Locates are very cheap on this. And usually that means a lot of day traders are going to try and fade this when it's that cheap to be able to get the locates. We've seen this before. We've seen it before with Veru way back. But yeah, now that it's through 21 even, like 22 is a previous support level. The 50 period sits at 22.5-ish. So strong move up there on GME. Unbelievable. And
what just happened?
The other thing is load.
My bad.
In sympathy. Not that it's doing much of anything, but it just broke out a little bit as well. In complete sympathy, it looks like AMC trying to catch a bit of a bid. I just trailed out of Apple, it looks like, so the market's probably coming back in.
Big time. Yeah, right now, Tesla right now is almost $2. I mean, it just cracked lower. We said it's my bad on that one. We were sitting at the low of the day, which just would have filled, by the way. But I was also sitting at 50s. So when that filled, I canceled because I'm like, I don't want to be double. I mean, I'll be double right. That's fine. But I wanted to make sure I held something for a more of a dramatic move. So, my bad and I told you, like, having a couple orders out here sometimes is a good thing and sometimes is a bad thing. But we'll take that fill at 50, which is good for sure. On reloads there on Tesla, we're having a day today, guys. So hopefully you guys are enjoying everything that you've been seeing. Nvidia pulling back again. We were waiting for a little bit higher on that play. But again, we're just going to try to, really just enjoy what we're doing here today and try to stay as focused as we possibly can. I mean, Neo, look what's happening with Rivian. Give me that.
It's done.
That money right there. So there it goes. Huge move on Rivian. We tweeted this out when we had it. We tweeted it out a couple days ago on that breakout. We talked about this on the market recap show. We talked about this yesterday during the close. And I want to thank, again, it's a thankless game, that's for sure. Trust me. It's just, I don't know who that was in the chat. I should have wrote it down. You had mentioned that we were breaking below on Rivian. And then you know what I did? Remember I said, okay, I was long on Tesla. And it's like, as soon as I got stopped out on that one, I wanted to play the direction. So I'm pretty jacked up right now about that trade there on Rivian. And thank you to everybody there in the chat. It's going to be my fourth P&L name. Number one's going to be Apple. Third. What am I talking about? Number one's going to be Apple, then Nvidia. Nvidia is a big one for me. Obviously, I'm more comfortable trading that one. And then Rivian's right there. So 3 bangers right now. The best part about it is what we're up on all these stocks is easily covered by and we've got Tesla's been fine now, but the loss that we had there on Tesla, now well covered up. We're at the high of the day. It's been a good day, man, today. We'll go 3-1, data dependent, as the Fed says, on
data
Tesla.
Data dependent or data dependent?
A little bit of both.
So when I said I got trailed out of Apple, it might not even be a good exit because I got trailed out underneath VWAP in there. And like we battled back underneath. So I mean, it is what it is. Like that's the plan of action. We battled back underneath 20,000. So you're making that lower high. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to trail it out here and then see if we can't reload, because to me the reload's going to be a little bit deeper, down into 229 and a quarter instead of 229 and a half, just based on that previous trend line holding. But unless you get back above 20,000, I feel like we're still in a bit of a decline phase. Rivian has certainly got to the point of trail now. Like, I can sit in front of 12, because I think if like 12 is going to have like a 500,000 or 1 million shares on the bid, and that's going to be a popular defense level. The other thing to keep in mind, if this sniffs $12, where is SSR going to be? SSR is going to be at about 11. What it'll be like 1184 or something like that. So just underneath $12, it'll be 10% down. So call it like 1184. If it breaks $12 and gets anywhere close to that 10% down, I will look for an SSR bounce in Rivian. But at this point, now you made that flat bottom break. That almost should have been a re-entry. And what you can do, didn't do, but could, is when it makes that flat bottom, you set your breakout for here, and then you just trail it back into like 50. So, you know, you still have some from 12.7. Your average price, if you take that breakdown, ends up being like 45.50, and then it breaks back up, and you get yourself a re-entry. At this point, if it gets back above 50, I'm going to be out. Don't even want to give it to that. But the big move,
we're talking about.
Like you're now like GameStop just looked like it was pulling back underneath 21 again.
I know, and that's why I just told that.
Now
I was like, you got better look at this.
It's gone. There might be a chance to get into AMC and sympathy here, for sure. Because
in a minute, but
too late. Yeah, AMC already pulled back. I feel like AMC, if we fail the high, you want to short something that's not GameStop that just went up on sympathy. And I think that's going to be AMC for me. So if GameStop continues to go and AMC never breaks yesterday's top, it should be a fade whenever GameStop pulls back. I think that's almost going to be an easy opportunity, but it's already pulling to the downside.
All right. Yeah, I was just looking at this right now for Apple. I mean, Apple continues to be near day's high. Like, we're in the money now, $1 on this play. But, I mean, it's a long, like, okay, I mean, we're all getting excited about this. We have 3 $1 positions on right now. We have Nvidia short is $1 in the money. We have Tesla short is $1 in the money. We have Rivian short is 50 cents in the money. And we have Apple long is $1. We're holding right now $3.75 in the money. $3.75 worth of profitable trades in the money as we speak right now. So whatever your share size is, $3.75. Now, we don't have full positions. And like I said, we scalp out, and I just hope that all of you scalp out too. I mean, to be honest with you, sometimes it's very hard to capture complete profits top to bottom. So we have like less than 10% on all of these trades. So on every trade, we have less than 10% right now left. So it's 10:47, and GameStop continues to be on everybody's mind right now. So again, on no news, I mean, Adara's keeping us. Okay, so it couldn't find anything. Oh, when is our the new host coming on? At 1. Okay, so 1 o'clock talking about options. Okay, perfect. At 1 p.m. So, 1 p.m. So my bad on that one. I was saying, I just see Adara setting up, which is great. Yep. So we'll have Adara and Sharif, the usual suspects coming through. Yesterday it was rounded bottoms. Today it's flat bottoms. Is that what it is? Oh, it's all options.
Oh, the whole day's
perfect.
options.
Okay. So the whole day is options. We had Danielle Shea on yesterday. Make sure you go find, some of that if you want to go watch the market recap show first, or Jeering or whatever. Danielle Shea for options, and then now today, Sharif and Adara. So if you're looking for some introduction, that's all they'll do. It's basic options tutorials and things like that. So get ready for that one right now. But GameStop, while GameStop settles down, it might be a perfect opportunity to figure out exactly what's for lunch. All right, today, pretty typical here for a Friday, I would think. It's simple, it's easy, it's pub fare, and it is well-liked in this office, I would say. It is chicken fingers and fries, and that's it. That's what's for lunch. All right, nothing else to say, really. That's what's on the list there.
Oh, really? That's okay. Usually they have multiple,
a little bit of a side of a salad.
They also have multiple sauces with it.
Oh, yeah. There'll be multiple sauces. There will be all of that.
Kind of
honey is decent for that, to dip some there. I like some barbecue sauce. My kids are all about barbecue. All about all the different kinds of sausages. This great Japanese barbecue sauce that they have at Costco. That is crazy. that my wife got. It's insane right now. Okay, Rivian. Now everything's back to dollars. We have, again, all of our positions right now, as you look at the bottom, are all dollar in the money. Plus, we have Rivian, and we're going to look at more GameStop. But for right now, it's time to spend some of that money with Money Talks.
Got the DXY here continuing to push towards a very fascinating level here of support, and that is going to be that 100.5 level. Right now, 100.8, making some lower highs after a bit of a double top here for the DXY on the daily chart. Biggest news, of course, for the USD this week was going to be that 50 basis point rate cut we got on Wednesday. Yesterday, a bit of a more subdued day for economic data other than jobless claims. Today, we have zero prints to digest except for a Baker Hughes oil rig number at 1 p.m. However, we do have comments from Fed's Waller at 11:30 and Fed's Harker at 2 p.m. Next week, though, should be pretty interesting when it comes to economic data-related updates. We're going to get comments from Fed Chair Powell next Thursday at 9:20. There's also 3 other Fed speakers speaking that day, including the notably hawkish Fed's Kashkari at 1 p.m. next Thursday. Then on Friday, we'll get the Fed's preferred inflation gauge there, the PCE print. So let's see what shakes up right now. Right now, we just have a little bit of support as of right now, holding up for the DXY. Also worth noting, you've got the yuan here to the USD, the Chinese yuan, really strong right here on the day. We did have the People's Bank of China deciding to keep the 1-year prime loan rate at the same amount as of right now. So yuan strong right now on the USD. Nice little uptrend for that one, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir. That was, the other thing that happened overnight. I mean, it was a big deal, the Bank of Japan not doing anything.
Right.
Like, that was one of the, hey, are they going to raise and go in the other direction and then cause... And, yeah, that's why it's ripping. No, we don't know why GameStop is going. It's just a social media thing. But it is a big deal. And for everyone in the chat, it's like, fade GME. My preferred trade when GameStop is going, and I have no reason for why it's going, is to short one of the other things that just starts going up because GameStop's going up. And I did pay for locates on AM. I just typed AMD, but I'm already looking at that. It's dropping in the low of the day, but this already happened in AMC. It's already back at VWAP. So I think you got to be really quick to see it happen when GameStop's going on its own. A couple times it was when Roaring Kitty was going nuts. Every single day GameStop would pop. You could just short BlackBerry when it would go high. No, seriously, BlackBerry would get to the high for no other reason than GameStop was going, and then you would just short the top on BlackBerry and watch it fall all the way back to where it was before. That's what I would rather do as opposed to standing in front of a moving freight train that is GameStop. Now, will I pay 1/8 of 1 cent for locates on GameStop on the off chance it does something insane and then becomes a different type of short? Yeah, but the chance to get AMC, I think, to the downside is come and gone. GME is holding right around this 21. That's the key level of resistance. So the longer it can hold on to this line with a 2080 bottom, I think it can make another leg up. But if I fade something, I'd try to find a sympathy play to the downside. Vanny's saying check unusual whales with regards to GME. Okay, well, we'll do that. We only have about 7 minutes to go, so I just want to set a few things up here. We're going to send you guys off to the midday.
There goes
it's going to be all about options. But I think we probably made a good decision getting out of Apple and that long. It's getting to the downside. Do not like anything but holding on to shorts at this point. Right? Like, this is the last of the longs that I had. We managed to grab it a couple times. Managed to grab Tesla somehow for some longs, and that is just continuing to bleed. So now hold on to your shorts. I'm going to try to find an entry into GameStop because if you want something long, it's probably a meme stock or like a Walmart today.
Guys, we just said that we were $3.75 in the money. We're now $5.75 in the money. We just got Tesla's now $2 in the money. I mean, it just broke pretty easily there, $2.38, and cracked in. So that's a monster right there for us. And then guess what else is happening? Oh boy, it's Nvidia time. Nvidia, I literally just tweeted this out. Go, as my kids say, literally, Dad. Literally. I just tweeted. So first of all, there's the Rivian tweet. There's the Nvidia tweet. And here's the ad. I just said this right now. Look, still waiting for this bottom to break here on Nvidia. As we put that out into the universe, the bottom comes crashing in. So there it is. There's the break right there. We still have it, and we got it good. So, I mean, good trading there. Rivian, Nvidia, Tesla, downside, all. Again, good as we keep on watching the money come through here today. All I try to do is to sort of disprove some of those myths that are out there about prop trading. And they're not even myths. I mean, it's actually factual, actually. What am I even talking about? That it's hard. It's hard to sit here and trade every single day and try to be profitable, especially on, large cap names. A lot of people say, it's very, very tough to trade these big cap names. And it is, right? I mean, there are a lot of back and forth, a lot of algos. Some people prefer to trade the lower cap names, which is fantastic as well. You definitely want to find your edge, right? But I mean, we're here to show you every single day. Like, we were 8 for 8 on Tuesday or Wednesday, and then yesterday we had an even better day than that, and then today is now what we're doing here today. So you got to be patient. We got absolutely destroyed on the first day of the month. Took us like 3 days to make that back. Key point though, make that back. And right now it's continuing. So again, thank you for all the support. We only have 5 minutes left. Right now, yeah, people saying that there was.
I just saw it too.
Yeah, $95 million purchase of GME. Okay, go ahead.
So thank you very much, AJ. I haven't been. Someone said look at it in Usual Whales tweets, and I did pull them up, and I couldn't find that. But if it's true that there was a big dark pool print and that was the catalyst, I don't know that for a fact. I'm just appreciative that you guys are letting us know what's going on there. But yeah, holding higher lows is GME. Hasn't regained the top to break it back out, but it is still holding on to the 21 area. I'd like to see it. A squeeze name, you want to break out those highs. No questions. That's why you like to see a little bit better. But no break at the top just yet on GameStop. I feel like if it's going to go, it's their website. I'll check the website. I was just checking Unusual Whales Twitter.
They would tweet it out too. Yeah, that would make sense.
Oh, the position board died. I'm still short DJT and Rivian.
Okay.
I don't know what happened there. But yeah, I didn't check their website. I just checked their tweets on Unusual Whales, thinking they would have sent that out this morning. But worth a look. For sure. GameStop is the one going upside. Everything else is down, man. You got to look for those shorts unless it's a squeeze type name. Oh, yeah, one more thing. Palantir and Dell at the end of the day. So we know what's going to happen at the end of the day, or we speculate what's going to happen in terms of the additions to the S&P 500. Palantir is actually holding up pretty decently. Obvious support at 35.80. Show you a 15-minute chart. There you go. Obvious support at 35.80. I think as long as it holds this line, you can maybe look for some scalp trades. If we lose that bottom, I think it's got $1 that it could easily drop. And if you think that just because something's getting added to the S&P 500, it can't drop going into it, then check out when the biggest addition ever, which was Tesla, go back and look at what happened that afternoon. Yes, it did close on a big up move, but it dropped over 10% in the afternoon before it did that. I think it was actually 15%. It was a huge move down when everyone was expecting a buy because everyone was expecting a buy, and it didn't retrace until right at the end. So don't think that Palantir can't lose that 15.80 and flush a buck, because that's what I think it would do if it loses today's support.
Flush $1 would be nice, but we've got right now, flushy, $2 right now on Tesla, but we're just holding it. We're just kind of showing, again, we're just talking about the positions we have. I don't have any plans right now. I'm going to be hands off. Get ready, Marissa. You're going to get a phone call very, very soon. We're going to go for our walk. We've done enough damage right now, and I just want to let these things sing a little bit. Our stop on Tesla, let's talk about some stops now as we go. So our stop is going to be the 50-period moving average. So that right now is at 239. So I put a stop there at 239. Actually, my stop is a little bit higher. It was at 239.25. So right now, let's do that. 239.01. Let's just make it as simple as possible. If we break, we break. We'll get out of that one. So that's a stop trigger right there. Apple, I'm not going to get out of it. Rivian, I'm not going to get out of it. It's Nvidia. Let's have a quick look on Nvidia to see where our stop would be for that one. Again, 10% left, still a decent amount. I don't want to give this one all back. As the 50 period comes down, we really want to use that one. We just had a pretty severe flush there on NVDA. So again, congratulations. If you're in this with me, it was a good run for sure. We got some out there at 70s is our best out. We do not have that 116 bottom. So what about giving it to like 80s here, or right now even 117? Yeah, so those are some little target areas. The reason why I said I'm not going to get out of Apple, I only have 5% left and it's pretty small, but I still think we can get 231. So if we get that, we'll put an offer there for that one. But other than that, man, it's pretty simple thing for me. Wait for Apple to do something. Wait for Nvidia to go. Our targets are already set. And then again, a big shout out to our chat. We just got filled at 12:30 there on Rivian on a really good position. Obviously, wish we had held more. But again, thank you to everybody in the chat there for helping Neil and I out. Grabbing that one. That means a lot. Thank you to Hey Davis, everybody in the chat.
Hey.
He's been posting a lot. Coffee Trader, Bears versus Bulls. Thank you for all the moderation as well as we just continue to have great feels about the community and about everything that we're doing here. Our viewership going up. Brendan
Yes.
told me that we had a record day on Fed Day, so thank you to everybody for that one. And I just hope you keep enjoying the content. Hit the like, subscribe, and share the stream.
Absolutely there. Oh, no, not again.
And hopefully Neil's charts will stop crashing.
No, this was a level 2.
Oh, it was level 2, even worse.
Yeah, that actually is worse. But look, I'm only in 2 positions right now.
What's up?
It is Sharif on the midday, just so you guys. They're not ready just yet, but it is going to be Sharif on the midday there just yet. What?
Yeah, Neil? Wow, Neil.
Wow, okay, so obviously
gaslighting Ramin.
I just want to make sure we got it right. No, it's all good.
I don't know what that word means, but
it does not say Obi at all. It says Sharif. What I was going to get at is pulling back into VWAP is GameStop. If it can manage to hold VWAP here, maybe we get a continuation on it. As I said, I think if you're looking for some longs out there, you've got like Apple looks okay. Walmart looks pretty good. So, I mean, CMG. It wasn't Chipotle. It was Kava that was making a move to the upside. And then you've got some squeeze names going higher. So big test of VWAP here for GameStop. But hey, you know what time it is. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Don't worry. We're going to round off this day pretty well. I don't know if we're still doing the shawarma thing.
Oh, yeah, we forgot about that. I don't know.
We'll see. We'll see if we do the shawarma party. I think
we should hype it up more. I don't know. Maybe
we can do it next week. It's not a big deal. But I love the idea of doing Friday.
I kind of feel some kind of ways without Randy. But I mean,
that's a good
Randy
point.
might have a lot of Fridays off moving forward, so I don't know.
The problem is if we always try to do stuff on Friday with Randy, then he's not here half the time on Friday. So maybe we'll do it on a Thursday. But let's get to the midday. I can see IWM short. Ooh, Adara, go get him.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, the Russell.
Uh-oh, I think.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That is Adara, and I am Sharif. We're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other chat and shout them out. We already have Crowdstrike in the house, Chase Bands, a proper paradox. Shout out to Darwin and Pillsbury, Mateus Lane and Chef Joe. Shout out to Hay Davis and Benton seeing the random oddities joining us as well. Saman in the chat, as well as Neil and Chris M. Fiddleback and Mary L. Ron John gracing us with his presence, as well as Josh and Big Asian, Whiskey 26 and KFRY, Daryl Finch, Bristol Hog Rider, and Damn. We got Laura Sanchez, we got Sebastian, we got the OG Gorev, we got Rami, we got Rogelio Concepcion and Jay Lee. Shout out to the OJ Jay Lee. We got Zach Frack and Chris Tar, Havana Woody. What's up to Havana Woody? We got Benjamin Wiki. I must like those wicks. I like it. Stock Up and Mary S. Lyman, another OG. Good morning, Adair.
Good morning. How are you doing today, Sharif?
Can't complain. Yourself?
I am doing great, thank you. Yeah, I guess I was confused by the but yeah, I mean, I guess I'm saying IWO might be saying here. I feel like maybe that's what Sean meant. I was just like, what's happening? Spicy name. Spicy, that's what you meant. Yeah, thank you. So I was just like, ooh. But yeah, actually, it's funny. I was listening to Spicy by Nas, ASAP Ferg, and 504 in this morning, so that's pretty funny here too. IWM just took out half the position there at 222.40s, got involved 222.70s. Why did I like this? I like that hard rejection here of 223s. I like the fact that we had this chop and churn here around 222.80s. I initially liked it as a 222.85 short, but then I wasn't able to do that. I was like, get your coffee, Adara. Chill out, don't worry. Then I come back and I see this breakdown. I was like, yes, yes, yes. We're going to add here if we get to 57s because that was that previous kind of wick here of support. That's also around VWAP. That's an interesting area for me. Yesterday, if you may have, I'm also adding less than I initially had here. If you may have seen yesterday, one of my biggest issues was I kept moving stops for no reason. Like imagine it's your first trade of the day and you're not in the money or out of the money. You're just chilling. Then you move your stop to break even. What is the logic? What is the logic? So I came up with a whole bunch of rules for my stops. Looking into those later, but I am in this IWM trade. The one trade that I might be saying for though is Corbus, which is CRBP. I have said, and I want to shout out Obi because Obi was saying something yesterday that really resonated with me. Don't trade the tickers, trade the setups, right? So CRBP, definitely a small cap, down about a cool 57%. I know I say I generally am not like in love with trading either small caps or SSR names, but when you see a support resistance flip as clear as this one, you want to get involved. I initially liked it as a long heading into 22s. Obviously was unable to get that. I was at the desk, but so then I ended up getting long as I sat down here. Looks like we just got shut not shut down, stopped out there. So that's unfortunate. Yeah, the plan was going to continue riding that to the upside. So it's all good there. Baby, you know these small caps and SSR names can be volatile, so that's fine. But yeah, I definitely want to hear what Sharif's looking at, just so you guys know what I have in my side chart. We have SPY, we have Crowd, we have CRBP, we got IWM, we got Nike, Coin, FedEx, and PLTR, though I am going to move one of those names in favor of CEG, which I like a lot better. How are you doing, Sharif?
Good. All right, so today we're going to have Joe on at 1 o'clock, excuse me. Joe is a really good options trader, and he's got a lesson for us set up to kind of just introduce us to options, which I know I'm very excited for because I'd like to improve with options as well. So no real lesson for the day today, but we are going to go over yesterday's. I'd like to be able to do it. So let's get right down to the rounded bottom, the saucer pattern, otherwise known by John J. Murphy. So let's just get right to it. So by the end of this lesson, ideally, we would like to be able to identify and analyze how the bottoming pattern works in technical analysis. Key elements of this pattern are going to include its structure, the volume behavior, as well as the psychology behind it, because this pattern actually reflects the market psychology from bearishness to bullishness, and it evolves over time. So I'd like to be able to kind of break that down for you guys, as well as the breakout confirmation above that neckline level. This neckline keeps featuring in, whether we're talking about double tops and bottoms, inverse head and shoulders or head and shoulders, or yes, the rounded bottom pattern. So let's get right down to it and speak a little bit about, some of the basics of this pattern. So it's a rounded bottom. Otherwise, some other traders call it the saucer pattern. I'm assuming because of its shape. It is what we call in technical analysis a reversal pattern. We have continuation patterns and we have reversal patterns. This one is reversing the previous trend that preceded its formation, okay? It's signaling to you when it forms the change from a downtrend into an uptrend. Very important here as it kind of, changes market sentiment, right? It's a rare pattern. It doesn't happen all that much, but when it does happen, it is often quite reliable and it takes a longer period to form. So you're not really having to chase this one like a V-shaped pattern or, a flat bottom break where you miss your level. It gives you ample time to form in to the position, and it makes a great deal of sense to form in because that base, which I'll show you in a second, is where accumulation takes place. And if you go back to our week where we talked about Wyckoff, accumulation and distribution, it'll make a lot more sense when you see that pattern formation at the bottom. So let's get right down to its key characteristics. It takes place over an extended period of time, as I just alluded to, and it signals a long-term bullish reversal after a prolonged downtrend. So let's get right to the picture over here. So we don't actually have to, be in a lower low, lower high situation. It's okay if we had lower lows and lower highs, and then we kind of consolidated, as you can see here. But the market was obviously in a downtrend, found a bit of its base, and this is kind of the accumulation level that I'm talking about that takes place with when big money gets in or out of a position, and then the incremental higher highs. Okay? So the structure and the formation of the pattern, super simple. It's a rounded bottom, so it appears as a U-shaped curve, right? Reflecting what we call the gradual price increase or decrease initially, then the price stabilization as it finds a bottom, the lower part of the U, and then the gradual rise forming that bowl or that U-shaped pattern, okay? Unlike sharp reversals, this pattern unfolds slowly. And that, to me, is the best signal because I don't really want to be forced to make decisions awfully quickly. I'd like to be able to digest what the market is telling me about this name, and this pattern absolutely gives you that, okay? Some key aspects of the structure. Okay, this is important. The downward phase. This is where everybody is very negative on the name and a lot of liquidation takes place there. So the market initially declines with diminishing momentum, right? Then you have the consolidation phase, that accumulation phase that takes place at the bottom of the U. So the price flattens out, it forms that bottom, and then basically you can mark that as your midpoint. Then the uptrend comes in, right? Incrementally, we start making those higher highs. highs and higher lows. Nothing really parabolic, not a V-shaped. Again, really it is slow going here. It's a U-shape. And this is kind of what we talk about when we say this, right? So we had the market sentiment really bearish over here. Then we create that base. We don't have to be in a flat line. That's the thing. But you generally have to see the ending of the lower lows and lower highs, a bit of a sideways move, then the start of the higher highs and higher lows. And that's essentially what we get here after March of 97. Because you can kind of see we bottomed in February of 97, then incrementally we start making those higher highs and higher lows. What's this blue line? So this is the neckline. And the neckline is quite operative with these reversal patterns, whether they're double tops or heads and shoulders. There always seems to be a neckline that we can base a more conservative trade off of, and we'll get to that in a hot second. The volume behavior here, as with all these reversal patterns, super important. We talked about volume on the right side of the shoulder and the head and shoulder. We talked about volume on the right side of the W on the double top and the double bottom. Specifically, this one, kind of the same game. So the volume plays a critical role in confirming the validity of the rounded bottom pattern. It typically follows this trajectory. First, you have declining volume as you make lower lows and lower highs. So it's in that selling phase that we talk about initially, right? So during the downward phase and the flat base as well, it shows basically reduced selling pressure. Then you have increasing amount of volume, right? As the price begins to rise and makes those higher highs and higher lows, it's signaling to you accumulation and a renewed buying interest. Accumulation, the operative word here. If you do not understand what accumulation and distribution are, it is incumbent upon you to understand it if you want to swing trade, because that's a lot of what you're doing there. You're waiting for that big money to get in, form a base, and then you're looking to kind of ride with the big money. Again, you're a market observer. You are not a market mover unless you're very rich. So in particular, the volume spike near the breakout, which is the neckline that I just showed you, confirms the strength and the upward move. And this is what we're talking about here. We get that kind of downward, lower lows, lower highs. We form a bit of a base, even though this is a bit of an outlier. But we kind of have that neckline that was the previous high that we never broke above. Super easy to gauge that, right? You know that that high was as good as you could do, at least, within this context. So once you get back into that high, you should already be on alert. Right, you're getting back into those local highs. You know that's a key area of resistance. So it's fine that we're drawing a horizontal trend line there. You would have drawn one anyway if I had told you not to, because of the previous high, right? So, all right, the NQ is coming into 19,000, which was the level that I was looking at. All right, so the psychology of the pattern, super important here as well, because the price action really reflects the market psychology. So let's talk a little bit about that. The rounded bottom is essentially reflecting the market shift from bearishness and, not really liking the name to, kind of indifference as it accumulates to bullishness as we start making higher highs and higher lows, right? So the early downtrend, essentially, traders are pessimistic during that time. It leads to selling. Obviously, they're not going to be buying it up if they're pessimistic. Consolidation, this happens as the price flattens out. The bearish sentiment starts to wane. People don't feel as badly about the name anymore. And then, all of a sudden, the buyers are coming in. How do you know that? Because we're not making any lower lows. We've now flattened out. If the bearish sentiment was to continue, why would you not be making any lower lows? Somebody's got to like it at that level to buy it up. You need to keep that in mind. Then the uptrend comes into play. The confidence of investors and traders in the name starts to build up slowly. The buying pressure starts to push prices a little bit higher, but not in a parabolic way, like a V-shaped recovery. This is signaling to you market optimism, or the beginning of market optimism. And the thing is, it's a slow shift here that reflects the accumulation phase, right? Where essentially the bigger money, sometimes called smart money, but not always, bigger money, gradually enters the market. And this is what we're talking about here. Again, psychology is super important with respect to this pattern. Gradual decline in the price as the market doesn't really like what they hear from it. And then you kind of have the rounded bottom shape forming. That's where accumulation starts taking place vis-a-vis bigger money coming into the market. Then you have the volume start to confirm that as well. So you start getting those higher highs and higher lows, but you need to keep a look at the volume bars. Are they higher than they were on the downward move? If yes, then what you're seeing is accurate. And then that breakout comes in vis-a-vis the break of the neckline. So super kind of structured, not always easy to execute though in IRL. Let's talk about the breakout confirmation because that's the neckline that we were talking about. So this is essentially the most critical point of the pattern, which is the breakout, right? Most traders are going to take it there. This occurs when the price rises above that key area of resistance that we couldn't break through all the while we were making that saucer pattern, the rounded bottom, right, from the beginning of the downtrend. Here are the key factors to keep a lookout for. The resistance level. This forms near the start of the pattern, that kind of that local high that I told you about there, okay? Then you break out from that key area, local high, on volume. So a surge in volume at that level when the price breaks through resistance confirms to you essentially the validity of the reversal. Again, this is a reversal pattern, but a proper breakout should be accompanied with high volume, signifying new buyers are entering the market. It's not about that recycled money. It's about that money that was sitting on the sideline or sitting in a different equity or a different instrument to weasel its way into this one. That's all you care about. We're talking about this one. We're not talking about the other ones. And there you go. So you have that lower low, lower low, lower low. We're making that kind of rounded bottom. We don't make any lower lows or lower highs. In fact, right at that middle point, we start making those higher highs. That neckline should be the area from which we could not break, okay? Trading strategies for this one. So this is interesting. So once the pattern is identified, again, it behooves you to look at the trend that preceded the formation of the pattern, okay? Traders can develop strategies and capitalize on this bullish reversal. How do we get in? The entry point. Here, the more conservative entry, again, I stress this, the more conservative entry gets in upon the neckline break. That is not the only way to get in. Once you see that bottom has formed, that rounded bottom, and those higher highs and higher lows start to come into play, you can get in there and placing your stop below the lowest low. It's not the only way to get in, but this is a more conservative strategy where you wait for the neckline break because that's confirming to you that key area of resistance got taken out, okay? Stop loss placement. Also a little bit, I don't want to say subjective, but everybody might do this a little bit differently, right? So the logical stop loss is just to place it below the lowest low, the lowest part of the rounded bottom. That may not work for everybody. If you're getting in on that neckline break and that neckline and the low, well, you're going to have to do a 1-to-1 reward ratio there, right? Because you're projecting, which I'll get to in a second, the neckline to the bottom upward because that's going to be your beak wetter. So if you're going to take a neckline breakout, you're going to have to do a 1-to-1 reward ratio. That doesn't work for everybody. Your target, your price target, this is kind of what I just alluded to here. The price target is often calculated essentially by measuring the vertical distance of the pattern. So from the lowest low of the rounded bottom to the neckline break, measure how many dollars, pips, whatever you're measuring between the neckline to the low, and then project that up from the breakout of the neckline upwards. And that should be your profit taker or your first profit taker, okay? This method offers a reliable risk to reward ratio, 1-to-1 in this scenario, especially on longer time frames where the pattern tends to develop over a little bit of time. So there you go. So here you have these obvious highs from which we could not break. That is obviously until over here. So if you were getting in upon the neckline break, see how the entry is here? And then they put a random stop. To me, this is not going to work. Your stop placement here has to be at the low. So if you don't do that, you're taking a chance, obviously. And that's not something that we don't do on the show. Obviously, we don't always put our stops below the lowest low. Sometimes it has more to do with our risk to reward ratio. That's why I personally would be looking to get in on the formation of the rounded bottom rather than wait for the neckline breakout. Because if I wait for the neckline breakout, then I have to put my stop below the lowest low, and that gives me 1-to-1. And I don't really want 1-to-1. Okay, so that's the look there. The reliability of the time frame, reliability of the pattern and the time frame consideration is also important here. With respect to reliability, it's considered one of the most highly reliable patterns, but it's commonly observed only really on long-term time frames. Not only, but for the most part. Okay, like your daily, your weekly, your monthly, etc. It indicates to you basically a solid, sustained reversal, making it ideal for position traders and investors alike. So that's not a bad look. The time frame here, as we kind of mentioned, we should be patient with this pattern as it takes quite a bit of time to fully develop. But however, the slow formation of this pattern leads to a more stable, long-term price movement. So if you do see it, I don't want to say the hit rate, but the reliability rate quite a bit higher than some other patterns. And just to conclude, guys, to give you an idea about this, rounded bottom patterns are gradual but powerful signs that the market is reversing. Understanding their structure, their volume behavior, the psychology behind their formation allows obviously traders to have a better and more effective trading strategy. So the key takeaways here, guys, identifying that U-shaped formation, confirming the pattern with a volume analysis. Are we getting lower volume on the decline and then higher volume on the incline? That's what you should be looking for there. And then waiting for the more conservative traders for that neckline breakout before getting into the trade, not how I would trade it. And then using obviously proper risk management here with stop losses. We kind of went through that, where to place your stop. If you're going to get in a neckline breakout, it's going to be a 1-to-1 here if you want to have your stop placement below the low of the rounded bottom. And as we're going to do that, we're going to pay some bills here, Dara, because it is time to tell you about our good friends at Benzinga, Ram. Oh, it's okay. I got it. All right. You can just go to the screen. Oh, here we go. Thanks, Ram. All right, here we go. I don't know where it went. Oh, boy. I'm not sure where my calendar always goes, but... oh, it's over here. Nice. All right, guys. Tired of being late to the trade? Are you always playing catch up in the market? Are you missing out on the big moves because you're just too slow to the news? If so, Benzinga Pro is at your unfair advantage. Get those breaking news alerts up to 30 minutes before everyone else and pinpoint exactly why stocks are moving. And yes, join a thriving community of traders who share their strategies, yes, in real time. Ready to see how Benzinga Pro can transform your trading? If you are, visit benzinga.com/pro and get yourself that free 14-day trial. Adara.
Thank you so much, Jerry, for doing that. Adrian, and for putting together the lesson and everything and delivering it there. Much appreciated. I want to talk here. I am into kind of counter trend longs that I want to talk about because I do. I feel honestly I stand by both of them. So, I mean, and the thing is too, is you could always be wrong, but what I'm realizing, that's what this goes back to yesterday when I talked about how I kept moving my stop placement for no reason. If you you have to, it's not okay to stay wrong, but it's okay to be wrong, right? So it's like if you're wrong, you know what I mean? You're wrong. Don't move your stop before you even have to, right? Don't move it preemptively. So with that in mind, IWM long, I liked because the way we reclaimed that 222 in the book was really dope. Now, we are pushing back a little bit here, but until we break below the 222.85 area, I don't want to get involved. Also, so I look at the IWM for the market, for the, small cap recap. So I look at it for that. I put up that 3-minute chart. We're looking to push through lows. By the time I do the small cap recap, we're already up almost $1. This 222 level is pivotal for me for the Russell. So we might get stopped out here, though, because I have my stop at 221.85. Took a more aggressive position, same size that I had in this short. Now, this short, what I did, and I'm going to talk about this just in terms of how I said I'm doing my stops now. So my new plan is do not move your stop to break even until you break below a key level. So in this case, we got stopped out at UM here. That's fine. So the key level here was 222.40s. Took out some here. Took out again at 222.40s. Once we broke below 222.40s, and again at that level, because A, it got really spicy in the book, and B, look at all of these wicks here, right? So once we broke below 222.40s, I moved my stop to break even. Why did I move my stop to break even at that point? Because I knew at that point, I was like, if we break back above that level and then push through break even, I don't want the smoke. I'm clearly wrong. I have to recognize when I'm wrong. So that's where I did that. After that point, once we broke kind of into that 222.25 level where I took some more profit, that's when I started moving my stop to prior bar lows, got out at 222s. The long might have been a bit early or misguided, but happy I tried it because you know what? I think it was Darwin said something in the chat yesterday that I saw and I really enjoyed, and it was to the effect of like, if you're right all the time, or no one's right all the time, if you're right all the time, you're wrong, except for insider trading. I don't want to misquote, but I thought that was pretty funny. And yeah, I mean, you're never going to be 100% right 100% of the time. All you can do is stick to your ideas. With that in mind, honestly, probably the more gutsy of my two counter trend trades here, my pal FedEx. So someone in the chat, I forget who it was like, oh, like long FedEx. Why? And I honestly, this is becoming a playbook for me. Long SSR names on earnings, but you have to take them out at previous resistance. So with that in mind, FedEx, will be getting out absolutely. I was going to maybe add here at 75, so I missed that opportunity. We're going to get out heading into that 255.70 area. Why? Because, okay, we're actually going to set that profit taker. Okay, dope, FedEx. You want to be nice? We're going to get this out at 68. Why did I like this FedEx here? Basically, what happened was I liked how we were setting up at the bottom. Look at this hard hold of 254. Look at these wicks below 254. Then we start to push higher. So I risked into 254. Small position, only risking one risk unit here. And then getting in here at 254.50s. I was really liked what I saw in the book. And honestly, since I've been in the trade, I don't even think we got below 254.35 on the bid. So it looked really bullish. Could have arguably added, but I didn't. The whole thing is you're going to learn every single day. Thank you to DayTrade Dad for the $4.99 super chat. No message there. Let us know if there is a message. Oh, yeah, never mind. AGBA. Yeah, I can look at that for you for sure. There was another super chat, too, that I want to talk about. Mashwar is saying that he appreciates you. So shout out to Sharif also. There was something else. Yeah, DayTrade Dad wanting to look at AGBA. AGBA. I think was that song we were calling Abracadabra for a bit? I think it was. Let's look at AGBA. What are the deets on this guy? AGBA group holding. Oh, it's merging with Triller. Okay, so 1 million shares done in the day. Not a huge look on the day, but I'll take a look at the daily chart to see what is going on longer term over here. Okay. I don't want to say flat bottom break, but I don't want to lie and say that I don't see lower highs. There are some lower highs. The other way you could view this, though, to be fair, is maybe a bull flag. Because look at this pop we get here. This is April 10th. Beautiful little push up higher here. Then we make a beautiful bounce here, not once, but twice at 214. Then we start making lower highs. I would say, yeah, I mean, I think if we, at this point, we are making slightly lower lows here. I think it'd be interesting to kind of reclaim that 220 area. That was maybe a bit of an area of interaction, but even more key would be maybe that 213, 214, which is where we had that double bottom. So that's my look here on AGBA. I hope that is of help for you there, Day Trader Dad. Thank you very much for that super chat. Also, CEG, I really like and I was saying this to Sharif earlier. I had all these levels down. I planned to trade. I wrote down every level I wanted, and then the entire trade manifested in front of my eyes at the big desk. And I was like, so I didn't want to rush into this. I did have an order set for a short at 234.70s, but I canceled it because we started doing a bid creep, and I was like, Dara, you're wrong. Canceled it. Happy I did, because that would have been a disaster. But you know what's not is actually FedEx. Happy with how that trade's going. I'm going to let that continue to cook. I guess the biggest thing I'm trying to say is trust yourself. I trusted that I was being a little bit searchy with the CEG, so I canceled it. FedEx, I trusted this move even though it was counter trend. So also with regards to FedEx, I will absolutely be getting out here. I do not want to wait and see what happens. I've got chopped enough, up enough in these SSR, going long SSR names and adding at resistance, Dollar Tree, Snowflake. So this is what I'm happy with here. Let's see how this goes. And it's just about learning from your mistakes. How you doing over here?
Good. I'm in IMRX looking to take this one north. Good look for this one. I got stopped out of the NNE. It was like more of a liquidity drop over here. Got in at the volume weighted average price with a tight stop into $0.25, but the spread is quite wide on this one at times, about 15 pennies on a $12 name. So the spread got me out of that one. We'll keep tabs on this one. This one, I'd like to defend 3 on. So it's kind of bull flagging in and around 3. So we're long at 07s, looking to add at 3 with my eye on 290 as well. So this one hasn't given you as much of a notional move. So the distance from which it's trading to the volume weighted average price is something that I can stomach. I can dollar cost average into VWAP, which helps my case over here because I love VWAP with these small gap cappers. So we're going to look to defend 3, and then we're going to have another area add in front of the volume weighted average price. That is, of course, if it doesn't continue on its merry way through that 310 flat top that it's been rejecting off. You had initial rejection at 45, 1045 that is, at 310. Again at 1115 at 310. Now we're whiffling and waffling at 3, but putting in higher highs and higher lows. So like this one as well. The Katina man told me that I got to keep my eye on GME, and I'm going to do just that. It got back into the volume weighted average price. Good look for this one. Have no idea what's going on. And quite frankly, I don't care. 2139 topping tail candle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red candles in a row. Now we're consolidating above the volume weighted average price. If 2030, 20 and a quarter wants to act as a local area of support and to curl right back up, great. We'll get involved in GameStop. But right now, it's a big move down on no news, so I'm not really too excited about it over here. Looking at the news blotter, making sure that nothing's coming in midday over here with respect to GME. I'm going to pack my patience, leave this bad boy up on the side chart. It's not the only small cap gapper that's going here. NNE talked about how I got stopped out of that one. IMRX involved, just got my ad at 3. AMLX looking awfully good as well here. This one not even making its way down to the volume weighted average price. But I got to tell you, the small cap gappers are all suffering from the same affliction today, which is low volume. It's not been a big boy volume day, despite the fact that my scanner is filled with a lot of them. So 323 here, AMLX looking to hold on to the volume weighted average price, very similar to the price that IMRX is on. Okay, so we got the ad there on IMRX and a nice move up. So now we're going to have to wet our beak above the high day break. The high day break for me is obviously 310. Yes, I know that it weaseled up into 312, but this has been the flat top. So bit of a bigger position. Got to de-risk once that resistance level gets taken out. I'm still looking to add in front of the volume weighted average price. That beak or that planned DCA in the mid to low 290s, not removing that, keeping my eye on this one. So those are the ones I'm keeping my eye on right now. There's a lot of small cap gappers. Oh, I forgot to mention this one. BNZI was like the #1 winner on the day, still up a respectable 122%. But, really, look what it's doing. It's not even above the pre-market high, so it doesn't interest me too much. All right, well, we just got the print nicely above 311 over here, so nice de-risk. Keeping my eye on this one. I'd like to print a little bit more on this. So let's see if we can weasel up a little bit higher than we currently are there.
Yeah, I'll definitely get that ready at Vinfast there. Also, Coinbase. So, I've noticed there's a fun little trend, and I know I've been trading this. This is technically second day of looking at. This is my second day of looking at this name more intensely, but this is obviously just a joke. But if you don't almost get stopped out of Coinbase immediately after entering, what are you doing? No, I'm joking. But I find this one is spready. It is going to test you a little bit. You just got to stick with your levels. I'm risking 1 unit here. Got long 166.75. Why? So I don't know why my Coinbase side chart is weirdly a 3-minute and the one I trade off is a 5-minute. But either way, I saw this kind of curl up here on the 3. Look at this push up here. Arguably could have waited for 167s. I will be adding at 167s, but I like this push up. It was really similar to what I was seeing on FedEx, which by the way, we did get filled in FedEx. Pleased as dang punch there. So yeah, Coinbase, I like this curl up here into the 90 MA. I'd love to see it break above the 90 MA, at which point I will be adding, like I said, we got stopped out there. But yeah, it's all good. Happy I attempted this Coinbase. The plan there was to get out most of the position at 168, but Coinbase was like, nope, didn't work. It's all good. You got to try things if you see stuff setting up. And honestly, just due to how spready this one is, if this sets up again, I might actually get back in because sometimes you can get stopped out of stuff due to the spread. This is what happened with Darden yesterday, which, like I said, trade I was pretty happy with and one of my better trades from a process standpoint and a P&L standpoint in a while. But also FedEx, happy with this exit. I've noticed a lot here from trading a lot of these spreadier. One of my playbook trades is becoming trading spready names on day one earnings if they set up. And so from doing that, I've noticed a lot of these names with these SSRs, no matter how strong they are, they get to a previous level of resistance and they sputter. FedEx has been sputtering, which is why I was like, you know what, I have no problem getting back into a long, but I definitely don't want to stay in a long beyond that area. That being said, I should have had more here. This was not a super large position. The risk to reward was pretty good. It was just over 2-1, I believe. So nice look there for FDX. But let's see if we can expedite ourselves some other trades. You know what actually is setting up here for me? Palantir is rangy. in a couple levels. So again, I don't know why my 3-minute for Palantir is also on my side chart, but look at these bounces off the 90 EMA. Look at these higher highs, right? Higher lows. But on the 3-minute, this even looks like a range. We know I like ranges up in here. I mean, if you don't, I do. This is what we used to call a Dara Panera trade over on this desk. So shout out to Sharif. So, I mean, I know I've been trading quite a few tickers today, but I think that's one thing I really learned from that conversation with Obi with regards to don't think of it as trading tickers, think of it as trading setups. If I see setups in different tickers, I don't want to close myself off to those opportunities because I'm scared like, oh, I don't want to be trading too many names. That's what stopped me from having that Palantir reversion yesterday, right? So trying to kind of broaden my horizons in terms of trading. That being said, one name I was looking at earlier is still kind of spicy, and that's going to be SEG. It's going to be Constellation Energy. You know, as I said to Sharif, how I put this pun was this trade earlier was not written in the stars for me, but you know, the constellation, the stars might align here. Once again, as of right now, still kind of too choppy, bless you, for me to get involved, but I do like the idea of us kind of breaking below that 235 level decisively. As of right now, though, it's just an idea. We don't trade ideas, we trade setups, and we trade things that make sense for us. Also, we vote for tickers, guys. Exclamation point, join, space, $, ticker, whatever ticker you are looking at. We would like to know what makes you tick. Get in that chat. Let us know. Also, I'm just noticing, bless you. I'm just noticing here too, what's interesting is we're seeing, FedEx pushed higher. Shout out to you, FedEx. I might get involved in the dip. But Microsoft also doing something really similar to that setup I like there on FedEx and Coinbase, where it kind of gets above that 90 EMA after having a bit of support set up. So I'm going to choose between this and Coinbase. They're both doing things I like over here. Coin kind of wicked me out. So let's see if we can get ourselves wicked back in as a setup for Vinfast. How you doing?
IMRX came into the volume weighted average price, so my dollar cost average to defend VWAP at 92s got filled. Now I'm ready for what may come. It's either going to pop up or stop me out. So we're going to watch what it does here at this 290, high 280-ish levels. It looks like we got multiple wicks off 285. Looks like there is a buyer in and around 285 or the high 284s. We'll have to see if this level holds here on IMRX. And it just occurred to me that I didn't give you any of the details on this name. So it is about an $86 million market cap with around 8 million shares traded today, which is not that much for a $3 name, quite frankly. About 21 million share float. And let's bring down trade ideas and find out exactly how much of that float is shorted, about 7.25%. So a decent amount, you know, not the biggest we've ever seen, nor is it anything that I really want to base any strategy off. But, you know, it'd be nice to see some of that squeezing to the high side here. Where those shorts are already, I have no idea. We're going to find out awfully soon. But I got to tell you, I'm looking right now at these small cap gappers, and a lot of them are starting to bleed and break down below key levels. I'm talking about UNNE as well as IMRX. The good one right now looks to be AMLX, but it's awfully weak on volume, so I don't really want to jump into this. I see OKLO. OKLO has a bit of a better volume profile, quite frankly, than any of these. But I should start looking at GME as well, because it is kind of forming this accumulation base right in front of the volume weighted average price. Whether or not this gives way or curls back up or just consolidates for the rest of the day, that is really the question, the unanswered question. So right now, going to keep my eye in the trade that I'm in IMRX. Got that DCA to defend the volume weighted average price, but we're going to have to see if this one wants to weasel down. This is the one I'm telling you about, though, AMLX. It literally just printed days high at 324. Let me give you the details on this one. Where'd this go? AMLX. Okay, so it's a small cap gapper, but not the smallest small cap gapper. 220 million market cap, about 1.88 million shares traded on the day, and it has a 58 million share float. And let's just check the short float, 3.61, so a little bit less than 3 2/3. They just printed days highs. Again, you know, this one, what's the spread on this one? The spread on this one is decent. So even though the volume on it, not that great on the day, we talked about 1.88, it looks like 1.89 now. The spread on it, a little bit more manageable than its friend, NNE, which is not very good at all. What's going on over there, Katina Man? The Katina Man is short Tesla at these levels. Keep your eye out on TSLA. He says, see ya, so it's probably looking to the downside here. He just shorted 240 at the volume weighted average price. Adair.
Oh, yeah, we're also going to shout out Vinfast here. Thank you so much to our sponsor here, Vinfast. Vinfast, Vietnam's leading electric vehicle manufacturer, has announced its Q2 2024 financial results. Deliveries surged, Sharif, by 44% quarter over quarter, with 13,172 EVs delivered, which brings the first half total to over 22,000. That's a 101% increase on a year-over-year basis. Q2 revenue climbed to $357 million here, up 33% quarter over quarter. Vinfast's success in Vietnam is pivotal, driven by rising EV adoption. With global expansion in new models like the VF3, Vinfast aims to deliver 80,000 vehicles in 2024, maintaining its commitment to sustainable mobility. Shout out there to Vinfast driving higher. I love that they had driven in their ad read. I have no idea if that was an intentional pun, but either way, I love it. You know what else is driving higher, Sharif?
What?
Mr. Softy. So happy with that trade, and happy too. I didn't compromise. I just set my 435.35s. I was like, let's see what happens here. We're going to take out 2/3 of that position. If we get to 436.40s is where I have this, I believe. That's just because that was a bit of a chop and churn area of interaction. I'm willing to add back in if we come back and bounce off this 60s area just above the 90 MA, but I don't want to add now. A, I don't really have the buying power for it, and B, you know what I mean? It's just, I would rather take out some profit first. Also, I was thinking a lot about this yesterday. You guys know, if you watch the show, you know, I think about tickers all the time. I'm always thinking about the market and stocks. Like, it is constantly just on my mind. I was on my walk home. I think maybe it was on my walk home yesterday. I was walking somewhere, and I was like, I can definitely use my buying power as kind of more of an advantage than I am. Because right now I'm like, I don't have enough to get in the trades. Instead, think of it as like, okay, you know you have a limited amount to work with, you know, understandable, right? So then think about like what allocation for buying power, like maybe you can't be in a million trades at once. What trades make the most sense? Allocate more risk to those. Like Darden yesterday, really happy with those trades. That range was flip-flopping and flip-flopping. So why did I not have more risk allocated to that? Why was I waffling around in meta? Do you know what I mean? Also, now that we're above the 90 MA, I am going to move my stop here to break even. And like I said, that's going to be how I'm moving my stops. Now, once we get above key levels, making sure that I'm moving things to make sure that, like, if we break below that level, then I know I'm wrong, right? So to me, this is at a point where it would make sense for me to move said stop to break even. So we're going to do that there on Senior Softy, Macier Softy, whatever language you want to call him. It is Microsoft. Let's see if we stay above the 90 MA. Also, FedEx, honestly, killing it, but FedEx is still it's still down whatever on the day. Look at this rejection of VWAP. Now, if we keep rejecting this VWAP here, look at that topping tail candle, I'd actually kind of be tempted to short, but I'm not going to short this until I look at the book for a long time. That being said, we look kind of bearish on the book here. We just went from 256.70 on that ask to 256.60. Now we're doing what I call a bid flicker, where you've got 252, 256.52, 256.53, 52, 53, 52, 53. I think FedEx is making a decision on direction. I'm going to let it figure out what it wants to do, but I do like this look. How are you doing?
Took a quick short on Apple, but got stopped out for the remaining amount. This one looks strong. There was a level 230.50 that I want to get short off, but we'll keep an eye on that. Maybe it's not ready yet. Long GME just printed on that nicely in the money on this one, breaking up through 60s. I'm looking at 70s possibly over here, or 75s for the next beak wetter. This defended the volume weighted average price quite well. It's putting in a rounded, let's call it a rounded bottom, even though that the trend, you know, on the day's up, but the trend, the immediate trend that preceded it, as you can see, it's a downward move. And we counted the amount of candles. So in the money on this one, let's see what this one does. We're already, what are we, 15 pennies on the money. Let's wait until 75s. I'm going to wait until 75. I'm going to front run it a little bit over here. Let's front run the size possibly in the low 70s and wetter beak in and around there. Oh, that's not where we want it. Okay, so we're going to go all the way up here. There we go. We should be good there. Let's check on our original position over here. Nice. Okay, so this one does defend IMRX. Good defend of the volume weighted average price. I'm going to be a bit more aggressive with where I want to take them out now that it's defended VWAP, knowing full well that just because it defended VWAP now doesn't mean it's going to defend VWAP 5 minutes from now. What it does is it puts the odds in my favor of this holding VWAP and challenging for a high of daybreak. Where is that high of daybreak? $3.14. But I'm going to submit to you that the real level on the day is not 314, but rather 310. Look where the closing prints are. Look where most of the interactions with the candle and the levels are. The candles, excuse me, and the levels are. It is 310. So I'm going to front run that 310 level by wetting my beak south of that, leaving a bigger piece over here for the breakout of the high of the day. That's my strategy. That all basically accounts for me not getting stopped out. We'll see if we don't get stopped out or not. A couple of green candles right now I like the look, but I've liked the look before, and it's let me know that it doesn't care. So we'll see what we get there. All right, GME worked right into my level. Alas, it did not cross, so we'll have to pack our patience a bit more for that fill. Here we go again with the high 60s. I'm waiting in the low 70s, long 50s at this level. Good double bottom and a rounded bottom off that let's call it 20 and a third. Yeah, let's just say it's 20 and a third, but it looks like most of the closing prints really were around that 40 penny level. But good rounded bottom right now for GME. I wonder if Michel Hebert is in the chat, what he's thinking today about GME, because he's often trading that as well. Shout out to the OG Michel Hebert, been with the channel a hot minute. Katina Man knows who he is. So we'll keep an eye on that. The dead one is moving right back above the level that I liked, Ram. And I was looking at that 230 and a half because there was a lot of interaction in the earlier trading session with that 230 and a half. And here is the chart on AAPL. Obviously, I don't really like taking Apple short because it's long in the long term, but I felt that there was resistance at this level, so we're looking to get short. I did get initially short, wet my beak at VWAP, but it pushed me right back above again, so I got stopped out for the remaining amount on AAPL, hence why there's a whole list or there's a whole bunch of triangles in and around there. So pack our patience here on IMRX, looking for that 3 break and then eventually possibly a top break at 310, and looking to wet my beak here at GME on 2 3/4 a day. Or sorry, 20 3/4, excuse me.
Yeah, hopefully the game stops in a good way for you there. Shout out to you there, Sharif. I like those little beak wetters there. I also love the beak wetter animation. Also, Microsoft, I did not intend to get the entire position out here. I had yet another stop-related typo. Like I said, that's what I need to get better at. That literally yesterday on one stock, it was Darden. I had the stop. I thought I had set the stop 173.15s. I actually wrote 137.15s and was like, oh my God, why am I not getting stopped? Yeah. Because you typoed, Adara. That being said, I still have plans for this trade, and they include adding here if we get to that 435.80s level and bounce. There clearly was some resistance there at 436.40. So again, took out 2/3 of the position that was planned. The last third was unplanned to take out there, but we'll be getting my beak wetter ready. Or not beak wetter. The beak is dunked. The beak is soaked. The beak is like a dunkaroo. That thing, you can't dunk that beak any more than we already have. But I'll get my 85 area ready here. We'll do 85s, and we will do risking into, I like risking to 55, so it was a previous bar low, so cool with that. We're going to be taking that size of position. Let's see, we might bounce off 436, but I still see an uptrend here. Also, FedEx. I've been watching this book, and I'm like, okay, FedEx, what you going to do here? FedEx has been like very stall. Oh, okay, FedEx is a short. Okay, we're going to get short FedEx here. We're going to risk it into 257s. I think that's a realistic level to risk this into. So actually, never mind. I'm probably not going to have the buying power if I do Microsoft. So I'm going to have to make a decision here. You know what? Between these two, what do I like better? I like FedEx way better. So we're going to be getting into FedEx. Microsoft, I also don't think would have bought me anyway. So we're going to do 48s. And we're going to get involved here with, don't typo the order, Derek. Come on now. 48s, we're going to get involved here. And we're cool with that. We're going to risk it there in, actually, no, I'm not. You know what? We're going to let this set up. I think that's one thing, too. You have to trust, like, you can have an idea, but then if something changes in the book before I enter, I'm going to trust that above all else. Which reminds me of the other stock that I had a last-minute change of heart in. It's going to be Constellation. Right now, though, initially I like Constellation as a short. I actually like Constellation as a long, with that beautiful long-term support here, 235.50s. I love these candle interactions here at 238.35s. That would be the area to go long. Let's wait and watch, though. This thing could be a little bit violent. Those stars are flying. Starships are meant to fly, as was Constellation this morning. So, guys, make sure also you vote for your tickers. Whether you want to look at Constellation, whether you want to look at Tesla, whether or not you want to look at SPCE, which some people are asking about. I will look at that in a moment. Then I think there's a lot of opportunities in this here market. But make sure you'll always look at the balanced evidence. And some of that evidence can be helped there with Sean and Neil. And I think that's one thing too, like we always look at different tickers, right? Like, we're going to hear Joe today talk about options. Sharif and I are going to look at different tickers. I want to shout out your small cap trades because these are definitely harder to trade, especially, on a show in front of people. So I think that's pretty dope, right? So I think that's great, but we're not going to be able to look at everything, and that's why we love this audience segment. I do want to look at SPCE though, because some people asking here about SMCI. Wow, that thing is flying. Oh, sorry for the gasping there. 457, that's a huge resistance level in SMCI multi-day. Honestly, I was not planning on trading this, but if I see anything violent at 457, I'm actually in a punch short because that is how much I like this level. And I've realized when you like levels, you have to trust that. So I'm not getting involved in SMCI until 457. And I will only be getting involved on a scalp basis from that point. I would be risking $1 because it's McKee. You don't want to give it too much wiggle room because it will wiggle all over your P&L. I don't like that analogy at all. But that's what's happening with SMCI. Also, someone was asking about my IQ in the chat. I actually don't know what it is. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I probably did, I did some fun tests and stuff when I was a kid. I enjoyed that type of thing, but I don't actually know the answer. Also, talk about getting wicked out. Coinbase, we were long 166.75. We get stopped at 166.50. Now we are at 169.25. So I definitely need a wider stop for this. But if we make a lower high, we come back below VWAP, maybe it's a short. I have no interest in revenge trading this though, because you don't want to get revenge on the markets. FedEx now kind of coming to my levels. Happy I waited to see some stabilization there. Clearly missed the CEG long. But yeah, I mean, one great thing though is there's so many things to trade, so many opportunities in this market. Make sure you vote for the one you like right now. I see you have stopped playing GameStop. How are you doing?
Yeah, it's good. We got the 75 break that we wanted, but it's true to form. It's on the way up, curling. What a beautiful rounded bottom through the $0.75 level. There was initial resistance there on the way to support there, I should say, on the way down, and then we break through that aggressively. So it looks like we are possibly here on the way back into $21, knowing full well that the high is more along like the lines of 21.40. So 21 will be interesting for me, even though we broken through it on the day. I'd like to see us break through it again, possibly here before I get re-involved with this name, but a good move here today on GME, curling back up. Still have no idea why it's moving, and quite frankly, I don't care. So here we go. In the other trade right now, IMRX looking to wet my beak at this 305. This is a bigger position because I've had 3 additions into this, defending the volume weighted average price. I could wet my beak here for some profits, but that ain't the move. The move is to take it out at predetermined levels where I see areas of technical resistance and support. If we get the rejection through 3 and it comes back down, then that's trading. So we're going to have to take the L's with the dub. So we're going to wait for that 305, and then my next exit for IMRX, if I am able to get that 305, will be a high of day break at 315-ish. So we'll see in and around that area. Now we're printing 4s. There seems to be some selling, not the biggest wattage I've ever seen at 304s, but it's preventing us from ascending. So typically, when I don't see big boy lots and I see volume coming in and I don't see price ascension, that typically means hidden sellers, or an iceberg seller. Here we go. Now we're printing 305s and we get the print. So happy with this one. Let's see if we can weasel up a little bit more, right? We want to get some more out over here. This is our second out on it. Initially, I got some, where did I get some 11s or 12s, then added again. So this is a good one so far, but we need to print a little bit more on it, quite frankly. And I'd like that top to get taken off, baby, because this has been one hell of a prolonged formation of a bull flag. And that's kind of what it looks like right now. Up and to the dang right, then we waffle in between that 310, which I've ID'd as a key area of technical resistance, and then that 290, where we know we bounced off, or generally 290, right? It did wick below that. So we have nice, a 20 penny worth of range, and that's completely normal for a bull flag setup. So I don't want to weasel out of this too quickly. It did find its footing at the volume weighted average price, which typically means buyers are still overwhelming sellers. Otherwise, we wouldn't be above VWAP. But whether or not the buyers are strong enough to take set top off, that is the unanswered question. But I think that the odds are more in my favor for that happening than it was about, 5 minutes ago when we were printing 290. We're almost 20 pennies above where we were prior. So happy, here we go. Now we're printing 307s. I'm not taking anything out until that high at daybreak. So we're obviously going to have to fight with some resistance because, well, it didn't break 314 for a reason, meaning somebody was selling in and around that area. Let's see what GameStop is doing at the moment over here. Where the hell is it? All right, here it is. It's approaching $21, Katina, man, again. And we were just talking about this $21 area. So now I'm all eyes and ears and to see, yes, we did break 21 before, but there's new size that's come onto the scene there. And if we were to get a lower high, which is completely possible for GME, it's only up 7.5%. Maybe this one, this whole dollar area is an area where we get that lower high. So I'm not going to be quick to the trigger, quite frankly, until I see a little bit more. But good luck today for GME, man. 7.5% and looking to go higher. What's the volume? So right now, okay, not bad, not bad. It's almost 17 million shares, 16.84 done. Put some respect on that volume's name, so we'll keep an eye on that. Let's flip back to our other trade. What is this one doing? Still whiffling and waffling at 305. Still hasn't taken that 310 HOD, so I'm going to pack my patience there. All right, what's the mega caps doing? Because I'm not even looking today at the future mega caps or otherwise. So the dead one did reach 231 again, or thereabouts. Where's this high take us? 230.95. So we knocked on the door of 231, and that door was shut, slammed in our face earlier as that topping tail candle could not close above 231. Sure, we weaseled up technically above that 231 level into 16s, but all the closing prints still south of that whole dollar level. We'll have to see if Apple's able to take it on a closing basis. It just made me chuckle sitting at home yesterday. And then how fickle sometimes the market is, man. All of a sudden, Min Chi Kuo saying the iPhone 16 sales are below, blah, blah, blah. Then the T-Mobile CEO comes on there and says, the demand is good, and then it rockets. Like, come on, give me a break, but make up your mind and stick to it. Stop being so dang fickle. So we'll keep an eye on AAPL, but people seem to be changing their mind about this more than they change parts of their clothing. So that's kind of what it seems like there. We'll keep eyes on that. Meta, very strong right now as I look and compare it to some of these other Mag 7 names. It's coming into that consolidation area high. We know Meta absolutely printed up multiple storms yesterday, breaking into all-time highs. And look at that V-shaped recovery, taking out that 1040 top right there, still below the implied balance high, which weaseled up almost into 564. But what's important to me is not that 564 level, essentially this double top on a closing basis here at 562.5. I want to see if Meta can take that up, that top off. But right now, it seems awfully strong compared to Mag 7 counterparts there, Adair.
Yeah, I mean, I just got out of Coinbase because I should arguably not have shorted this in the first place. Okay, to be fair, I liked it. I liked it initially on the book here as we broke below VWAP. I was like, okay, makes sense, whatever. We can maybe add if we get below 168, risk it into 169s, all that jazz. Then I get involved, and initially the book is looking good, and then we start doing a bid creep. And you guys know that is one of the things I find the most bullish. So I didn't even let my stop hit. I've learned with these spready stocks, if you think you're going to get stopped out, you have to front run that because honestly, with how stops, you'll probably get, honestly, a better situation than the stop. So I actually got stopped out. Or, I mean, I stopped myself out. I would have gotten stopped out anyway. I was just like, ugh. Next trade, should have risked more in that long, given how good the opportunity was, given that it was a good playbook trade, whatever. Happy I didn't short FedEx either because, man, this thing just sat for so long. At 256.69, 256.70s, to the point where I wonder if like sellers and buyers are just laughing at the fact it was 256.69. They're like, oh, this is fun. We'll just keep it here. Like it stayed there for an exorbitant amount of time. Now it's breaking out. My big level though of resistance here on FedEx is going to be that 259. So let's see if we get there. If we get there, we reject. I shall be taking a short. Microsoft, in the meantime, while I was fiddling around there with Coinbase, should have been making some coin on Softy because Softy still holding up about around that 235.85, but it's certainly, oh no, this book gets really, really skittish. You just see it here now. We look like we're going to be kind of bullish. Then we start pushing back to the downside. We bounce off 436. That could potentially be long here, but I honestly think Microsoft is a bit skittish for me until I see a push above 436.40. We didn't even get to that level. Like I ended up getting this out here earlier. Initially, my out was at 436.40. I realized we weren't going to get it. I moved to 30s. So that is clearly an area that Microsoft is scared of. But you know, Sean, are you still short Tesla? Yeah, I was just going to say, oh, Derek, you don't need to trade another ticker, but oh my gosh, I love Tesla here. This is like upsetting me. Look at how beautiful this VWAP support resistance flip is. He's also short the market. I would like to see, for my purposes, for my trading style, I'd like to see it break below VWAP first. That's just who I am. Also, because sometimes when you have a support resistance flip like this, even if it's near VWAP, even with these topping tail candles, it could flip to support. So I want to wait for some more confluence before I get my old self involved. Yeah, I honestly, guys, I don't have many ideas here right now on this market. I do want to talk though about the strength in CrowdStrike. I was seeing apparently there's a positive analyst note here coming off that Goldman Sachs conference, but that Goldman Sachs conference was last week. They also this week we had an investor briefing for CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike for me, I saw this 290 area, didn't get involved. That was an L on my part. Look at that. Oh, look at how. Talk about a rounded bottom. I would honestly argue this is a bit of a rounded bottom in the wild here, Sharif, even though we have that a bit of a double. Yeah, either way, we curve, we slide, we push higher. Good look here for CrowdStrike, but we know 300 was that big level from which this guy quadunked when it had its outage on July 19th. Will it be able to survive that post-outage quadunk level? I have no idea, but we'll be looking out, like I said, Tesla for me, Softy for me, bit of FedEx for me, Coinbase, I will be avoiding unless we break below 168. But also, you know what I hope we're not avoiding is voting for your tickers. Pick whatever ticker you're looking at, exclamation point, join, space, $sign, that ticker. I don't know why I turned it into a pattern, but I can. Some Palantir, a Palantir day. Speaking of which, Palantir, I like honestly, this uptrend was dope. Getting long off VWAP, you would have been fine. Getting long anytime this thing had a higher low, you would have been fine. But the reversion trader in me is saying, oh boy, look at this rejection here at 36.42s. Hard rejection earlier. I don't know why I said it like that. Now we get not one but two topping tail candles of rejection. We know if I switch to the 3-minute, you'll be able to see there was a heck of a lot of ranging earlier in Palantir. Does this thing want to range yet again? I would not be going short until we get below 38s. Because that was a bit of an area of support. Get below 38s, I'll risk it into 43s. Again, I know I feel like I'm trading a lot of tickers, but if a setup sets up and it's not there in my other tickers, like I think, again, as Obi said, and a conversation I learned a lot from yesterday, trade the setup, don't trade the ticker. If the setup shows up here in Palantir, it's pretty Palan clear that I shouldn't have any Palan fear. And I'm going to stop torturing you guys with those rhymes now and those puns. I see, though, 21 is doing something for you here on Gummet. Are all your stops set? Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. We're going to shout out the Katina man who was nice enough to get me shorts while he's trading, and the Neil does as well. So shout out to both of them. And I also want to tell you that for 1,000 shares, $1.20, $1.20. Shout out to Real Dang Trading. Real Trading. It's not Real Dang Trading. I'm sorry. It's Real Trading, guys. That is the prop firm for whom we work, and it is the best prop firm around these parts. You can just tell by the awesome price that I was able to pay for such sorts. So we already wet our beak on a little bit there. Nice little 10-penny winner. I saw topping tail come in on GME. This is what I'm looking at here on the 5-minute chart. I never want to place too much on one candle, so my stop is placed above this candle over here. This could be, a double top of sorts. We'll see what we get there, hence why I de-risked. I will be looking to add into this one if it continues down, knowing full well that the current position that I have here, I will get stopped out of if it breaks into a new high. I'm looking here for an area of resistance in and around that $21 area. That was why I was saying, look at 21, possible resistance, this, that, and the other. So we'll keep an eye out. If this one breaks above 21.10, I am gonzino on that. In fact, I have to adjust set stop. So we're gonna go ahead and put that, and then we're gonna get out everything if it weasels its way into that level. So we're gonna have to increase that one, and there we go. So we got that. Let's see what everything else is doing. All right, so IMRX defending 3, fantastic round of applause. But the thing is, It's not breaking through that 310. And I don't like to hold on to these small cap gappers for all that long, especially the ones that really made their bigger move in the earlier time of day. They tend to fade, you know what I mean? That's why I get excited when a new small cap gapper who just started doing volume comes out later in the day, or even better during the midday show. So here we are, we're coming into local highs again, printing 307 on the ask. That's not where I want to get out on IMRX. I want a top break through that 15 level. I'm not going to take this out at 14s. I'm waiting to see if we can weasel up into a high of day. Now, we just weaseled up into 308 and we were met with some selling. We know full well that the real level is not 314, which is the high of day. It is 310. And that's because every single closing print today on IMRX has rejected 310. So somebody up there likes it as a profit taker, or they like it as a short level. In any event, we're going to have to see if that individual or individuals gets taken out, because my beak wetter is on the north side of that 310. So packing my patience there. I also have another dip trade set up over here, which got removed because I canceled all my orders on OKLO to play the range in the low mid 90s. Look how long this has been ranging between $8.05, $8.05 and $7.90. You have outlying events over here, which don't happen that often, but they do happen. But the range is in play. So I'd like to get the bottom end of the range on OKLO. If this one is to be this pattern setup that I look for with these small cap gappers called the volume weighted average price hold, a VWAP hold, high of day break. Essentially, it moves up in the more liquid time of day. It doesn't break down below VWAP though. It consolidates at or around VWAP for the majority of the day. So you build your position into it during that consolidative phase, and then when the more liquid time of the day comes in, when the big kahunas come back on, typically you get a test of that high of day, if not an all-out break. So that's a pattern I've seen over and over and over with these small cap gappers. My strategy with this one, Ram, is to try to build in the lower end of the consolidation phase. So I've ID'd it essentially as, 805, 810, whatever you want to say, to the high side with 790 to the downside. So if that's the case, I want to front run that 790 by putting in my beak wetter at 792. We'll see what we get there. Okay, so we just made another 310 attempt over here on IMRX. We're getting a lot closer to that high. I am quite ambitious with this one. I think we can take out 310 and even take out that top of day. Let's see if there's any big boy size preventing this one from ascending any further. Well, we've got some size here at 10 and literally every other level into 14. Maybe we'll get the break when we get back from Neil's lesson of the day.
Welcome to your lesson of the day today. Hopefully you get that break. I see GME's moving as well, but today I want to talk about massive reversal type days. Now, when you have a day like yesterday, where it was outsized gains pretty much across the board, like literally everything was up unless you're tracking volatility. So that was, volatility is down when the market's up. Everyone understands that. And how you try to separate things the day after, because it's crazy. Usually when you have a strong market and things breaking out, you want to look for strength and continuation oftentimes. But you have to find a place where you're willing to get away from it. Like, what is going to signal to you that this is no longer strong when you have such a massive up rally? Okay, I kind of buried the lead here with Tesla. What I buried the lead here, but Tesla, here's your upward trend on the daily chart. Higher highs, higher lows, and then a monster. This is a huge level that we just took out, that 235, right? So that's a big breakout where you'd still look for continuation. You could argue as long as it's above 235, it's still going to be holding the upward trend of higher highs and higher lows. But when you're a day trader, that doesn't always matter, right? Yes, it's higher highs and higher lows, and in a general sense, you could just try to be long every single day and find a good spot, and you'll probably end up winning more than you lose. But when you have that massive day where it led the market, you do want to have a spot, or spots, I should say, where you're willing to accept that it's going in the other direction. Now, it closed at the highs, which makes it pretty obvious. Now, there were two things to look at for myself. Obviously, I'm going to be able to tell you that I should have flipped short. I did not. But when you close, you essentially close right at the highs, and then you had an afternoon support level. Like when the volume slows down, you had afternoon support right at about 241.5. Confirmed a top. You've got yourself a channel here with Tesla. And the issue is when it does the wipeout bottom, this is the dip buy that you're looking for. It wipes out the bottom at the open, runs those stops, and then recovers higher. So it looks like it's doing the dip and rip. Wipe everybody out. We've seen this in bullish markets in Tesla, and then it does the dip and rip. But it can't break back out those highs. This is the issue. Multiple times it held a pre-market low to come back into that 241.5 and couldn't take out those highs. Now, I'm not saying I flip short. Obviously, it would have been a great opportunity to flip short, and it is what it is. I know Sean was able to get it short. I was not. But you do look at that key price, no break of the high, it can't fly, it goes back underneath that support, and then you start going into a bit of gap fill mode. Now, the best you can do there is say, hey, we have to back off and look for other levels to go long. And not everything is going to be exactly the same, but in a similar vein, AMD as well. Big time move, and this is a little bit weaker than Tesla, and probably why I favored it for the short. It had already pulled back off of the highs. Your support level is where it failed. So it fails a lower high. I'm going to like a short more if it fails a lower high in a situation like this. So fail the lower high instead of the exact top, then failed underneath support and just a consolidation under for a drop in. Now notice where it happens to bounce on AMD. If you zoom out, there is your help. But the fun is where you can find something that is still strong. Where like those are obvious examples where at the bare minimum, if you were waiting for continuation on that higher time frame for the long, you had to give up, at least until some really big bottoms on AMD and Tesla. But the one where you didn't have to, and you'll distinctly different, is Apple. Now, what's different about Apple? Like everything else, it pulled up, pulled back from the highs. There's your support at 227.5. I mean, it doesn't even come anywhere close to that. That's obvious strength if it doesn't come close to that when the market's dipping in. I'll zoom it back in for you. At the close, your support's at 228.5. Notice where it doesn't even go at the open. It doesn't go anywhere near that. And as a matter of fact, its support ends up being right at the resistance from yesterday. So this is an example of a stock that in all the midst of that downturn holds the higher lows and the top end of the range. It never breaks down. It never even retests that support. So when the market was tripping, this was the place that you could stick with the overall trend. And all of those, everything I was pointing to there, I mean, AMD was in a slight upward trend. Apple's in a strong upward trend. Tesla was in a strong upward trend. But just because it was a massive day yesterday, it's not as simple as I like stock, I go long stock. Some of these names lost major support, and you had to break away from that short, at least temporarily, to find re-entry points. Apple gave you the range much more easily. Holding the top end of the range is important. It's not as if it was holding above the highs. It's not super, super easy. Maybe you had to find the other side of a trend or find a solid entry point, but you knew what you should be looking at or shouldn't be looking at. And I'll give you one more in here just for argument's sake. I didn't trade Meta, but Apple, that's an easy long, I think, or easier long. Meta was more of a tricky one. However, remember where we started with AMD and Tesla. When you hold that top, and on the 15, it'll probably look like a bear flag, a bull flag, but on the 3-minute, all it looks like is afternoon support. There's your afternoon support level. Meta has an inside day. Some people probably think that's, rejection. That's trapping some people long. It's going to dip down, but it holds on to afternoon support. So Meta, again, a relatively strong stock that if you're patient enough, now I wasn't in Meta, is what it is. In fact, I sold some Meta yesterday. That always looks good 24 hours later, doesn't it? Not. But no, you got to take profit sometime. But at the end of the day, you hold on to that higher low. You hold on to that support. I love grouping stocks into buckets. You know, if something's in the long bucket, keep it in the long bucket till proven otherwise. And then other times you might have something which was obviously in the long bucket, like a Tesla and AMD yesterday, that you've got to take out for the time being because there's a key level that got held or did not get held. And sometimes I put it in the penalty box for a hot minute. And you're not willing to go long when it's beneath a certain price. And I think that's perfectly fine. It gets back above. You don't need to have the bottom. Example, you don't need to have the absolute bottom on a Tesla. Like if it breaks back out above 241, maybe I'm going to start liking again back into those highs. You don't have to have that low of the day. You just have to be with the trend. And the trend is your friend until the end when it bends. But it's easy to get trapped the day after a massive up day simply looking at all the stocks that worked so well, wanted to jump back into them and only search for longs every single price. Sometimes you have to find those areas where you give up, and for other names, you got to find those areas where, hey, they're confirming it's still a buy. That's your example on Meta. That's your example on Apple. It was the other way for Tesla and AMD and probably a host of others as well. So always be careful the day after an exuberant update. Do not get trapped just thinking, hey, we're in an uptrend, I can buy every single price. For day trading, it's not that simple. You want to swing it, that's a totally different story. You're holding for that trend. Your lesson of the day, be wary of just dip buying everywhere when you have a massive, massive rally like we did yesterday. Massive.
Thank you very much, Neil. Informative, eloquent, and just all around awesome as always. Neil Roberts, ladies and gentlemen, every day around that lunchtime, he drops that Neilage, otherwise known as knowledge. If you like what you heard, join us every day around that noon hour. Thank you again to Neil. All right, I want to talk a couple about my trades over here before we throw it to Adara. Ram, I got short again on the GameStop. I don't feel like I'm 50. I'm not The game don't stop. I like it. Shout out Ram. I actually wanted to DCA aggressively into this to take advantage of the double top at 21.40. I didn't get my add in. I got short 21.25 and I took everything out at sevens and I didn't get my add. So I'm really kind of upset about that. This is an obvious double top. Even if it didn't manifest into a double top, your stop just goes a few shekels above it. I mean, the high of the day is 21.45. Throw it like 10 pennies, 21.55. Give yourself some room. If you don't want to even give it 10 cents because that doesn't work for your R&R, put it above the $0.50. $0.50 tend to be areas of support and resistance anyway. So I was happy with this trade. We're going to shout out the Katina man for getting me this again. And we're also going to shout out Real Trading for costing me $1.20 for 1,000 shares short. That's a hell of a deal in my estimation. Trading at 21 right now. Second short I've had on it, second profitable short I've had on it, and I've taken a long as well. So 3 trades on this one long, 2 shorts, all profitable. Happy with GameStop today, not one that I typically trade. All right, this other trade I'm also quite happy with. IMRX broke the top, and I took it. I'm still holding a piece for the dream over here. We're long at 290s. Long at 290s at this level for this area defend. Took out everything at 314. The high of the day did break up, though, into a new high of the day, 317. So now my question is, to myself, that is, do we continue to make higher highs and higher lows? Because we certainly are at the moment. You don't need to be a chartered market technician to see that. Do I look now to add at a key level? Well, to me, it looks that way. Where do I add at a key level, though? Do I base it off a moving average to try to shadow a moving average, to try to get in on a quick glance of, a quick touch of the 10 exponential on the 5, or do I look to a key level like $3, right? That's what I'm having trouble with deciding at the moment, but I do want to get more into IMRX. I don't want to say it's predictable, but for a bamboozling stock, and you should default automatically to thinking or to believing that these small cap gappers are going to bamboozle you. It doesn't take that much money to manipulate them. So in my starting point, my first principles with this is that it's going to bamboozle me. How it's going to bamboozle me and how I can work around the bamboozlement. That's kind of how I think about these ones. So I don't want to say that it's a reliable one, but what I did like about it was the very staunch defending of the volume weighted average price once it did work its way down to it. It was like one of the only times on the day that it dipped and touched VWAP. Prior to that, it had been doing it during the power hour, which is awfully volatile. This part over here is what I'm talking about, that 11:30 dip into VWAP. Got bought up quick as you like, and I did get more at that 290. So I'm proud of myself there for having the compunction to add at that level, Adair. So what are you looking at?
Yeah, I just got started at the Tesla long. I know I initially said I like Tesla short, but I did say it with the caveat that given how we had that as previous resistance and how we were bouncing off VWAP in spite of the topping tail candles, I did consider a long. I was a bit more aggressive here, but it was because I was really seeing stuff I liked in the book. Initially, I liked that 239 95s, then we push up all the way to 50s. I don't get involved. I wait. We get back to 95s. I get wicked in. We push higher. I added 30s and 50s based on what I was seeing in the book, both on that way up and in the previous push upward here. I am not going to get back in this name as of right now, but if I see a bounce here off VWAP, I'd be tempted to do so. I'd be taking a smaller position. I'd be getting long probably around 85s, risking about 35s, smaller position, trying to build into it. But as of right now, I'm not super seeing it set up. That being said, am I happy I took it? Absolutely. And the thing is, too, you can lose and have the trade still not be like a losing trade from a process standpoint, right? Like I know when I showed out, I was Sean yesterday was saying, P&L being key, and I fully agree, but I think until I have to work on my process, I think, before I can focus on P&L, because if my process isn't green, then I really have no business trying to take trades, right? At that point, I don't think I'm trading for the right reason. And really the reason I'm trading is because I love these markets. I love being here with you guys. I love, putting here with Sharif over on this desk. And I love this community. So with that in mind, Coinbase. So we had one trade that was a good idea and just did not risk aggressively enough. We had another trade that, I managed appropriately, but arguably shouldn't have gotten into. Will we get a third trade on Coinbase? Well, Sharif and people, that's going to depend on what we do here at 168. Why do I care about 168? That was a huge double bottom level. We broke through it like it wasn't a thing. We bounced off of it pretty nicely. So I want to see what we do here at 168. The book here, we just got a bit of a bid creep, so I wouldn't go short. The other spreadier ticker I'm looking at here, okay, yeah, I'm happy. I trusted my read on the book because I was like, okay. CEG. Pushing back my chair, because this name, every time I want to get involved, CEG's like, Adara, I'm playing hard to get. Don't you understand? Like, I'm already up 15%. Really, what do you want from me? I'll tell you what I want from CEG. I will let you know. So, let me look at my levels on this so I know what I'm referencing. Okay. So, initially, as I said, I had a whole trade plan around this that I was never really able to fulfill. That's due with the 244 rejection. I liked it as a 240.75 short, risking into 242.25. So with that in mind, look at what is basically the top of this little rounded top. That's right, 242.25. At CEG, I'll short you. I want to see what we do here at 75, which is actually fully a support resistance flip. But I've said if you see support flip, resistance flip to support, sometimes it'll flip back to resistance. I think that could be the case here with SEG, but I'm not going to, take this just on, the hope of the stars, because I want to make sure this constellation is aligning exactly how I want it to before I get involved. How are you doing over here, Sharif?
Good. Jay Lee's looking at Boyle. Shout out to Jay. He's always trading Boyle. He loves that tripled levered life. I like that, Jay. Live dangerously, baby. Let's look at the Widowmaker over here, the triple levered Widowmaker. Well, Jay, if you don't mind, I just want to start off with a daily just to have a look at what we're doing, because the NOS boss was or is, I believe, I don't think he's taking it out. He's long or he's bullish nat gas, kind of seeing what he was thinking was a rounded bottom. And remember, from the week that we did last week, those double tops and double bottoms, we know that bottoming patterns take longer to form than topping patterns. In other words, if you get that V-shaped retracement at the top, it's likely to be more violent than the V-shaped retracement at the bottom. Why? We don't have to really get into a dissertation as to why that takes place. It just does. Statistically, it is true. So how does that feature into my yap here on Boyle? Well, if this is going to be a double bottom, Jay, or if it's going to be a rounded bottom, however this manifests, it could take longer than what happened over here. These are pretty violent turnarounds. There's no rounding of anything there. These are sharp-edged V-shaped retracements. That's not what's happening over here on Boyle. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Daily, we're still locked in that consolidation phase, Jay. Let's have a look at how we're doing intraday and how to base that trade. So let's go into the 15, have a look quickly. Oh, what is this, Jay? Do you see an inverse head and shoulders possibly on the 15? Maybe looking at a shout out. I don't know if that was Ram or who that was. The Katina man was, yeah. Shout out to the Katina man. Look, it's tough to say, but this looks like, that left shoulder, the bulbous head, and then the right shoulder, and then we break out through this neckline over here at 9.5, 9 2/3. We'll see, Jay. This could be a neckline as well. We're well above yesterday's high, the previous day's high. The only thing that's left to contend with, obviously, is this $10 level going back to the 17th, so the beginning of the week, or close to the beginning of the week. So that is what I'm looking at right now. Boyle, Jay, also, if this retraces, I like this 9 1/3 level. Look at this flat top that we put in essentially from 8 a.m. till almost the bell rang. Yeah, till 15 minutes before the bell rang at 9.65, so 9 2/3. If we come back to test that level, That could be an interesting flips from resistance to support. That could also be another look on Boyle. Let's look at the 5-minute over here. Very, very respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. Ever since claiming it on a closing basis at 10:15, Jay, we have not printed anything, wick or otherwise, below the 10 moving average on the 5. So very directional, very momentum related right now. It's a good look. I base my trade, following this trend following system off the 10 exponential because it's shown you its propensity to bounce off it on every occasion or just flat out stay away from it altogether to the high side. So Boyle looking real good over here, but I really want to participate in the move back up in nat gas. When that move happens and if that move happens, I am of the belief that it becomes a violent move up and a prolonged, sustained move up. Look how long it's been moving down, Ram. We cannot catch a break on this damn commodity. Like, look at this. Back from the pandemic, May 2022, this thing split adjusted, Jay, was $2,800. I know it's a triple levered ETF and there's decay and there was a 1 to 20 split. I know all that. But split adjusted, we were at 2,800. And, one of the things that John J. Murphy says in his textbook, and that's also echoed in the chartered market technician materials, is that these commodities, when they trend for way longer than equities. And I don't think that there is a more apt example than the shellacking that Nat has been getting for the past 2 years. This is ugly. So I don't anticipate to stay this way forever and ever, but yeah, I want to participate in that move up, Jay. Intraday, though, I like it off the 10. Right there.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So I know I just waxed poetic about, I like CEG as a short. But then I was like, Adara, I like CEG as a long. Now, why did I get long where I did, you may ask? And honestly, valid question, very likely, because I did get long here. I mean, we're already dollar in the money on this, but I got, okay, and sweet, we already got filled half the position, okay. So why I like this long is because initially I was gonna get involved here 242.25, so that was a level I liked previously as resistance, so it would have made sense to support. The reason I didn't was because I was like, oh, well, I don't know, maybe wait for the move. Then I see us pushing higher. We were so bullish on the book. I was like, Adara, no regrets. Also, we don't trade emotion, so whatever regret. But Adara, you're going to kick yourself if you don't get this trade. So I'm not kicking myself. I'm not punching myself. I don't know why I use this analogy. We are happy with this trade. We just made a new high of day here on CEG. And again, the reason I like this level was because I watched the 244 interactions on the book when we had this breakout at the big desk. Like I said, I do not trade in the morning, but I will absolutely watch the markets in the morning. We're going to move our stop here to break even just because we did have that push higher. So we're going to move that stop to 242.51. Let's see what we do here. And we are also, honestly, if I see a nice little bounce here, 240, what is this? This is kind of this top of this range. I'm willing to add. Let's see what happens here. Happy I took it off the position. Happy I de-risked. I risked an appropriate risk unit here, but this obviously was a bit more, kind of, it's not a small position, I'll say that, but I'm really happy with what I did. We now have half left, and we're ready to get this move. This is the type of trading you need to be doing. This is a 1-to-1 risk-to-reward ratio, because I think I forgot. Sorry, this is a 3-to-1. Because I forgot to mention, I was initially got long here at 242, risking to 242.50, risking into 242s. Sorry for all of the blah, blah, blah. This is a really exciting trade, so I'm just trying to let my brain process the excitement of this trade here. So basically, I realized that instead of a rounded top, this is going to be bull flag. That's why I got long. Rant over. Trust me, you read on the book. Also, Tesla, Quidunking, I want to shout out to Sean there. Sean is, I'm sure, very pleased as punch. That looks like, is that a $5 club?
Nah, just $1.
Oh, you just pressed it a lot of times. Thank you.
Two on Apple, one on.
Pardon?
2 on Apple, 1 in.
2 on Apple, 1 in Tesla. So a total of $3 in that club are boogieing it up there with Sean.
There you go. We just got to fill.
Oh, Sean just got a fill. Also, guys, if you want to if you want to know more about that Tesla trade, if you want to know about any other trades that Sean and Neil, the Katina man and the Neilage themselves took, get in that chat, let us know. Exclamation point, join, space, $, ticker. Also, CEG, keep doing that bid creep, girl. Do your thing. 21 or do your thing 243.14s. I'm really happy I took this trade. I'm not adding right now because I'm not seeing anything that's really conducive to an ad, but man, am I happy with what I did in this trade. If this 75 area on this wick basis kind of bounces, that'd be really dope. But man, sometimes you got to have confidence. You got to have confidence. I don't know what you call it, but you just got to believe in that trade and you have to believe in your style. As Opie was saying yesterday, Don't trade the ticker, trade the setup. For me, this is an A+ setup, and I think I get an A+ for execution as of right now. I'm kind of joking, but what are you looking at over here? You see the IMRX has been X'd out there.
Yeah, so we took out IMRX at the $0.25, so I'm really happy with this trade, but it's still continuing to go. So my question to myself now is I'm waiting for if 310 comes in, because we were yapping about how 310 was an area of resistance on the day, and I'm still convinced of that. So here we go. We're going to put that order in to go on this name at 311. We're going to front run this the level at 310. We'll see what we get there. I'm happy. This is a bigger trade for me. I had much larger position than I typically take, and I don't trade big on the show. That's just my style, and so that's the look there. So good trade, happy with this one. Let's see if we can get some more into it at 311 IMRX. But I see Tisha loves her small caps as well, and she's looking at GXAI. And Tisha, I didn't even really have eyes on this, quite frankly. I had missed it. I was so focused on GME and IMRX that I completely negated to look at GXAI, despite the fact that it's the #1 gap scanner right now on my list. Put some respect on this one's name. Up 72% since the bell rung. All right, well, here it is. This is a minuscule company, guys, and I'm sorry I butchered the word. $4.88 million market cap, less than $5 million, even after this pump today, 75%. We're talking about 25 million shares having been traded on the day with a float of less than 1 million shares. We have 867,000 share float. That is quite small. That reminds me about these Chinese listed companies that are trading like at 500,000 shares. GXAI also has a decent short float, Tisha. 10.33%, or so says Trade Ideas. By the way, Trade Ideas saying the same float as my platform. So it's nice when those two conflict, because they often don't. So we'll keep an eye on this one. Good defend right now at $4. I don't know how you feel about this one, but there does seem to be 3 bottoming tail candles, all of which have bounced off $4. It looks like I am now in IMRX at 310. So we put that dip trade in to defend for 310. Do we hold here? So I'm going to have to pack my patience because I didn't have my stop on this. When we're holding 310, let's see if we can get up a little bit and maybe wet our beak in the high teens. Now, the stop for me is going to have to go south of 3. Doesn't make sense to have it below south of 3, so we're going to go ahead and do that. We're going to put our out there, and we're going to see if we can get printed quick as you like, possibly into a move back into the fifth of a dollar. I'm waiting at 20s. We're already printing 16s. So let's see if we can weasel up here. It was a big down candle off a new high day. That new high day is $3.29. It does this candle of indecision, kind of a topping tail candle, comes down into 306, printing 17s. Let's see if we can weasel up a little bit more. Doesn't seem to be too much size sitting here on the book, but you know how these small cap gappers are. They're not really going to show you the full picture on the book, right? Because mostly going to be hidden sellers. So let me know how you guys are trading this. Shout out to Tisha. It looks like she's still in GXAI. No, thank you, Tisha, for bringing it to my attention, because I was so focused on this one in GME that I didn't have the opportunity to look at this one. Let's see if we can take some out over here as this one ascends. Happy with this one. There we go. We get the print. Now I'm seeing GME starting to curl. So let's go back to GME real quick over here. So we shorted this one for the possible double top at 21.40. We did quite well, but it does defend generally that $21 level, Katina Man and Nadera. And the thing about this one is it's now defending the 10 exponential on the 5, and it's putting in incrementally higher highs and higher lows. If this one wants to trend back to the high side to test that $0.50, I'm all eyes and ears, but it's got to set up. Now, what I do like about it is it came into that predictable level, the whole dollar level, which just happened to coincide with a moving average that I love for these small cap gappers, and that happens to be the 10 exponential on the 5-minute chart, not on the 1. So we'll see if this one can continue to print its higher highs. I like this one on the day. Don't know why it's going. Don't care. just want to trade it. Shout out to Just Some Dude. Maybe keep an eye on GSIW2. Slow rise back up from near bottom. I appreciate you for letting me know that. GSIW. Let's load that up and find out what the situation is. Okay, so this one sold off very aggressively. It looks like it had a good couple of days, though, especially yesterday. Wow. Put some respect on this one's name from top to bottom. This thing was up 360% yesterday. Oh, baby. And now we're kind of giving back almost the entire thing. Oh, God, that's disgusting. You okay?
Well, I'm just happy.
Okay. So this one came back into 10 at 10 a, or 4 a.m. today, consolidated to no end until basically the bell rung, and we're giving back the entire thing. But to build on your point, I think you have a fantastic point, Just Some Dude. We're finding the base at 2.25, and we're taking out these moving averages. So it could, you know, come back into that $4 level where the volume weighted average price is hanging out. Right now, technically, it's 386 on my chart, but good call out by you. I'm going to keep it there for a possible mean reversion trade. And I want to shout out Obi yesterday for taking that Apple short. I was watching the show in its entirety yesterday. And
oh, my God.
Right here.
All right, can you hear the Katina man? Okay, so we have to top. All right, so I love this. This is pretty awesome. Who made this, Sean?
Got my Twitter.
Some guy on the Twitter.
I'll be Galvin. You don't have to ask me.
You're an Amazonian there, right?
And you're Batfleck.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, why? Okay, I'm not the Amazonian of this show.
Yeah, I know. But I don't think OB would be pleased
I'm
putting his head on a female body. I think he'd be upset.
The intense OB face they got.
Loki? No, because he's the Amazonian, but the Wonder Woman is an Amazonian.
That's why I was
right?
like, it's not like he would be Wonder Woman.
This is hilarious. I love it.
This is amazing.
Shout out.
You're Batman. So that's actually dope. Because you always say same bad time, same bad channel.
Oh, that's fantastic. I didn't even realize that. I do appreciate you for showing me that, Adair. Yeah, but that's the look there, guys. Sorry, I was just... Did I get stopped out of a position, or did I take everything out? What happened? Why am I not in my IMRX trade? All right, so it looks like I took the entire thing out there. I didn't actually mean to do that at 3:11, and it just made a new high. So that's a mistake by me, but that's okay. We're doing well on this one, so I'm not too disappointed, but that was a mistake. So we wanted to add at 310 there. That was the move, and we wet our beak into the move in 320. I was supposed to save a piece for the dream. I don't know why I took out the entire thing, but I want to add again. So quite frankly, going to keep my eye on this one. IMRX we're not going to let this one off the hook. Just like I'm keeping my eye on GME. We're going to keep an eye on both of those, doing well on them. We'll see how we do. What's your look at there?
Yeah, I was just, sorry, the reason it was making those excited, I was just really happy because CEG going quite swimmingly here. We're going to move, okay, that's actually basically the same prior bar low. At this point, I'm risking to prior bar low on the 5 minute for CEG. May I have a dollar club, please? The little button. Yeah. Thank you. We are almost $2 in the money here. Actually, sorry, we're $1 in the money because I forgot because I took out part of the position. Basically, started building the position here at 242.50s. Was initially risking into 242s and looking to get minimum 244. So 3-to-1 risk reward, okay? Then I add, because I said I would, like I've always said, I'll do non-planned ads if I see something in the book I like and I'm in the money. That's what I did here. 240, because I don't want to add, I don't want to add against myself, right? That's what I mean when I say in the money. So added 243s, book looked bullish. At that point, I had at the stop at break even. We keep pushing higher here. We're basically, honestly, this is kind of playing a range at this point. Once we've broken up, as long as we kind of stay above that 243s, I'm liking what I'm seeing. Now, here's the issue. The issue is I did not consider the fact that we have not, I don't know if this is all-time highs or what, but I was looking for areas of previous resistance to know where to take out the rest of my seg, where the energy might die a little bit here is on Constellation Energy. And I realized there aren't any resistance areas for many moons. So I am like a little at a loss for words here. I'll show you guys the daily chart. I'm just looking at my Benzinga to see if there's anything else, or not my Benzinga, I'm looking at TradingView. And then my chart turned off. But basically, this is such a big gap up that it's a little bit harder to find potential areas to take out this piece. So at this point, I'm going to wait and see what happens. If I see anything that's kind of giving me the heebie-jeebies, at that point, I would be getting out here. Wow, the coin daily chart is gross, but that is not what I want. I want the CEG daily chart. So this is what I mean here. Look at how look at like how strong this is, right? So I'm basically what I'm going to do is I am switching off the show at 1. We will get to meet Joe. I hope you guys enjoy that. That'll be really, or enjoy that. It'll be a really good time, I'm sure. So shout out to Joe. Give him all a very warm welcome. But yeah, basically I'll be getting out of if I don't get stopped out of CEG at prior bar low before that point, I'll just take out before I leave the show. That's really what I'd like. Right now though, we have a high of day here, 244.78. Previous high of day was 244.38, I believe. So let's see if we push higher here. Right now, I'm liking what I'm seeing. And, you know, as Drake said, got a lot of people trying to strain you of this energy. Right now, I am not trying to be drained of any energy in myself or in my Constellation Energy trade. Was I looking for a reason to quote Drake? We'll never know. Yes, I definitely was. Also, Rivian, Thomas Kondo asking about, shout out to Sean, who had Rivian short, I believe, earlier today. Oh, still has Rivian short. New high of day for CEG. Okay, we are $2. We're 2 points in the money there on that CEG. 2 points. I'm so happy with that. But wow, Rivian. Okay, this is an umbrella handle initially into VWAP, into $13. Very bearish. Quadunk. Then we do bear flag. Quadunk. Umbrella handle. Quadunk. I'm not going to say Quadunk a 4th time, but you know what I mean. Rivian making a nice little bottoming tail candle here, though, at $12. And guys, you only have about an hour, 10 minutes left to vote for your ticker of choice, exclamation point, join, space, $, your ticker. Wow, also FedEx, which could be, you know, something you're asking for. If you're, honestly, this thing delivered profits. If you got long, 254, which I did, and then I got out really early, so things to think about. But nice look here. I said I'd be looking for resistance at 259. FedEx is like, yeah, Adara, I don't care. The other maybe area is 261. Either way, I'm not getting involved in this right now. I'm very pleased as punch with my process there on CEG. As I said, when the process makes sense, when you're doing trades that make sense for you, things will follow. In this case, this is like very much a playbook trade for me in that it is a spreadier ticker doing some support resistance flips. And I think I traded appropriately. How are you doing though over here? I see Gume on your screen.
Yeah, missed this one. Went to the bathroom super quick, and you know this one's not going to give you too much time to make up your mind, and it's not going to give you too much time to even punch into the position. So you better be ready, baby. And this is what I'm talking about. Did you see that violence that it just moved up into the 30 penny area? Good look right now for GME. It's putting in higher highs and higher lows. And what I'm looking at is my 5-minute chart, because I think that the pattern is much better reflected when you look at it on a bit of a wider time frame. Look at this. This is really putting in incremental U's. And it's, you know, initially, obviously, we're respecting the 20, but it doesn't mean we have to respect it forever and ever and ever. No, that respect is going to move up right now. And right now, it looks to me that it's respecting the 10. You could make the argument that it's bouncing off the 20. Okay, sure. That's equally as valid as well. My only concern is, well, I need, in order to trade this and trade it successfully, Ram, I need to get a new high of day break. And we're not that far away from high of day, right? We just printed 2130s. The high of the day, as you can see depicted there on the right side of the chart in the green, is 2145. And I'm not saying, you know, a high of day break is out of the realm of possibility. Obviously, it's not. We just took the high day break on IMRX, but GME, with no catalyst. I got shorts, Ram. Thanks to the Katina man. I'm looking. What I did right now is look at my news blotter to see if anything else came in for that. Let's check Twitter, see if the Catman's up to no good over here. We're gonna Google quickly. We're gonna Twitter. We're gonna go into Twitter. I mean, quickly. I don't even know where it is, Ram. Here we go. That's good. I don't go into it that much. So let's go. Roaring Kitty. Where is he? Yeah, hold on, Ram. He's roaring up a storm. Okay, so last time he tweeted, oh, sadly, it was the this one where he was dropping Chewy, right? So that looks like the last tweet he's dropped. Prior to that, it was Chewy. So literally, these are his two back-to-back tweets. One, he's pumped about Chewy. Then the other one he's dropping it, or we're assuming it's Chewy, right? We don't really know. We're assuming just based on the picture. So no Catman That is Chewy's local. Yeah,
I
know.
6.6% position in Chewy. That was a thing too. But we don't know yet if he's dumped it.
Yeah, we don't know if he's dumped it. We'll have to wait until, unless he tells us, unless he has to file something. But I don't think is he a big enough shareholder that that he has to tell us when he sells? I don't know what the rules are. We'll have to keep an eye out on that. In any event, keeping an eye on GameStop, no question about it. Tisha, I don't know what's going on with your GXAI. I was looking at getting into this one, Ram, right around that 390 area because it was bouncing off the volume weighted average price. But Tisha, this one looks like it wants to make lower lows and lower highs, and in fact doing that since about 12:10. Every successive candle has a lower high and a lower low than its predecessor. So GXAI looking like it's putting in possible double top. Now, if this does manifest into a double top, and I'm not saying it is, what's the neckline for that conservative entry that we talked about? Well, it looks to me around 370, maybe 3 2/3 in and around that area. GXAI has been a rocket ship today, but looks like it's given back some of the move now. IMRX is absolutely not. Still very much respectful of the support level being presented here by the 10 exponential moving average, and every wick has either bounced off or closed above that IMRX level. So I'm going to pack my patience here. Lots of small cap gappers off which to base trades, and one might set up awfully soon. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm getting out of the CEG here, and that's just because I saw stuff that looked really, like, it honestly was super bearish on the book, so I just do not feel comfortable being in this trade anymore. Basically what happened was we got a topping tail candle here into 247s. I honestly, I could have stayed. To be fair, the prior bar low stop was 244s, but I was just like, Adara, this looks roof. You know you're not going to be able to take the entire move here either. But we'll never know. Also, thank you to Ramin for sharing an image. And she said, I don't know if this helps or is garbage. But yeah, we're talking about apparently there were $92 million in dark pool orders for GME. And then that's 4.67 million shares. Ramin, it is never garbage. We appreciate it. As we say, one man's garbage is another man's treasure. So that is our treasure. Also got out of CEG here. Got in 243s. Okay, and started the move here, 242.50s. Got out 246.13s. Took that 3.5 point move there. Pleased as dang punch. I need to be taking more trades like this going forward. So that's the move. And yeah, that is the wild dark pool move there on GameStop. Apparently the game just started for those investors.
Yeah, and that's the problem with dark pool. You don't know exactly when they come in, right? They're reported on the time in sales at the time that you see them, but that's not when they actually took place. The thing about dark pools is they can take place off the lit market, and then they're reported onto the lit market. You don't know when they took place. You don't know who was buying, who was selling, what gateway, or anything like that. So it is what it is with these dark pools, and you just kind of have to deal with them as, part of the market in general. So we'll keep tabs on that. I don't personally have anything at the moment. I'm keeping my eye on OKLO because it is now breaking through this high here, Ram. Putting in great move up. Looks like, this one really is a story of respect around the 20 moving average. So, for the most part, it does hold the 10, but at the deeper parts here, it comes into that yellow line, which is a 20 exponential moving average on the 5. It's not giving you a lot in terms of dollar moves, notional moves here, but very predictable and it's not technically a small cap gapper, it's a bit bigger. Printed days high right now, 826. Good look there. I'm going to keep my eye on this one. I'd like anything off of 20 personally, but yeah, not going to jump into this one super quick. We do have an ad read that I have to set up for, so I'm going to send it to you.
Yeah, well, we get ready to dip in that pool. I want to dip in the SMCE pool briefly. Thank you very much, to Sheree for giving us the nickname SMCE because I love it. But also thank you to Gaurav for mentioning that SMCI heading into 457s. I've talked about this a lot. 457s is my biggest level in SMCI. Now, massive topping tail candle. This has been resistance for a while here, and I think you mentioned the 1 hour. Gaurav, you can really see it here in the 1 hour as resistance. It is a beautiful range, actually, just that 457. But it's worth noting, it kind of wicks above that too, right? The book also bouncing off 455 looks really bullish to me with that 9 EMA hold. And also, I drew this 455 line a while ago. I actually remember what day I drew it. It was August 29th. And that, honestly, that was a big level on that day. We're clearly holding some support resistance there as well on the 9 EMA. That's a little too much confluence, a little too much balance of the evidence. For me to be comfortable, wow, that was loud. I like it. For me to be comfortable going short there, if it broke below 455, I'd be vaguely tempted to short. I emphasize vaguely. With stuff like SMCI, I'm always going to look at my read in the book first and foremost. My read in the book right now is making me a little skittish. Also, yeah, so I got out of CEG, I think probably too early, got a little bit spooked. To be fair, the violence at that 247 was violent. It was a little bit of violence. I stand by why I got out to some extent, but I also think it could have been a little bit trading out of P&L, which I don't like that I did. So again, I need to work on figuring out what the best way of doing these prior bar breaks is for CEG. Let's see what happens next year, though, on SEG. Not one I'll be getting back involved in, but you know what we can all get involved in, Sharif, is prop trading.
Absolutely.
With a firm like Trade the Pool.
Absolutely. Becoming a funded trader, Ram, means trading with a firm's money instead of your own. At Trade the Pool, you first complete an evaluation by hitting profit targets while managing risk. Once you pass, you get access to up to $260,000 in buying power. You keep up to 80% of your profits while the firm covers the risk. That's ideal. It's the perfect way to trade big without risking your own funds. Are you ready to become a funded trader? Join Trade the Pool. Scan that QR code or click the link in the description. Shout out to the good folks there at Trade the Pool. So we'll keep tabs on that. Just want to load up the TQQs over here. Interesting look on the NQ. We're getting into that 200 exponential on the 5, not a level I typically use, okay? But we're putting all these topping tail candles. I don't want to call them topping tail candles. That's a misnomer. They're basically not closing in at highs. And they're not closing in at highs because I'm assuming somebody's selling them, but they are still putting higher lows. So what I'm trying to say here very ineloquently is what I'm looking for is a possible rounded top over here with a break below 20,000. Now I'm not gonna front run that. Right, so we'll see exactly what we get. We're a skosh above that 20,000 point level. We're also above VWAP. But like when you look at the market, there are some strong and some not so strong. Like you see the Teslas is not so strong, Nvidia not so strong. Also Google, another day where it's not so strong, below VWAP. Microsoft, trying to recover with a nice V-shaped move above VWAP, but still negative on the day. It really is the story of Apple on the day, as well as Meta printing those all-time highs yesterday. But Amazon's bursting onto the scene here with one hell of a V-shaped recovery here on the Amazonian, breaking through 190 and breaking through that 189.90, which was yesterday's closing print. We're pretty much coming into the close to the high of the day. The high of the day is going to be a 191 break. I mean, how long is it going to be till we get that next 200 touch on AMZN? And maybe Bezos will sell again when we are there. So we'll see. AMZN, great recovery on the day. Also, I should mention to you that I did kind of mention it that Google is at VWAP over here. And I've been quite bearish on Google as of late. So let's see if Google can take the volume weighted average price. It's above 163 right now, but not really breaking through into highs or anything like that. Jay Lee, yeah, good point. TQQQ near highs, but now SOXL is still $1 low. Maybe good one to get long now for an arbitrage opportunity. Shout out to Jay. That's not one that I typically trade, but that's not a bad idea at all. I really haven't touched the Mag 7 on the day, but we're going to keep here an eye on Google. I want to see what it does at the volume weighted average price now that it's worked its way up in there. Also, Meta a little bit sideways now, 564 and change. But yeah, I don't think I'm going to be shorting anything Mag 7 related right now. It's just, except Tesla. Tesla and Nvidia look super weak. And maybe Google if it rejects off VWAP over here, but I'm not gonna front run any of those. Apple is just on the dang way up. It just printed another high day, 231.85. It's been respectful at the 10 when it's come into that level. How many dollars in the money? 3? 250 in the money. The Katina man is right now on AAPL. Shout out to him. That's a great trade. Adara had a 2-banger as well. We're going to shout her out. We're going to keep an eye out on AAPL as it works its way into 232. Guys, I got to tell you, incoming possible resistance on Apple. Let me remove these pivot points here. I'm talking about for swing traders. I'm not talking about intraday. Let me just remove pivots so we can have a look over here about what I'm talking about. So we know that the all-time high on AAPL is at 237 and change, which happened, I believe, in mid-July. That's that print, 236 and change, excuse me, okay? Then we weaseled up in the middle or towards the end of the month into that 232, Okay, look where the closing prints are though. They're at or below 230. So realistically, 230 is the level that we need to contend with. So are you biased today that we close above 230 on Apple? Personally, I am. And not because I'm involved in it. I just think that it's just very directional at the moment. And I think, the market's always a little fickle when it comes to this one, which is fine. Because it's been the king for a long time now, and everybody wants to dethrone the king, right? So that's fine. 232 is where I'll be looking forward to break on the day, because that is the high back on the 29th. Let me give you the exact high, 232.92. So it's more like 233 is really the level there. So we'll see if we can break through 232, but I want to see if we can break break above 232 on a closing base, or even break and hold above 230 on a closing basis, because that's been hard to come by there.
Yeah, so I'm actually long Tesla. It's going to be my last trade I take today, because we are going to be switching off soon. And again, I hope everyone gives Joe a very warm welcome. He'll be an exciting option for you on the midday, pun intended, because he will be chatting about options,
yes,
which we like over here. So, and it's also a way easier lesson pun to make than the rounded bottom one. I am not OB, so those are not the jokes we are making over here. But also, I am long Tesla, and the reason I initially, when you had said short, you like the idea of a Tesla short of any of the Mag 7, I also was like, yeah, I like that. And then I was watching the book. We kept bouncing off 239. I was like, yeah, okay, Derek, go long 239. I'm risking into 230, long 239.19s, because I wanted to see that push into the 90 MA. Risking into 239, so risking 20 cents, looking to make minimum 50 here. So that's like a 2.5 to 1 ratio. It's a weird one, but they don't have to be perfect mathematically. This CEG is still pushing higher. I'm not upset because I missed the move. I'm upset because I got out for P&L reasons, and that upsets me. I should have, and maybe, I don't want to risk the 5-minute prior bar low. What's the 3-minute doing, Adara? What is the 3-minute doing? Honestly. Anyways, that's the thing. I think what I'm realizing too is I think this is a sign of progress when you're honestly more critical of your winning trades than you are of your losing trades, because with your winning trades, you want to know how you could have done better. You want to know how you could have made the process better. To me, I think that's a really, really good sign. And so, you know what I mean? I don't know. I'm still learning, right? But for me, that's key. And I'm not upset that I missed the profit. I'm upset that for the reason I got out. Because to be fair, sure, the book looked bullish. Or sure, the book looked bearish, but I didn't have a real reason to get out. Coin, killing it here. Great look. Wow. Sorry, guys, my chart schlooped a little bit. So I'm going to pull up my coin side charts. You guys can see this here still. Look at this range. Breakout. Great look. I would watch though what coin does at 172. 172 was a pretty big level yesterday, and it was near VWAP yesterday, so that would be a level to watch out for in coin, in my humble opinion, but that is just my humble opinion. So Coinbase, really good look here. What else are we? Do we want to look at as we end the day? SPCE. I was talking to some people in the chat about SPCE. I said, because honestly, guys, believe me, if anyone loves the idea of a 457 short on SMCI, you're looking at her. I've been talking about this level for so long, but for right now, it does look a little bullish. Now, if we start getting a bit of an ask creep here, but which we didn't because we just jumped 50 pennies or 40 pennies, then I think it's bearish. I would say wait for the look on the book. I don't know if I'm going to be at my desk for the last hour of the midday, but if I am, I might provide SPCE book updates, because I know we have a lot of SPCE traders here. This is a stock that I find really interesting and really fun to look at. So I don't know if anyone wants the book updates, but I'm willing to provide them. Kyle Simpson saying that's a golden Tesla entry if it continues. Thank you, Kyle. I have no idea. And like I said, I'm only going to show for 6 more minutes. I'm going to take this trade basically as long as it kind of gives me those opportunities. So I'm all good there. I have, at this point, I'm looking to take it all out at VWAP. And I think, like I said, we're not going to be able to be here much longer anyway, so that's probably going to be the extent of the move. But I like this trade as of right now. CEG is still making me a little bit upset at my lack of progress. But you know what? This thing is you learn a little bit every day. You take every single trade and treat it as a learning opportunity, the good ones, the bad ones, the so-so ones, because it's about your mindset, I think, approaching it. That, I think, is huge. Working on that. Also, Meta rounded top a little bit over here at that 563. I know. Oh, okay, Meta. Or 63.80s. Yeah, I mean, I know you trade this one sometimes. What do you have any looks? I know see.
Yeah, I really need to see what it does off the 10 moving average, but it's into those high days. It's a good look there, 544.50. I mean, it's at the 10, trying to curl back into the 10. Nothing that I have personally on this day for Meta, but it's been a great recovery off the low, breaking through the IB high technically, both on a closing and wick basis, but it's right at that IB high kind of right now. And the IB high, in case you're wondering what I'm talking about, is the implied balance high. Essentially, it is the first hour of trading from 9:30 to 10:30. You can gauge the IB high and low by looking at what the instrument you're looking at printed as a high in between 9:30 and 10:30 and as a low. And then you can gauge the IB high and low, and then a lot of people have, they base their trades off that. So we'll see what we get. Right now, it's right at the 10 exponential as we speak. In fact, breaking down a little bit below it. It's already $1 below the high, but Meta will give you $1 like that. That's just the way Meta is. I mean, if you are risking on Meta and you want 3-to-1, you need to be risking realistically $1 per trade on Meta. Anything less than $1 risk per trade on Meta, you're going to get into some trouble. Number one, because it's volatile. Number two, because it's spready. And number three, it's $500. So $1 means bupkis to Meta. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that. I don't really have any trades on Meta on the day. I'm looking to see whether the futures wants to exhaust the upward move at 20,000. We're still negative on the futures, right? We're down 1/3% on the NQ, down 1/5% on the ES. The Dow is the only index today that is green, up 0.1. The Russell is also down 0.5%. More, in fact, than that. And the 2-year and the 10-year are all red. So really the only thing that's green in indice world is the US 30, and everything else, including the yields, are all red. Apple continues to print new highs. I don't want to be involved in this name today. I have not traded Apple well when I have traded it. So I'm going to stay away from it. But it looks destined to take that 232 and nary a print on the 10 exponential. Forget about breaches. There's no breaches. Nary even a touch, a print at the 10. The only two candles that did touch were the 12:35 5-minute candle and the 12:45 5-minute candle. Other than that, it's been a symphony of green candles and higher highs and higher lows. We shall see what we shall see there. I know that's a meaningless tautology, but that's kind of what I do. So we'll keep an eye out on that. IMRX coming back into the 10 exponential. I think this one is destined for a bit of a deeper retracement. We've been awfully respectful of the 10, essentially since 11:30 onwards. It's probably time to put in a bit of a deeper retracement. What better level than the 20 exponential around 312, 310, in and around there? It's time for me to load that bad boy up because I may want to get back into that. Adara, how's your look over there?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm gonna have to say sayonara to all you guys right now. I'm just taking a CEG screenshot for my Twitter at Trader TV Adara. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like today was a shorter day, but really proud of the trading we did. This is one of my better days. So CEG, like I said, I should have been a little less conservative with the stop, but Tesla, I was long, tried to flip short there, did not work out, got stopped out. Maybe it was a bit aggressive with the short flip, but yeah, that is really kind of my last trade of the day because we should be probably wrapping up here so we can meet Joe. Excited for you guys all to meet him.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone wishes him a very warm welcome. That's what we like here at Trader TV in terms of ideas. I like my last look here for the SPCE heads, the SMCI fans there. Supermicro still looking bullish to me on the book. Again, don't know if anyone cares about my book read on SMCI, but I might be providing intermittent opportunities. Right now it's bid creeping. 457 short could be dope. What might even be cooler is if we break above that 1 hour range into 457. But I think I'm going to say sayonara to you all. Ciao, arrivederci. I said that wrong. Whatever word, guys. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you so much for letting me trade some spready stocks with y'all and being here. I will see you all on the flip.
I appreciate that, Adara. Thank you so much, Adara, doing the absolute most in a fantastic way. We're going to shout her out and her excellent trades on the day, and we're going to wait for Joe to come get set up. In case you're wondering, Joe is coming to talk about options. We're going to kind of introduce the lesson that he has on the day. We're not going to go through the entire thing, but we're going to really get involved. And this, for me, is very important because you know I've been really wanting to improve my options game. I've got questions for my man today, real live questions. You know that I'm always in my simulator mode on my platform, not my actual trading in my platform because I don't want you guys to see my account number or what kind of positions I'm in because they are reflected on the charts. So we're going to execute some options trades in the sim today, IRL, because I'm going to ask him about a couple of names that I have my eye on for some options trades. So I'm awfully excited, guys, to talk about options. because I suck at them and I'd like to improve. And we got somebody on here who can definitely help me out with that. So super pumped. If you're into options, or if you're already getting into options and you'd like to improve your knowledge a bit more, hang out. It's not the first time that Joe's going to be on, it is the first time that Joe's going to be on, but it certainly will not be the last. So we should be having, kind of a running theme where we get this options day, and we're going to have Joe on and talking about that. So I'm super pumped about that. Jay Lee's like, tell him to bring up the DJT 14 puts for today. I know you're in that, Jay. I saw your comment in the morning show. Shout out to you, Jay. I always hope you print one of the OGs in the dang chat. Jay Lee, keep your eye out on Jay's levels too, especially if you like these commodities. Like I tell you to keep your eye out on the big SPY levels for the SPY. Dan, the dang man Emmons for his NQ levels as well. We want to shout them out, doing the absolute most. What's going on over there, Ram? Oh.
I'm right here.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know that, Andre. I was like, what's going on? Nobody's manning the desk. All right, so we're breaking down a little bit here, Andre, on Meta. And 564.50 was the level that, Adair was like, hey, rounded top. Now we're breaking below the 10 exponential, and we're looking like maybe we're headed down into the 20. So I'm going to pack my patience. I've been dying to get a short in on the future. I don't know why I'm itching to short the futures, Katina, man, but we're still down 1/3%. And he's like, he doesn't blame me. So he's feeling some kind of way about these markets over here. And so we'll see. It looks like we are getting some sells now, some lower highs and lower lows on the 5-minute look right now on the NQ December contract.
How's everything going?
You're good? Yeah. Do your thing. So we're getting a little bit of a sell. We still are above 20,000. We're still above the volume weighted average price. So I don't want to be quick to get bamboozled into this short position, but you're getting some red right now. Meta's throwing in some red, but everything else is too close to the highs for me to get comfortable shorting the futures. I'm just not going to do it. It's not the look for me at this level. We're far too close to highs. I know that there is mean reversion trades. I saw Obe take that 3 or 4 banger yesterday on Meta. I shouted him out for that, but that ain't my style. So I'm going to pack my patience right now, and we're going to see exactly what this market wants to do. But this is what I was looking at when I was saying I was seeing topping till candles. You're good to go?
Yeah.
Okay. Here he is, my man, Joe.
Let's on everybody. Hey.
Introduce yourself, my man.
Yeah. So I'm Joe. I've been trading with these guys for a while now, since May. I've been trading since 2022 full time. I've invested previously before. And yeah, I dove into the world of day trading in 2022, and I've been trading ever since. So it's been a good time. Love it, man. Love it. And you and I, we went to the Money Show on the weekend.
It was a good time. Yeah. We attended a little bit of a talk where the speaker was talking about the wheel options. That's not what we're talking about today, though.
Not today. Maybe another time. But today we are going to touch on credit spreads.
Fantastic, man. I am all ears and eyes and every other sensory organ that I have in my body, Joe.
Cool.
I'm going to be listening to everything. You let me know when you're ready for that lesson.
Yeah, so whenever we're ready, we can, let's see here, get the ball rolling.
All right.
Shortly.
Yeah, you got to bring it. Remember on this screen? Yeah. Beauty.
Here we go.
All right, we're going to get some options today, ladies and gents. So get ready. The market's coming down at 20,000 too, so keep your eye on that.
All right, guys. Yeah, so today, this is the original teach. So here, I'm just talking about something that I apply on a weekly basis just to create some consistent weekly income. So if you're familiar with options or have any type of options background or want to extend it, here, maybe this will help you, and this will help put a little extra cash flow into your account, all right?
Love it.
So let's dive right in, I guess.
Let's get it, baby.
All right, let's go. So as Sharif touched on earlier, we're not going to go through absolutely everything tonight, but we're going to go through a couple things. We'll go through the first 3 chapters. That's going to be enough information for us to digest over the weekend.
Love it.
And then we'll get into it later on. All right, so we're going to dive right in. So introduction, what are credit spreads? Benefits and trade types, the Greeks, technical analysis, even though we're not going over this today, we're going to do the first 3, risk management, and then at the end, we'll look at it like puzzle pieces. Each individual chapter is a puzzle piece, and then at the end, we're going to put it all together. It'll hopefully make more sense come end of it, all right?
All right.
So let's get rocking and rolling. So credit spreads. What are credit spreads? Credit spreads are a type of trading strategy that involves simultaneously buying and selling options contracts of the same class, either puts or calls with different strike prices. They are an intermediate options trade that utilize a fairly simple structure and have the potential to yield consistent returns. So again, if you're new to options, it may seem a little complex. If you have some options experience, maybe this is something you're looking for. They are the opposite of options debit spreads, and unlike directional trading, buying and selling stock, and your account being debited, credit spreads are the inverse. Your account is credited and put cash flow into your account. Let's keep in mind, option spreads, either debit or credit, are a fixed/capped profit trading strategy.
Okay.
All right? So let's keep rolling here.
Hey.
So why trade credit spreads? This is important. There are multiple reasons why option sellers love trading credit spreads. When trading equities or flat out buying options, puts or calls, we need the asset to move in a specific direction. And in the case of simple options contracts, close significantly above or below your strike price in order for us to make a profit. Sharif, listen to this.
All right.
Credit spreads do not need one specific outcome in order for us to profit. There can be multiple scenarios that happen and we can still produce a profitable trade.
Love that.
So when I started reading about these, this is what really, really intrigued me and wanted me to dive deeper into the world of credit spreads. So let's compare.
Okay.
So let's examine some common scenarios. Bullish case, we buy 100 shares of stock. In order for this trade to be profitable, we need the stock to trade above our entry price. If it goes down, we lose our risk on the trade. If it goes sideways, we scratch our heads and potentially lose money to commission. Only one scenario allows us to be profitable. In a bearish case, all right, we sell 100 shares of stock. In order for this trade to be profitable, we need the stock to go down. If it trades above our entry price, we lose. If it goes sideways, by this time we're bald from scratching our heads, losing money to commissions. All right? Again, only one scenario allows us to be profitable in this trade.
Katina, man.
Hey, that's all right. I just started the row game the other night, too. So, trading credit spreads, we have multiple scenarios where the outcome can end with positive cash flows into our account. The underlying asset can go up with a bearish trade, and we can still collect the premium received from selling the contracts. The underlying asset can go down with a bullish trade, and we can still collect the premium we received. Most importantly, the asset can move sideways, and we can still collect the full premium received from the contracts we've traded. The only scenario where we don't collect the full premium is if the stock goes above our short call strike price in a bear call spread.
Okay.
And the stock goes below our short put strike price in a bull put spread.
Okay.
So you see, with the power of credit spreads, we have 3 times the number of ways to make a profitable trade opposed to just buying or selling stock or single-legged options. All right, so this may seem confusing. What's a bear call spread, Joe? What's a bull put spread, Joe? Well, we're going to touch on this more.
Beauty.
Again, each individual slide can be classified as a puzzle piece, and then by the end of it all, we're going to put it all together, and hopefully it makes more sense. All right? So moving on. Again, types of credit spreads. There are multiple ways to create a credit-based trade using options. In this presentation, we will focus on 2 credit spread strategies that form the basis of credit spread trading. The out-the-money bull put spread, a bullish trade using puts, and an out-the-money bear call spread, a bearish trade via calls.
Can we just take over for a sec? I think
absolutely.
Ram wants to help you out with something. All right, guys, just for a sec, we're just going to focus on the market for a second. Thanks for that, Ram. Guys, we're putting in topping tail candles one after another right now on the future. And this is, I'm really keeping my eye on this because we're not that far above 20,000. We're still above VWAP. What I'm really looking for here is to give way at 20,000 in VWAP. They are one in the same level, and I don't like seeing these topping tail candles all at once right there above that level. So I'm keeping my eye on that, but I'm also keeping one ear eating my man Joe because he's dropping hot lines.
Let's go.
My bad, Joe.
And we're back. All right. So again, just to go over what we went, these are the two spreads that we're going to focus on today and in the future, all right? So we're not going to complicate things. We want to keep things simple when we're first starting out, right? We don't want to get too complicated. We don't want analysis paralysis. We don't want too much information, so we're going to keep it simple. All right, so these two types of credit spreads are built from a combination of two simultaneous options contracts, constructing a multi-leg options trade. The initial leg of the trades will always consist of selling or writing an out-the-money call or put.
Okay.
All right? Simultaneously, we buy a call or a put above or below the initial strike price, depending which strategy we are employing. This forms the second leg of our trade, resulting in a net credit into our account. So what I mean by net credit, look at it kind of as you're shorting stock, right? So when you short stock, your broker essentially lends you the shares.
Right.
This is the exact same, Sharif. Your broker or the other side of the trade is paying you to hold these contracts, all right? With our intentions in returning the contracts at a lower price.
Gotcha.
All right?
Gotcha.
Simple. We're keeping it simple, and that's what we want to do.
Love it.
So, moving on. Constructing the spread and selecting the strikes.
Right.
In order to construct our credit spread, we need to choose the appropriate strike prices. Selecting the wrong strikes can result in a losing trade and or possibly creating a debit spread, which is more of a directional trade. The objective for this style of credit spread trading is to create high probability trading setups that have the potential to generate consistent weekly income selling far out the money options.
Use the bathroom quickly.
All right? So, in these basic credit spread trades, the goal is for our options to expire worthless. As I stated before, it's kind of like shorting stock. So when you borrow, you want to return them at a lesser value. And that's the exact same thing when you write options. You're essentially lent the money, and then you want to return pretty much nothing. That's what we're looking for. This leads us to our next important factor in strike selection. We do not want to sell naked calls or puts. Doing this can be very, very dangerous and leads us to exposed to a possible assignment risk. Your broker won't allow you, I'll touch just a side note, your broker won't allow you to sell naked calls or puts if you don't have the funds. But regardless, we still want to cap our losses. So, this, as I said before, this can lead to outsized losses and account blowups. We don't want this. In order to protect our capital and not leave ourselves at a risk of assignment, we must buy the protection. Also known as protective puts or calls, this is the second leg of our trade and creates the spread for us. This is the style of trading we are focused on, credit spreads, all right? So again, hopefully not everyone's too confused. We take it bit by bit, and then we're gonna put it all together, and then eventually it'll all make sense, all right? So the difference between strike A, or short call or put, and strike B, our protection, is classified as the spread. So example, if stock XYZ is trading at $100 and we want to sell the, trading at 100 and we want to sell the 110 call, and by the 115 call, this creates a $5 spread. The key to this strategy is that the protective call and or put is crucial to avoiding assignment risks, outside losses, account blowups, should the contracts expire in the money. Our protective option will automatically be exercised by our broker, with our loss being the difference between the spread minus our credit received. Also, most importantly, as I state multiple times throughout this presentation, is that the protective option caps our losses. Sharif, we know that we always want to protect our downside, no matter what in trading, and this is what we're doing here. Risk management. Because options are a leveraged derivative, we need to be more risk adverse in these situations. So
Gotcha.
That's why we're buying those protective calls and puts at all times. All right.
Gotcha.
Good stuff. Moving on. Any questions, by the way?
We're good. So far, so good,
All right,
man. Yeah.
We're good. So this is just a brief example of what selling something naked could do.
Ram.
Yeah. So as you can see, Sharif, pulling up an options chain from a while ago, and we sell one put on the Qs.
Okay.
We have a max loss of $47,000 with a max profit of $250. That doesn't seem right.
No, that's
no, you don't
insane.
want that.
Yeah.
You do not want that.
Okay.
Right? So this is why we buy the protective put.
I see.
Our max loss goes from $47,000 down to $300, right? But there is obviously a catch to it. You can't make as much, but you're not going to lose nearly as much.
And that's okay.
Right? And that would be worst case scenario. If the Qs went to zero, that's what's going to happen. But in a weekly span, 3-day span, that's not going to happen, but you can still take a pretty big loss.
Yeah.
So we don't want to do that. So don't worry about the spread or anything else on there. I just want you to focus on the loss for this.
Okay.
All right? So now we're going to sell a naked call.
Okay.
This is scary. An infinite max loss.
That's crazy.
An infinite max loss. We do not want this. Again, in 3 days, is the Qs going to go to who knows what number, a million? No, there's very unlikely. But if it squeezes, if you get caught in any type of volatility onslaught, you could be in massive, massive trouble. And we don't want that. So we go from an infinite loss, but when we buy the protective call, we go to a loss of $259. And
Wow.
yeah. So this is why we do it. Again, there's also another side to it. Your profits aren't as large, but what we're doing is we're protecting our downside.
Right.
All right. And that's what we always want to do is protect our downside at all times. All right. So moving on. So now that we have kind of a general idea of why we want to buy the protective call and put is to minimize those losses. That's what we have to do here.
Okay.
All right. So moving on.
No, thank you.
So multiple scenarios, key takeaways from that puzzle piece, the key puzzle piece. Multiple scenarios to create income.
Everything okay?
Spread-based trading is fixed profits. The difference between strikes is classified as the spread. Focus on selling the out-the-money leg initially. Always buy the protective option to cap losses and avoid assignment risk.
Gotcha.
All right? So now, I think this is what kind of scares a bunch of people away from options trading.
Okay.
The Greeks, Sharif.
We're going to get into
But
it.
we're going to dive right into them, all right? And this is going to help us choose a high probability options trade. You may be thinking like, Joe, you haven't really told me how to create weekly income yet or something that's high probability.
Sure.
But we're going to right now.
I love
all right?
it.
All right, let's do this. So the Greeks. In options trading, the Greeks are a set of calculations used to assess and manage the risk associated with the potential options positions. They are a financial measure that represents the sensitivity of an options price to certain underlying variables. Each measure has a different impact on the options contract price. All right? So the three main Greeks to focus on for this high probability setup is delta. Most importantly, delta is going to give us our high probability setup. Theta is what option sellers are looking for, especially on a weekly basis. Vega, implied volatility. We can touch on gamma, but we don't need to go too deep into that, and we're going to skip out on rho.
Okay.
All right? So let's get right into it.
Let's do it, baby.
So delta. This Greek measures the change in options price for every 1 point move in the underlying asset,
Okay.
or the stock itself.
Gotcha.
Delta has a range of -1 to 0, or -1 to 0 for puts and 0 to +1 for calls. If the contract's delta is 0.75 or 75 cents, this means the options price will change 75 cents using our options contract multiplier, $75 for every $1 move.
Jeez.
All right? If the options contract is valued at $1 with a delta of 0.75 and the underlying has a $1 move, the options contract will now be valued at $1.75. Simple, right? We're not going to complicate things. Delta in the world of options is also used as I'm going to stop here actually. If you have your pens, papers out, this is the key note that you want to write down. This final point. Delta in the world of options is also used as a percentage metric to help determine the probability of where the contract is going to expire, either in the money, out the money. A delta of 0.75 has a 75% chance of expiring in the money.
Really?
That's what we use. And
That's why.
This is why. So you may say, Joe, why did you use an in the money example? We want our options contracts to expire out the money and
Sure.
worth this, right? Okay, well, we're going to touch on that right now. So now that we have the basic concept of options delta pricing, we can now see why this is the most important Greek metric for our strike price selection.
Sure.
We are trying to create consistent returns. Those who are familiar with and have extensive experience in trading, having a 40 to 60% accuracy is a really good trader.
Oh, yeah.
All right, with the latter being exceptional. Using our delta knowledge now, here is how we can amp up our trading accuracy and create a higher winning percentage. All right?
How do we do it?
This is how we do it. As we scroll through our options chain, and for our short option, the one that we always select first, we select the 0.1 delta strike. From our previous slide, we now know that this specific option has a 10% probability of expiring in the money. Or what we are really interested in is a 90% chance of expiring out the money.
Really?
So that is the metric that helps you create that consistent weekly outcome. Is it 90% all the time? No. But if you have these calculations set from your broker and people who are a lot smarter than I am telling me, hey, this is probably going to expire worthless, I'm going to listen to them.
Sure.
People who trade options and know about delta is that we use this metric to help determine our strike selections. So again, our goal is for our contracts to expire worthless, allowing us to collect the full potential premium. So that is the key notes. We want to use our delta strike selection to help give us that consistent return in options trading. Again, nothing works all the time in options. Nothing works all the time in trading. But if you have these percentage metrics, like when you're trading equities and you have a solid database and you say, from time A to time B, I have this percent accuracy.
Right.
This is what this is telling us already with each individual options contract.
Okay.
So we have a percentage metric that tells us where this option is going to finish or going to expire. And eventually what we'll do is we're going to correlate delta with the location and current price of stocks. And then that way you can also gauge, it's like, oh, that makes sense. There's no chance that Apple is going to close below 205 by the end of the week, right?
Which is kind of what I was thinking there, yeah.
Right? So that's how you're going to use it. You're going to use the delta to gauge from a technical standpoint, which we'll touch on a later day, on how you're going to correlate these trades, all right? So again, our goal is for our contracts to expire worthless, allowing us to collect full premiums.
I love it.
So we're moving on.
Can we stop there for a sec?
Absolutely.
Let's use that delta example just because I think
let's pull up the
so I've got let me talk trash about one of the stocks I lost a little bit of money on.
All right, let's go.
Li Auto. Anybody who's been watching the show knows about Li Auto. So this is the example I wanted to give to you today. So this, to me, Joe, looks like an interesting consolidation area. We got about 22 or 2150 to the high side, 18 or 1750 to the downside.
Okay.
So here's what I want to do, Joe. We're near the top end of the range right now. We're hanging out at that 2150, 22-ish area. How do I take advantage of this range right here? Like, let's do this IRL. So I've got my options chain up, as you can see. This is a live one. Everything is live. These aren't screenshots, so this is the options chain. So how do I execute this strategy right now on Li Auto? What am I doing?
So what we're going to do is you like the breakout on this side.
Yes.
So what we're going to do, we're going to look for a strike price below the breakout level that what you're looking for.
Okay, so that 22, 2150.
So we want to go below that.
Let's go 19 and a half.
We'll
How's
go
that?
19 and a half.
Okay.
So we're going to go over here. We're going to pull up the 19 and a half strike, and we're going to look at the delta on the side of it.
So the delta, it's right there, 0.00.
Oh, no, that's not what we want.
Okay.
So we're going to go lower. Oh, is this on the put side?
Yeah, that's on the put side, yeah.
That's already in the money. We're going to go even a little bit lower.
A little bit lower, but these are all zeros.
So higher, so we're going to go higher.
Gotcha. There we go. So there, 20 and a half.
There you go, 20 and a half.
Right.
So if you were to select that strike, and it's a put, if we were to sell that, that has a chance of expiring. Can you select that for me?
Yeah, 20 and a half right there. It's got a 0.14 bid right there, or the delta 0.14.
So that's perfect. That is telling us that this contract has a 90%, and the current price of
the current price right now 21.44.
21, and so we're selecting the 20 has a 90% chance of expiring in the money.
Interesting.
Right? But that's not
what we want. It's
That's
a put.
not, right? So that what you showed me was a put, a long put. We want to sell that. So we want to go on the left side of that.
Left side
of that. Exactly.
So there's a 20.
Exactly.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay.
And we pull that up.
And the delta there. You want me to read you the delta?
That's point.
You know what? Let me make the font way bigger so we don't have this issue. Yeah. Oh, my bad. There we go. How's 20? 20 should be good there. There we go.
Perfect.
That a little bit better?
Perfect.
All right.
And we love that.
All right. So the 20.5 is what we're looking at. And then we're looking at the delta. Now we got a 0.988.
There you go. So that almost has a guaranteed that it's going to expire in the money.
Interesting. Okay.
Guaranteed.
And so the way that I execute this, Joe, so what am I doing here? What's the first move? So I like that 20.5 level. You've now ID'd the gamma, gives me a high percentage of this expiring in the money, this 20.5 level. What's my next move?
So what you want to do is now we want to buy protection because we're selling the put.
Okay.
So we don't just want to sell the put outright.
Right.
Unless we're running the wheel, which is a totally different strategy.
That's a different strategy.
We're going to go even lower, and then we're going to buy a put. So we have the 20, so we're going to look at something around 19 bucks.
Sounds good. Here they are.
Perfect. And we're going to see how much we collect on that.
How do we do that? What's the move? How do we get that assessment? Like, let's show them IRL in living color.
IRL.
So do I go strategy?
We're on the bid, and then we're going to go on the ask to buy it.
On the ask to buy it.
On the
gotcha.
ask.
Okay,
all right.
On the bid. So where do I do that? Are you familiar with this?
No, I'm not familiar with Trader Workstation. I use.
Right, I know you use the desktop one, right?
Yeah, I use that. So I wish I could pull that up for you there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's all
so
good.
Maybe you might have to do something like with a complex order, and then when we create the complex order,
I see.
And then we can create it that way. And when you go to complex order, you'll say, "Hey, let me select a credit spread on Li Auto."
Okay. Here we go.
And then we do that.
Is this it right here?
Yeah, this is
the one. So there we go. We got the buy. What are we buying?
Yeah, we'll start with the sell.
Let's start with the sell.
Let's start with the sell first.
Okay. Let me just put some more strikes over here so we can put about 20. We get all the ones that we want. So what are we doing first? Give me the step first. What are we doing?
So first step, we're going to sell or short put.
How do I do that?
We're going to go to. We want the strike price of 21.50, was it?
There it is, right here.
All right. Mm-hmm. And then we're going to click on the bid. We're going to select that strike.
That one right here. Yep, there it is. Okay.
Perfect. And then we're going to go even lower.
Okay.
We want to go lower in price.
Lower in price. Okay.
Lower in price. So say 17. And then we're going to punch the ask.
We're going to punch the ask on that one. Okay.
The ask. So we're going to be buying that put.
Gotcha.
All right.
Interesting. No. So now we have several legs building up down here.
Multiple legs.
Thank
now
you.
We have multiple legs.
Okay.
And Sharif, the key is when we do this, you say 21.50. What we're saying is we don't think that Li Auto necessarily is going to trade higher. We just don't think it's going to go lower than our short price.
Gotcha.
Right? So in real life, that's how we do it. So that's what gives us the multiple scenarios where we can become profitable in a trade is because we're not specifically going on the direction. We're choosing where the price will not go opposed to where it will go.
All right.
All right.
Okay. Fantastic.
All right.
I'm just being told that it's just like a lot of information. So let's leave the theta for next time. Yeah.
We're going to stop here. Lots of information.
That was fantastic, Joe. Honestly, it is.
A little complex, but we'll stop here.
All right. So fantastic stuff. Tell us a little bit more about you, man, because I've been seeing you on the floor for a hot minute since you've been here in May, but you and I didn't really get to chatting until we went out to the money show on the weekend. So, just from what I hear around the floor, you're an excellent risk manager.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about that. Some of the philosophy about trading, Joe.
So when I first started trading, I went through a lot of educational processes before I even punched any keys. I was trading simulator. I read more books than I can account for. Countless YouTube. So what made me really accustomed to risk is my old trading platform when I was trading at home had a calculated fixed risk hotkey.
Interesting.
So what I would do is I would type in on my calculation is I want to bet $20 on this trade.
Okay.
And I would hit my hotkey and boom, it would execute and calculate the amount of shares from point A to point B on $20 risk.
I love that.
So for me, always protecting the downside was key and anybody who has any experience in trading is that is the key to longevity.
Absolutely
in trading.
agree,
so
man.
it's protecting our downside. So just through a lot of rinsing and repeating, that's what we did. We just used fixed risk at all times. We always had a calculation for our share size and what we are risking. So that's hence why I think, I'm
amazing,
a great
man.
risk manager when it comes down to that.
Yeah, and I love that. That's like your number one mentality. You're like looking, like, how do I protect the capital? I want to be here tomorrow. We always talk about that, right? If you don't have an account to trade, can you even really be around? Like, what's the point,
well,
right?
You can't
Like,
trade. If you don't have any money, then,
No.
and if you're just bleeding money, then I don't see you not going to
Constantly.
last too long here. I don't think so, yeah.
what kind of stocks do you like, Joe? Are you a Mag 7 guy? Are you a small cap guy, or does it not really matter?
No, I would say definitely I'm a mega cap guy. I like the Mag 7, absolutely. But at the end of the day, it's just where the volume is, right? You run your scans in the morning, and wherever the volume is, I like to be where the volume is. I'm not going to fight it. You don't want to fight stocks or anything like that. So, yeah, I Mag 7. If small caps are moving on volume and we have multiple catalysts, then I'm gonna trade those.
Fair.
So yeah, I hold no bias to a stock.
I love that, brother.
I have no devotion to any one stock. So yeah, that's it. So I like trading Mag 7s, anything that has high volume and high catalysts. all right?
Fantastic.
So yeah, that's it.
Tell us a little bit more, man. I mean, would you look at anything today? Execute any trades? Anything?
We took a couple trades today. Unfortunately, they didn't work out, but that's part of the game. And all you do is you protect the downside. We took some Nvidia earlier today.
Okay.
And we took a couple stabs at Tesla as well. But these aren't, you won't see them up on this chart here. But on my other account, you will see them. So yeah, but that's what we were trading. We were looking for a break above VWAP because that's the style of trader I am. I am a VWAP breakup trader.
I love it.
And that's just kind of how I flow. I look for the same thing over and over again every day.
So the technicals, just so we're clear, you're not really caring too much about the technicals, whether you're looking at options or whether you're looking at equities, right? The technicals are what they are. It's the execution and the strategy level that makes a little bit of a difference.
Absolutely,
Is that fair?
Absolutely. From an equity standpoint, that's exactly what we're looking for. But from an option standpoint, when we're selling, when we're doing credit spreads, the technicals do matter because Sharif, what we do is we combine the technicals with our deltas.
Gotcha.
And then that's how we create higher probability sets.
Gotcha. I gotcha. I don't want to jump too quickly into the other lesson because we didn't talk about the wheel or anything like that. But there was basically the individual on the weekend that you and I went to their talk. He was talking about what is it called? The options wheel, right?
The options
and
wheel,
basically, you're just getting in you're finding consolidative stocks was his theory, and you're basically selling puts for the shorter position, and then basically you're collecting on the premiums.
Yep.
And if you get assigned the shares, you're holding on to them, but you're collecting the premiums anyway, right? One thing that I didn't really understand too much about that, Joe, is once he gets assigned the shares, what's his move with the equities side? Like, he was DCAing to no end. You know what I mean?
He was, and absolutely.
Yeah.
So the options wheel is, and hence the wheel, because it's a repetitive system. So when he gets assigned Sharif, what he starts doing is he'll start selling calls against that position, right? So if the equity decides to trade higher, he's profitable from an equity standpoint, but he's also collecting the premium from the calls that he's selling.
Gotcha.
Right? So even though what happens is a wheel, and why it keeps going over and over again, the goal is ultimately to get assigned on the calls again.
Right.
So that you profit from your average price on the shares to the assignment strike price on the short calls. And then you just rinse and repeat.
I love it.
So he kept DCAing. I don't know why he was doing that with the intention of being assigned on his calls after he was assigned on the put, because now he's in a position he's no longer
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
Right? So, but he keeps selling calls until he gets assigned.
I gotcha.
And then he'll profit from the differential from the average price of the stock to the strike price of the short call.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit of trading right now, baby. Let's have a look. So I'm long Apple right now at 231. Issue with this one, Joe, there seems to be a seller at the fifth of a dollar. Someone's been selling right now the last, I would say, 10 minutes at the fifth. Here we go. Looks like we're going to take them out. Let's have a look here at the tape. Are we printed above that? Yes, we are printed above that. So what's the right now? What's the look on Apple? Well, right now we're quite I want to say indecisive because the range between the 10 and the 20 exponential moving average is almost close to nothing. For whatever reason, Apple has been finding support at the 50 exponential on the 5, and that is something new because I don't think Apple's been doing that since I've been watching, at least locally. So here we go. We get the initial bounce off 11.15, 11.20. You guessed it, off the 50 exponential on the 5. Right over here, 120, 125, 130. Bouncing off the 50 exponential on the 5. Now we're knocking on the door of that $0.25. How many dollars now?
No, I really like it. One long, 230.80.
The Katina man is long 230.80, reloading his position on AAPL, looking for that bigger move up. We're going to shout out the Katina man and hope he prints up multiple storms. We're holding off a piece here. I'd like to see something around the 50 penny level, Joe. Only reason is there was a whole lot of chip and chop at that 50 to 75 penny level, so I'd like to de-risk. That is, of course, if we can continue to move forward. What are you looking at right now, brother? Anything setting up your way?
Yeah, I just punched into some Nvidia here. We're liking Nvidia where it's going, maybe break towards VWAP. And yeah, I like the consolidative area. We're making new highs here. We put in a potential bottom, it looks like here, so I'm liking that. So Nvidia, the darling of the market.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna take it long any day of the week, right? So it doesn't matter. I'm going long Nvidia. I'm long Nvidia. So we like this stock.
You like the stock, you like the stock. Tell me, Joe, how are you setting up for the equity? So right now, obviously, you've got your TA that you're obviously applying to your options. That goes without saying, TA's TA. Are you doing anything specific on the book? Are you waiting for your levels to come in? You said you were a VWAP trader. I kind of love that. The Katina man is going to love that too. Are you waiting for those setups to come in? Are you trading the open? Are you trading the midday? Give us the 411, brother.
So I'm a momentum trader. So I have a time frame, a window where I like to execute the majority of my trades, where I feel that I have the most edge. And that's from 9:30 to about 10 o'clock,
okay.
10:30.
Okay.
So I'm a momentum trader. Price and the time of sales is my leading indicators.
Okay.
That's always what I'm looking for, a strong time in sales. When I go to enter the trade in a long position, I want to see orders stacking up on the ask, the book stacking up on the ask. And you see on the time and sales, you want to see those clean flushes of heavy orders above and at the ask.
Right.
And that's what we like. So when I'm trading momentum, I'm looking for these specific, and here we are, I'm looking for these specific strengths within the stock. And you can see these through the time and sales. If a stock's weaker or stronger, this is what we like. When I see consistent strength on the time and sales, like the total opposite of what I'm seeing right now on Nvidia, but in momentum drives, when you see those clean flushes, that's exactly what I'm looking for. And that's it. Yeah, that's
love it, brother.
So
yeah.
Volume, the volume weighted average price.
Okay.
And the time and sales. Those are the key metrics that I use for trading.
I love it. And I love how you said the time and sales too, because oftentimes we're kept down or we're kept up by hidden iceberg orders, which are never really reflected on the level 2. Mm-hmm. You can sometimes get wind of them because there's only small size at the level, yet and there's umpteen amounts of volume churning, but we're not moving. But you can't bamboozle the time and sales.
No, it
Every
doesn't lie.
print's got to come through. It doesn't lie.
The time and sales doesn't lie.
Bang.
So that's why we like it.
I love it. I love it. I'm just going to look here. Shout out to the Corleone family. Oh, I better get this one right. Shout out to them, $2 super chat. Please let me know where we're at with GME, bro. So first and foremost, I just want to see if I want to get at this Apple position over here. It's having a lot of trouble with the $0.25. I think I'm going to pack my patience on this one, knowing that we're a little bit top heavy on this market. So I'm unsure. I'm going to take it out here just because I want to focus on your GME question there. Let's bring in the trusty side chart and look at GME, because we had a whole bunch of trades, both long and short today on GME. And let me tell you something. So when I saw this top manifest on GME coming in essentially to the same high, although a skosh higher, 21.45, I was like, all right, and I punched short here. I looked over to the Katina man, and he was nice enough to get me shorts, and we took this bad boy down, but look what it's been doing since that time. That double top did not manifest. How do we know that? Let's go back to our lesson on double tops. It's got a neckline. It's got to breach the neckline for that double top to manifest. Guess what? That neckline held up, funny enough, at the volume weighted average price, and we never came back to retest it again. In fact, what we're doing is we're roughly respecting the 10 exponential moving average on the 5, and we're also putting in higher highs and higher lows. So this one, it's a lot closer to the highs than it is certainly the lows. So I'm not going to pretend like I know exactly when this is going to flush or what it's going to do, but I can put the odds in my favor, as Joe is giving you the example there with respect to options. I can look to ride the trend into key levels. The key level for me here is going to be the high of day, obviously, knowing that that 45 hasn't been breached, but also given its proximity to the half dollar, I'm going to be looking for a breach of the half dollar. So anything, a dip trade, in my humble estimation, off the 10 exponential on the 5, and then basically your out is going to be the low, the area trough. Let's call it the area trough. So if you were to weasel in at 2120 over here, getting along on GME at the 10 exponential on the 5, my estimation, and depending on what kind of risk you want it to take, is to put it below the low over here. I want to see the local area low hold. Otherwise, I want no smoke. Obviously, that requires you to risk about 30 to 40 pennies. Now, ask yourself this: is it worth it from where we're trading? If you don't break the high of day, is the risk to reward worth it? So the maximum you can get if we don't break high of day right now is 15 pennies. Yet, you're going to have to risk 30 some odd pennies into the local low. So it's up to you, and depends on what your bias is. Do you think we take out the top on GME? There's no news on this, bro. Nobody knows why this is moving. I don't know either.
I never know why it's moving. Other than Roaring Kitty, I don't know if the thing should ever be moving anyways in the first place.
Exactly, right? So shout out to the Corleone family. I hope I didn't get it too convoluted there, but essentially we're so close to highs, you have to ask yourself the question, do we break through highs? Obviously you're guessing, right? But that's a look there. Anything you're looking at, Joe, you want to talk about?
We're still here in Nvidia. We're flat on it right now. We're looking at the SPY as we crawl higher, Apple crawling higher. Or I guess Apple's kind of just coming down a little bit here. So yeah, we're just looking at Nvidia holding this position, and we'll see if we get that breakup towards VWAP and we get any strength in the latter half of the session here.
Brendan, I put in the chat 3 times. Sorry, brother, I didn't see it. Just tag me, and if you have a question, sometimes I don't see it because there's no tags, but Hal R has a question. Please ask Joe how far out he typically sells credit spreads, 1 week, 2 weeks, etc. Thank you.
Perfect. So weekly. So I do weeklies. It's forming consistent weekly income. So I personally like to sell Friday expirations.
And the reason is
this to form that consistent basis, weekly income. And it also gives the underlying asset less time to close in the money as well, right? So the less time we have theta working in our favor, the less time that the stock has to work, the more money we get to make, and we like that.
Can I ask a bit of a dumb question?
No.
So
no such.
You know, like when with these yields, the 30-year is supposed to give you the most yield because you're taking on duration risk. The 10-year is supposed to give you more than the 2. The 2 or the 5 is supposed to give more. That hasn't always been the case lately because they've been inverted. But the whole point is you take on duration risk, you get rewarded in terms of yield. Is that the same thing with options? The longer down the 3 weeks, 5 weeks. Does that work that way too?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's exactly how it works.
Okay.
So if you were to sell something a month out, 2 months out, or even 2 weeks out, you're going to collect more premium opposed to just selling it a week out.
Love it. Makes sense. Makes sense. Absolutely makes sense, man. That's why we have you on here, because you've got, unknowledgeable, uneducated me. I need somebody to help me out. And
hey, that's what we're here for. We're here to have fun and always continue to grow and educate ourselves.
I appreciate it.
And
man.
this Nvidia trade is not working out how we liked, but that's okay.
How's it going? Yeah, it's zigging and zagging right now, man.
We're zigging and zagging. It's trading a bit to the downside, coming in a little bit. But we'll hold on to it. We got a couple more pennies before we get stopped out. And then that's it. We'll take a look at something else to see. Because we got Apple selling pretty heavy right now.
Yeah.
So if Apple's selling, it's probably going to drag the rest of the market down with us.
I agree with you, man. I've been looking at this 20,000 level on the NQ December contract literally all afternoon. We were watching this one. Number one, it claimed 20,000. And then 20,000 happened to coincide with the volume weighted average price. We've been consolidating there. I was looking for lower lows and lower highs, Joe, but we seem to be pretty evenly consolidated at this point. So I'm really unsure how I want to trade this. I don't want to take anything long or short right now on the future, but there are specific names in the Mag 7 world that could be setting up. Let's talk about them. Amazon, fantastic V-shaped recovery off the low. knocking on the door of that high a day. Didn't quite make it into 191. The high was 190.96. But look at this. We weasel up into $0.75, and now we're coming into that 190 level. It's not just the $10 level that is interesting to me here. It's the fact that the closing print is right here as well. So now we reclaim the closing print from yesterday. Do we use it as support, or is it just going to be another line that we go through? So AMZN basically at this 189 and change. Interesting to me at this level, but yeah, obviously wait for confirmation. The deadest of ones, Apple, right back into the 50 yet again, and finding basically support at the 50 exponential. It did do a bit of a retracement, and we are putting in lower highs. No question about that, Joe. Absolutely accurate that Apple on the way down. But yet again, it gave you a quick scalp trade off that 230 and 2/3, essentially the 50 exponential moving average on the 5, and you were able to take up basically into 90 pennies there. We'll see if it catches another bid at this level, but it has been kind of bleeding a little bit, Joey, since the afternoon, you know?
You know what? I liked it. As soon as, I think the other day they had the week pre-orders on the iPhone.
It was,
16,
yeah.
Right? As soon as I seen the stock drop 3%, it's a buy. That's a buy, right? Instantly. So I liked Apple there. We ran some spreads on that. And those worked out really nicely because, again, fundamentally a strong stock. Just because weak pre-orders, to me, that's not really going to hurt it fundamentally. So did the stock really deserve to be down 3%?
Good question.
My opinion was no. So guess what? I'm buying. Anytime you can buy the dips on these strong stocks on pretty much essentially, I don't know, I would classify it as almost a nothing catalyst, then buy it. That's just my opinion.
I agree, man. And I agree. And the thing is, too, about that, like, you had that Ming-Chi Kuo analyst come out. He apparently has connections with Foxconn, some other Apple suppliers. He says demand was weak, or the turnaround time, but the waiting period, was a little bit weak. Then you got the CEO of T-Mobile coming out yesterday. I forget who he was sitting with, David Faber. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if it was Jim Cramer or David Faber. Basically saying that he likes the upgrade cycle, that they're seeing strong demand on their end, and we know what T-Mobile does. They steal. They take everybody from AT&T and Verizon, right? And they've been growing the fastest, so they open up a lot of new accounts. Why do you move to a new carrier? So you can get that phone deal. They steal you from the others. So we'll see if they sell or not. I mean, so many others.
And our boy Danny Ives from Wedbush there loves Apple.
You like his style?
Danny Ives. Yeah, I love Danny Ives.
You like his style?
Yeah, I
love
like
his
Danny
suits.
Ives. He loves Apple. He's classifying it as a potential upgrade cycle, which we really like.
Yep.
And who knows? I have an iPhone, I don't even know, X. So am I due for a new one soon?
Same, brother. I'm like 3 years behind now.
We'll add a couple points onto the EPS for Apple coming next report.
I can't wait, man. You know, it's my biggest position. Hopefully we'll do well on it. Shout out to Corleone family again. The Corleone family talking about GME. And you were not wrong, my friend, because you were accurate on this one. We did take out that 43 highs. Now we're working on the 54 high here, Ram. This one continues to put in higher highs, higher lows. The Katina man was nice enough to get me shorts on this bad boy. And for all those traders out there who do not have their own account, who want to get funded by somebody, what better account? Well, if you're in Canada, that is obviously. What better firm to work for than Real Trading? Shout out to them, because I paid a whole $1.20 for 1,000 shares short. Yeah, which is kind of crazy. Obviously, I didn't use 1,000 shares, but it's nice to know.
Better always to have a little more than you need.
There you go. Especially if it's $1.20.
That's it.
Right?
That's it.
So shout out to the Katina man for hooking me up there. But yeah, I see your point, my man. And here we go. I don't want to say we're squeezing on GME, but we're incrementally putting in those higher highs and higher lows. Every time I look at GME, it's got a new higher high. 56 is now, maybe 60 in 5 minutes. The point is, this one is trending, and you don't need to be a chartered market technician to see the higher highs and higher lows coming in on this one, Joe.
What did he tweet on this one?
I saw what I looked for.
So what's going on? Did we just decide to squeeze, I guess, today?
That's the first thing I did. I told Ram, hold on, let me look at my X account. I went to the dude's account, and there was nothing.
See what he posted.
Right?
So, all right. So maybe we're just squeezing again like last time. So maybe it keeps going higher and higher. But again, pulling up my Nvidia trade, we're still just a little shy of getting stopped out. We'll see if we can catch any form of bid and trade a little bit higher here. Apple does look a little weak, so we're gonna see how this turns out shortly.
And guys, if you have any questions for Joe, like I didn't even do this, and this is a mistake, obviously, because we've been like 10 minutes after the lesson. Throw your questions in the chat for my man Joe. Tag me. He doesn't have an account yet, but if you want me to ask him a question, just tag myself at Sharif, and then basically I will ask him. If you can also tag Bears versus Bulls, shout out to the world's greatest moderator there, and then he can tag me as well. Just if you have questions for my man Joe with respect to the lesson of the day, just please tag me with that. We don't have that much longer, about 9 minutes left or so. So yeah, Joe, get an account MSN. I don't know what that means. All right, whatever. Big Spile Burdette. There's my man, $4.99. I love how you know who he is
Big
too.
Spile, man. I know Big Spile. He's always getting the shutouts.
He is.
We hear him in the back there. So
Right?
Shout out Big Spile. Burdette.
This guy's a joker. I've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. Who is this new guy? He's a trader from the floor, Big Spile. His name is Joe, and he's excellent with options. You missed the lesson, my man. You're late to the party because he was dropping some hot lines. So.
Hey, that's all right. There's always another time. There's always
matching too. I like that.
Yeah,
I didn't even notice.
Yeah, there's always another time. Maybe we'll catch up next time and go in some more.
You got questions coming in here, Joe. We're gonna throw these to you right now.
Throw them at me.
So my man, Day Trader Cut, does he trade 0 DTE, 0 days to expiry options?
I do not trade 0 DTE. I have tampered in the 0 DTE world, and it is not for me.
Okay, I love it. Decisive response there. Hal R, my man Hal R. Please ask Joe when he sells a put. Is he looking at the delta or support to get into the trade? Thank you.
Both. So later and deeper into the presentation, when we were to dive into the technicals, we correlate the support and resistance levels with our delta strike prices.
Fantastic.
So that's how we do it. So not to get any more complex, yes, we correlate our deltas with support and resistance levels, and this can create more probability in our favor.
Any specific book, Joe, that you would recommend for someone who wants to get their feet wet with options?
Yeah, absolutely. By Freeman Publications, there's this book that it's the 3 basic options strategies for beginners. That's what really got me into.
What's the name of it?
Freeman's. It's by Freeman Publications.
Okay.
3 basic option strategies for beginners.
Okay.
Or basic option strategies for beginners.
Yeah.
That's the title of it. Yeah. So that's what I read. I also watch a lot of YouTube. They teach you monthly basis, and then I, on my own, kind of taught myself a little bit more. That's the one right there. Going through everything. Monthly, I first started diving into the monthlies, and then I'm like, I don't want to hold on. I don't want this liquidity tied up in my account for a month. So that's when I started trading weeklies. But this book is great. It teaches you so much about options, even from kind of a complex to beginner standpoint, even if you're just starting out. But yeah, look into that book. That's a great book.
Fiddlebeck, sending you love, man. Yeah. Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, no
also,
problem.
I wanted a super that was penny bigger than Big Spile. We're not petty at all today. Shout out to you, and I'm just joking. Fiddleback, one of the OGs in the chat. Shout out to you. CR8 Love, Create Love. You have any indicators for help? Do you use any specific indicators that you can use?
I'm strictly, I think, I don't know, it's again, totally perspective. As you get more veteran into the world of options, less indicators is better. Sometimes less is more. So I don't want too much information at once. So I strictly use price of where it is priced. Show me what price is telling me.
Okay.
Everything's a lagging indicator of price, so show me what price is telling me,
Love
and then
it.
I make decisions based off of that.
Fantastic. Got another one. Sorry, I keep bringing them your way, Joe. I'm sorry about that.
No, keep sending them my way.
Now, people are getting excited because, there's not too much options chalk on this desk, right?
It's good talk. It's good talk.
All right, Day Trader Cut coming back at you with another question. Does he ever play swing straddles for earnings like Apple or Tesla in the personal account? I know you cannot swing a while on the floor. No, we're not allowed. We got to be flat by the end of the day.
Flat by the end of the day. Straddles, if you're playing straddles on earnings report, by all means, but be aware of the volatility, right? So when you're buying a straddle, the options market is pricing in the volatility. So essentially, you're paying a higher premium than something that's outside of earnings. Now, with the straddle, you need the total opposite party to significantly outweigh the other party, right?
Got it.
And if it doesn't do that, now you're stuck with options now with that volatility decreasing day after day, buying something that's not as valuable as when you were to buy the straddle. So no, I don't play straddles in earnings report. I know a lot of people do, but again, I don't play straddles.
We got more. Sorry. Jorge Alvarado.
Send them on.
Joe, do you use max pain and PC ratios for a given strike price on your analysis or on your plays?
No, so from a max pain, I'm not too familiar with that term there, but from a risk management standpoint, and touch on later, so the premium received in order for the system to work is always going to be your max loss.
Got it.
So if you get $100 in premium received, you need to cut that trade at a $100 loss. So essentially it's a credit. You'll be given $100 into your account.
Right.
Once you hit your stop loss, you have to return that $100 and then an additional $100.
Got it.
All right?
Got it.
So you'll be debited $100.
Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Let's just chat a little market here. There's 4 minutes till the big kahunas come back on. Sorry, I will have to take a little bit of time to weasel my way onto the green screen and gesticulate while he showed it to Adira. But the point is, I just want to talk quickly here about the market because we're locked in a bit of a range here, Ram, with 20,037 to the high side, essentially 20,000 and the volume weighted average price to the low side. And we have been stuck in this range, Joe, since 12:20. So we're going on almost 2 hours over here. But if I had to guess, I mean, we're touching VWAP many more times than we were prior to that. In fact, we're also putting in, a slew of lower highs right now, looking to break through that 20,000. So 20,000 is an interesting area, right? Like I personally, I don't know how you felt, but I kind of felt that the market didn't have the information it needed to make a directional move till after the election.
Absolutely.
Right? There's just way too much difference between how they want to approach the economies, both candidates, and we don't talk politics, but we're talking economics at the moment, that the market, it really isn't certain right now.
There's a lot of uncertainty in the market right now, Sharif. That's absolutely true, especially with an upcoming election. So yeah, we had the FOMC, so maybe that gave a little more leeway, some more comfortability for equities to trade higher.
Right.
But again, we still have this big event looming.
Yeah.
And that's the election. So again, we don't know.
And the reason I mention that is because if you're going to take a decisive level, right, and that's the thing. I mean, I don't want to say 20,000 is a decisive level. We were above it, well above it, especially on the NQ December contract, which has different levels than the September. And if you were to look at the highs on the December contract, we almost weaseled into 21. In fact, we did breach 21. That wasn't the case on the September one. Again, different levels. If you want to have a look at the continuous contract, understand how they're calculated, that's beyond the scope of this lesson. But, we're still putting in higher lows. Like that's Black Monday over there. That's the yen carry trade sell-off. And we put in and we put in a bit of a higher low this last little while. September 9th was the low of the month. And we're coming back into that key area of technical resistance, Joe. 20,200 and a half, 20,200. So I've been biased. We whiffle, we waffle until the market has some certainty. And you know what's funny? Is that you often hear about the market wanting gridlock. It doesn't want one party to have too much power because it wants to be able to predict.
Hey, so what do we sell some premium on it?
I love it, man.
Right? Sideways, we like gridlock too. We sell some premium. We do some credit spreads. We're still profitable even if the market is moving sideways.
That's fantastic. I love that attitude, baby. It's like, hey, I'll make money no matter what this market does.
Yeah, there's multiple ways.
All right, guys. One last question for you over here, coming again from Hey Davis. Can you ask him about IV rank, implied volatility rank, and how that affects income and loss? Massive talent available to us in the back in these floor traders. Much respect to these guys and gals. Wow, we're gonna hit the bangs for Joe. Absolutely, and Satya, you guys are absolutely killing it. These guys. You want to?
Yeah, sorry. Repeat the question one more time.
Sure, no problem. He's asking about implied volatility. Can you ask him about the implied volatility rank and how that affects income and loss?
Okay, so from an IV perspective, as you know, with Catalyst and FOMC, implied volatility increases, right? So with the increase in implied volatility, that comes with increased options premiums.
Right.
All right. So when you are selling, so say we were to do a credit spread before the FOMC.
Sure. Oh.
We collect $50. But after FOMC, that same contract can be valued at $100.
Really?
Exactly. So what we want to do is we want to avoid selling premiums when implied volatility is extremely low with the potential to go higher, because essentially you're buying something with less value that can be way more value in shorter term. So we want to avoid implied volatility when it's low and with the potential on the move higher.
All right.
If that makes sense.
It does. All right, guys, it is time's up for us. It is 2 o'clock. I'm going to shout out my man, Joe.
Thank you guys
Throw
for having me.
up ones in the chat for my man, Joe. I think he did a fantastic job. Show your love for his knowledge and the lesson that he dropped. Throw those ones. But until now, we're going to throw you over to the big kahunas who are locked and ready to go. Take it over, guys.
Perfect.
Come on, Ram.
See, even Ram knows we just want to let him cook. Let that man cook. Great job. Thank you very much, Joe. Let him Tim cook?
Let him Tim
Yes,
cook.
let him Tim cook.
The market's dropping.
The market's dropping like
We're out. We were in Apple there.
Yeah, well, okay, so Apple just lost 230 and a half. That was fast. Okay, so anyways.
That came in.
Isn't that so weird?
Super quick right there.
Everything was very, very chill in the market until we came right back on it too. No, I didn't hear anything. Is my thing
This is
even
what we
on?
have to expect now with witching coming through.
Yeah, it is what it is.
We just heard from Joe over there. Good job there, Joe. All about options and implied volatility. So we are expecting some volatility to start kicking up like almost immediately.
Lots of names in play.
We're gonna show some interesting sources that we have and whatnot available to real traders for the imbalance locator and whatnot like that.
We got you.
I'm not trying to whisper about it. I'm trying.
We're being straight up. There's it's not just Palantir and Dell that you should be concerned with. GME is an upweight today.
Exactly. And that might have caused. We were like, what's going on with GME? But there is an upweight there.
There is an upweight.
So we have to watch out for that. And I mean, coming into the close, it's going to be what we expect to be a pretty volatile mover. I just want to show you if I can find what I was looking at earlier. No, I wanted that thing that had all
I closed it.
Me too.
Oh, wait a minute.
I wound up closing
This is it.
Did you have it?
Yeah, let me.
Yeah, that thing.
This is
yeah.
Let me just pull it on. What the heck? I'm only showing. I don't want to.
You don't want to.
No,
what do you mean by doxing people?
No, I wanted to full screen it. Like this, right? So like,
yeah, there we go. Yeah,
I'm sophisticated. I know how to use the scroll thing on my mouse so that I can make it bigger.
I don't know that F11, F10 stuff.
Come on, son. What does F11 do?
I don't know.
What? F11?
I think it ejects
what's
from your...
What's full screen? I'm a boomer. I don't know these things. No, I'm just messing around. Just so...
Yeah, be quiet.
Yannick, we're just messing around. Like I'm not that incompetent and I'm not that old either.
Back there, the Spanish right there.
No, all we wanted to show here is, like obviously Palantir and Dell are a big deal. Like, you're going to see Dell. There you go, in addition. And then you're going to have, where the heck did Palantir go? Yeah, it's in here. There's Palantir.
Yeah.
Addition, so float increases on Apple, Broadcom, Nvidia. I don't know what funding means. Who cares about that? Eli Lilly, float decrease. But I think a lot of people at GameStop, so you had a float increase on GameStop, and that's kind of a big deal. Now, FedEx share decrease. I mean, as if they didn't have anything else going on with them. So, we're going to keep this. You know, you always ask us like later on, hey, Neil, pull that back up or like screen cap it for everybody or something like that.
Hey,
but
we just
going into the close,
if we get anything else, we'll see what else happens.
We might be looking at some things going into 350 that you're like, why do you care about this? Well, because there might be an imbalance that might show up. So, you know, looking at GameStop here, it's got an upward trend on it. I'm not going to just sit there and buy it now, but
no, the thing is wrong because I'm not long at Apple.
We'll look for. Maybe we should refresh the position board. The only thing I'm in is in Intel, so that's correct. But maybe refresh
I got
it for.
stopped out of.
Yeah, because Apple just stopped out. Like,
can you believe Rivian? I just actually tweeted
Apple
that.
just lost you up.
Yeah, I'm out of VWAP. I'm out of Apple.
I covered too soon.
I just tweeted this out. I said Rivian. Rivian right now is down $1 from where we were. This is down 10%. This name was roughly flat when we took the trade. I guess it was probably down 2 or 3%. You've added a nice little number to this name. We still have our 10%, but I wish we would have known that this kind of collapse was coming for Rivian. I mean, the market's heading lower now, but the market is still fine. It's Rivian that's the problem now. Yeah, just going SSR. Could get a little bit of an SSR bounce. I don't really have any reason to get out of that one. I mean, this is your big trade of the day right now. Remember what I said? We were red. We were red on Tesla. Not anymore. I mean, we just shorted that thing all through the midday. And I know Adara was battling the long. She had some good trades there. We were just really going short this whole time. Short, short, short. I mean, this is 240.50 right now. We're $3 in the money right now. So $3, that's a good trade coming through for Tesla. So yeah, and we're still going to go over the
symbols.
We do have that.
Oh, we are good?
Yeah,
okay,
so
we're just kind of waiting for you to be ready.
Yeah, we're just waiting. As soon as Ramin tells us what to do, then we will do that. Oh, I'm not even logged into the thing, so that would be nice. I just started talking.
She just said go, 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 go.
Right, I heard her do that, and I am not.
So what we're going to do now is just stall for a few seconds, maybe fix this. This needs.
She left you guys. All right, guys. Oh, Neil. All right, guys, all the indexes right now in negative territory. You have about 0.4 last time I looked right now on the ES in negative territory. Likewise with the NQ, about 0.6, 0.8 for the Russell, really the worst of the bunch, and flat for the Dow last time I looked. So performing the best after printing all-time highs yesterday. Let's start off with the number one ticker as selected by you guys, TSLA. No real catalyst on it today, but it had a really interesting day yesterday, giving back though a lot of those moves that we put in yesterday, guys. That was a big move yesterday, but giving back almost the entire thing. Again, no real catalyst, but this little tidbit here about the robo-taxi wars that we're going to get more from Tesla on October 10th. Make sure to check that out with us.
Earnings too on the 16th for Tesla.
Earnings on October 16th.
October 16th. So it's big. Like October is huge for Tesla, man. October 10th, October 16th. Wait a minute, that's not right. Okay, hold on a second. No, I'm just going to my trade ideas. They never will report pre-market. Yeah, I don't know if I trust that. But anyways.
What, Tesla?
Yeah, it says October 16th pre-market. Tesla doesn't report pre-market.
Not that I know of.
No, let's just call it aftermarket on the 16th.
I mean, we have our big shows every day, and it's always, remember we always kid about, oh, he's going to report at 4:20, and then
exactly.
like 69 seconds too late or something. Yeah, this guy's a joke.
That'll be aftermarket.
I can check. Go ahead. Are you still want to talk about the stock? I'll talk about.
Yeah.
I'll look to see if I can find.
Well, you're in it now. I'm out of it. Like I was long this morning. Let's go over the stock very quickly here. Start from the outside in. Tesla, that 235 breakout from yesterday. Like it hasn't given it all back. But, I mean, it's giving up a hefty chunk of that move. It was a clean break all the way into almost 245, I should say, from that 235 level. It almost gave it all back. You looked at where it bounced, 236. I feel like if it had got down to 235, it would have almost been too easy. I was long this morning, worked it into 243 a couple of times. Thankfully, like I was out before it broke the bottom.
16th.
I was pretty fortunate. It's 16, but it's got to be after close.
It is after close.
Okay,
yeah. The date is right.
Yeah, the date's right. I was in one short in here, VWAP. I didn't really stick with it. I went over to Intel because Intel was Intel, but Tesla's still working its way back. I wouldn't be terribly surprised if it was a 235. If the market gravitates back to the lows, if this does get to 235, because look at how it's outpacing the move back. Like the NASDAQ is well off the bottoms and only breaking down now. This is making lower highs. So it's relatively weak, clearly, as everybody can see. There is no, at least I don't think there was any expected massive move at 350 for Tesla specifically. But hey, if we see imbalance, we'll let you guys know.
Yeah, I just wanted to get over a few things right here. Look, Tesla was a red stock for me, then it went positive. And what I've actually learned about this, and I tweeted this out, and I said like a little bit of reflection there. I could find the tweet, but you guys go find it anyways. I was just saying, like, we were long early, right? And then we lost on it. But then we noticed that, of course, it was trading against the market, where Tesla was now down 3% or 2.5%, and the market's only down 0.5%. So we were able to flip up our opinion. And then we started going short. Like, look at these shorts. Short, bang. Short, bang. Like, look at that cover. This short right here is $239.50. That covers $237.20. So that's $2.20. Then we said, okay, we'll short again. We get stopped out there when it breaks the 200 period moving average. That was right around noon. But then it came back, and we just shorted more, watching the market, trying to play that game. And then, as they say right now, 240.50 down to 237.50. It's a $3 winner, and we still got a piece on for this one. So we're pretty happy with the way Tesla's been trading right now. I just say, you just got to watch this number compared to this number, the futures. So if Tesla, if Tesla's up and the market's up, then Tesla's a long. We saw that yesterday, was absolutely huge. But it gives back more than the market as well. So like the delta on this, like 2 or 3, like just how much more aggressive it is versus the market. So if you have the direction I keep saying the market, but of the NASDAQ and some of these tech names. You saw Rivian. We could probably look at many other car names today, probably all to the downside. Again, an interest-sensitive space, but not really for Tesla. They don't need to borrow money or anything like that. They're completely fine. And again, I don't know how many of their cars are financed. I actually looked at Tesla financing rates a couple weeks ago, I think. It was like 799. I know, it was ridiculous. So I actually looked at that, and it was too high. So I don't think that they're playing that game. But at the end of the day, Tesla's a great stock. It's printed, many millionaires. I don't know if that's going to be happening this year. We're running into some problems up here. I think it's a sell, but I still like all the tech. We're short it now in the money, $3. Let's go talk about Apple, a name that we just got stopped out of, and for good reason, man. Apple is coming in, Sharif, coming in quite a bit.
It is, Sean, but it had a monster day yesterday. Another decent day today, but your point well taken. Definitely well off the highs. The market in general really curling. There was this headline from today, Huawei's $2,800 trifold Mate XT, getting a lot of interest online and on the world, but they really can't meet demand, or at least that's a story coming out from China with respect to this foldable phone. There was this headline as well. Apple reopens their iconic Fifth Avenue store today with the release of the iPhone 16. And guess who was there? Timmy Cook. He was meeting and greeting everybody, guys.
I was saying like, yo, what's up? Check out my new AirPods. Things like, I actually like the new AirPods. I thought that the new AirPods, the fact that they have that hearing
you are gonna
test
get
thing.
them.
What? What'd you say? Hearing test? What? No, I think that's going to be very, very important because, that's what my dad always says some sort of a joke, and I have to paraphrase it. He's like, my mom says, well, you never listen to me. And he goes, what? Something like that, So this one, or would you say something like that?
As you get older,
that's what I mean. So now we have to have no excuse. We'll get those AirPods, give our test, and then we'll run it.
Well, the problem is you want the excuse.
That's what I'm saying.
That's the issue.
That's what
So
I'm saying.
it kind of cuts both ways there. But
Both ways.
yeah, Apple was cruising, man. Like for most of today, Apple was like the one. Well, okay, maybe Meta as well, with a Mag 7 stocks that you wanted to the long side because they didn't really break down. Well, all that changed about 15 minutes ago, or I don't know, like 10, 12 minutes ago, because Apple was just cruising and then it lost VWAP just here. So just to fast forward to what's probably coming next, that support at 229 and a quarter. Like I still think if you're going to bounce in the market, I'd rather the stock that's up. It's above the 50 period. It's been one of the stronger Mag 7 names. I like them, and we're looking for a bit of a buy potentially at the close as well. So, above yesterday's highs. Like yesterday, it's like a triple top in here, 229.5 and a 229 quarter. That's where I want to look for the dips. Probably could have had one in there, but it didn't quite get down underneath that 229.5. But I think Apple can still be a constructive long here. But unfortunately, when the market lost support under 20,000, it brought a lot of things down here with it. Apple, unfortunately for them included, but you still have a long time to go here. We got almost a couple hours. We're just starting the afternoon. I think Apple can still dip and rip.
So P&L-wise, Apple is the number one stock today. It is the number one idea on the sticky note, and it was fantastic early, man. We have a 230 long print right here on the sticky note. So if we come over here and just have a quick little look, there it is, man, 230 long break. And we had it. So let's just go over. Here's the chart to show you guys what we did. Here's 229. We got the dip buy into the 50 period, ripped it up. We just got out at 231.50. So $1.50 there on that trade, but that's not even the trade that we're worried about. Right now, so we already went long and there's the out, right? It broke through. Now, what are we doing now, right? Let's just try to focus on the now. So we went long and we were able to take some money out of it, but then it broke through VWAP and we got out. Now, right now, noticing that there's that 229.50 area. We just sort of talked about that. That was a level that was holding back into here. The very bottom 229.20. I don't think I want to hold until that comes through. 229.50. Neil and I have both showed you already. Well, Neil did. I'm going to show you now. Now, we still have Apple as an increase. Float increase right there on Apple. Float increase on Broadcom. Addition on Palantir. We know that's an addition. We know it's a migration on BioRad. Made that part up.
Uh-oh.
Float decretion there on deletion or
Decretion is fine.
Okay, good. All right, because not a deletion. On Eli Lilly, right? Additions on Dell and TGX. Oh, this is that name that Brian Shannon was talking about. TGTX Therapeutics there. Decrease. That's the word. Duh. Decrease there on Constellation, CEG, and a few other ones. ExxonMobil, FDX, and FH. DHR. Danaher. That's a name
Wait a
that we
minute.
used to talk about.
You said Brian Shannon was talking about TGTX?
No, yeah, he was trading that for a while, like a couple months ago.
Okay.
Yeah, going back to May,
Gotcha.
yeah. So when Adara was there doing it with us, we were always talking about TGTX. But anyway, so interesting plays coming for Apple. I'm going to try to stay long, and part of it is based on that information, to be honest with you. Yeah.
Oh, GameStop.
I mean, GameStop also. Yeah.
I'm surprised GameStop's not on that.
I just want to show you. It is on the list. That's what
it's on the list.
Yeah, right there. GameStop. So come back over here. It's Andre doing a fantastic job. Give this man a raise already? What the hell? All right, GameStop right there, 8%. I have no idea what that means, but right there, float increase. So if we're looking for reasons today, it could be something to do with that. But right now we're long Apple, so we just went long again. So again, that's the reasoning. Now we're long now Apple. I just went 230 again. If I like 230 to begin with at the beginning of the day, let's just try it again now. A lot of noise in this market as we approach 2:30, 3 o'clock. We're going to get more updates. We plan on updating you guys. Thank you for joining us, by the way. If anybody else is interested, holy schnat, right now. Look at Palantir. Hello, 58 million.
It's a little something,
58 million. Yo, Alex Karp, what are you saying now, my guy? Now you want to sell 58 million to the buy side for shares. Whoa, Dell 9 million. Okay, wow. We are going to have quite the party.
Remember, it's always compared to the expected. Now, remember, it was what was that other symbol? It was
what, New Holdings.
Yeah, NU.
Yeah, New Holdings.
Like it was like 70 million when we were expecting somewhere around that number. So it was giving you what you was expected. That 56
what you was expecting
on Palantir. We're expecting 270
million.
Yeah. 207.
That's the total.
That's the total.
Yeah. So some of that could have already been done.
A lot of that it could have already been done, but I know it looks big, but it could be.
At the end of the day, look, this is what you have to look at. Let's just come back here and we'll get Sharif. We don't want to keep him standing there for too long. Right there. Get the man a chair. No. Okay, so Palantir. Look, the reason why it's important is, come over here quickly, Andre, and then I'll just show everybody. These are 100 lots. Right? So when you're looking at the time and sales here or the level 2, like that's 1,800 shares, right? That's 2,000 shares. Like, so you don't even have, like you have 10,000 by 20,000 at most on the level 1 at any time. So the problem here is that you're not going to be able to pair this much off. You're going to need other traders to come in. So again, algos, people that are rebalancing their funds or already are long and maybe want to get out of Palantir into this run up potentially at the end of the day. So you already have, like what Neil was giving you, that 260 million or whatever it was, you already have 58 plus 32. So it's already 90 million in here. It's just 32 million have said, we'll take those. So at the end of the day, whatever that print is going to be at least 92 million shares, at least right now. And then that number will keep getting updated.
Oh,
you're now tuned into the best show, period, for this kind of stuff and for trading.
Only.
And on YouTube, actually. We actually just won an award, best show ever on YouTube.
Yes.
So thank you for that, whoever awarded us that. All right, over there to Sharif.
Yeah, that's a fantastic explanation, boys, because you're going to do a lot better than me, because I was going to mention that. I was looking at Obi to see exactly what they were looking for today on the trade on the floor, and he basically said exactly what you guys said. All right, so next is Palantir, funny enough, and another day, another government contract, military contract for Palantir. This one to the tune of about $100 million. Specifically, they're going to work with DEFCOM Army Research Lab to expand the Maven smart system access across all military services. Was reading a little bit about this one. Obviously, it has to do with the military. So good luck for Palantir. Another contract.
Yes, sir. And
I didn't realize Palantir was on the board next.
It's on the board, but that's okay. All of this awesome content, obviously, in the close, Palantir, your options expiration, all of this brought to you in this segment, brought to you by our good friends, Trade the Pool. Why? Because becoming a funded trader means trading with a firm's money instead of your own. At Trade the Pool, you first complete an evaluation by hitting profit targets while managing risk. Once you pass, you get access to up to $260,000 in buying power. You keep up to 80% of the profits while the firm covers the risk. It's the perfect way to trade big without risking your own funds. Ready to become a funded trader? Join Trade the Pool. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description. So shout out to Trade the Pool. Appreciate them. And obviously, we were covering Palantir because we knew it was next on the board, because we think like that. Oddly enough, GLMD, by the way, just made a bit of a move to the upside. And I think maybe it was just a volume alert that I got in Benzinga while we were listening to Sharif there. But GLMD making some moves. As far as Palantir goes, as I said,
it was muted. My bad.
we're expecting, it's a straight up addition into the index. Like, it's not there, it's going in. It's like 270 million shares. The last one that was, I mean, Tesla's was gigantic. Nothing really compares to that. I feel like SMCI made a run going into it and then ended up being a bit of a nothing burger on the day. So there's no guarantees. Like, you could have a gigantic buy imbalance. And Palantir's done 50 million shares. It's going to do well over 100 million today by the time you get to the close, and especially after the close. So there's no guarantee it's going to like print higher or run going into it. But it did hold the line of support, and it is trending up. Now, if that number starts getting bigger and bigger, I'm just going to look for the obvious areas in here. Now, we're not going to get to trade off 35.8, so you can throw that one out the window. If that happens, probably a lot of people out of the money a lot. But yeah, VWAP in here looks like a good opportunity. Maybe even this 36.35, like where it's been chilling out. I want to look for places to buy support on Palantir. And only because it's related, as we mentioned, GME is sort of in the boat as a bit of a share increase. I'm just trying to get in here in front of 21. So I'm going to sit in front of the 21 level. You have support down here, 95. Just want to slide in. If it's an upway, it's got the squeeze potential. It's already up on the day after that talk of dark pools, big dark pool orders. But if this one decides to rally into the close, it's already done a bit of a mini squeeze. And if it has an imbalance, anything can happen. It's GameStop. There's no guarantees, but I want to be long out in front of 21. Put the stop underneath 95 if we're able to pick that one up. So it's not the same as Palantir. Like, it's not being added to the S&P 500, but we are expecting a share increase here.
All right, just while you guys were listening to Neil there, we did buy some more Apple. We talked about that we would do that. So there it is. So a nice average price. We'll take something out there as we get back to 30. So we'll just take 15 cents or 10 cents right there. Oh, it's 98, so 84. So 14 cents, waiting for a bump back up. Look, in fact, about that Palantir, I haven't traded it today. Let me just show you something here. So not only is it a buy imbalance, we all knew that. It was obvious. We talked about this from time. But look what I wrote down today on the sticky note, right? And I mean, it was pretty clear. This is a sell for Palantir right there. 36.75 short sell. Too much pressure here from the rebalance. Watch for the flush to happen. So let's just look at what the stock did exactly. So we said 36.75. You know what the high on Palantir today is? 36.70, 36.71. So we nailed the high. It didn't really flush. There's a little bit of a flush, following the market. But again, we nailed the top of the day there. We didn't take it. But yeah, I feel like Palantir could just relax into the close. I think someone said there on the chat, so does that mean that we're going long now that we've showed all that information on the rebalancing? And no, it doesn't. I mean, this number will start to either come back in or increase, and then we can base our judgment on that. So we'll keep it up for you. We'll keep on throwing it in there. But for right now, I'm just going to have to let Palantir chill. I mean, the perfect example of that is Apple. Apple also has that buy increase, and since then, share increase. And since then, this is what it's been doing all afternoon, the last hour and a half. So we'll wait to see what happens there. But yeah, interesting times ahead on quad witching or triple or whatever it is.
I think it's only triple these days. You know what? Well, let's go back to Sharif, but there's some super chats that we have to get to as well.
For day for Nvidia today, but it had a fantastic day yesterday, still above that gap that we put in prior to yesterday's trading. So we're still above that, but we're printing lows. I mean, it really hasn't been much of an interest rate story. This headline from yesterday basically saying semis are up in the rate sensitive industry, but that hasn't been the case with Nvidia. We saw the hyperscalers who don't look to the credit markets to finance their CapEx spend their own money. So that didn't prevent sales from prevent these aggressive GPU sales, even while interest rates were still elevated before that 50 bips cut, guys. But trading well near the IB low right now.
Yeah, ugly day for Nvidia. Now, I was short AMD, not Nvidia. Obviously, you could have been short Nvidia, it could have been short Nvidia. I tried when it went red to green. So it was a bounce play. I was looking for it to hold the line here. Did break out the top, fail, got out. Now, when it came back down, obviously could have shorted this, and you can see what ended up happening at the support line. Like it's like 116.75. You had support yesterday. had like a wick basis high on the 18th, and then you had a nice little close here. So it was a good area of confluence, or if that's the word you want to use. But instead of getting short that, I just felt like AMD was a little bit different in terms of the nature of its weakness. Like it never really broke back above green at any point. Like it failed lower. Just felt like a bit of a better short. And then obviously, I mean, you can see I'm in Intel, which at no point was strong. So like Intel just simply lost the bid and just continued to lose it. I'm bidding in front of 20 for obvious reasons. It's a round number, it's a Friday, and it's the next support level on Intel. So I think the chips have been weaker out of when I look at the names in the Mag 7 that bounced, like there's a few that did pretty well, Tesla being a bit of an exception there, but the chips kind of remained weak. And so looking for weakness in them this afternoon. I don't think there was, let me just double check, Nvidia, just gonna look up the sheet. Nvidia is supposed to be a bit of a down weight, but compared to the size of some of the others, it's not. Yeah, all the other ones on that list that we showed you are a little bit bigger, relatively speaking, than Nvidia, but it could end up being a sell at the close too.
All right, Nvidia is currently the number one P&L name for me today. Although Apple is, but I'm holding this against me a little bit. 6 cents right now. So I don't want to talk about it as being a top stock, but Nvidia, well, it still is, but Nvidia was. We only have double shorts here, man. We took the short at 118. We just wanted to play off of sort of yesterday's closing spot. And again, just being able to identify the weakness in the stock versus the market. So there it is. There's the short for Nvidia. A whole bunch of covers, man, right into the bottom of the day, into the pre-market. So that was pretty huge. That's about $1 and change. And then there's our last 10% out as we finally break the 50-period moving average, only to have that kind of a discipline to hold everything until then. But that's a 118 short. That's a 116.20, so about $1.80 right there for Nvidia. So yeah, man, no red marks on this name. Perfect day for me on Nvidia. Would probably like to get back in right now, but I'm kind of, a little bit preoccupied with watching Palantir and trying to figure out what's exactly going to happen with this Apple. We are $3 in the money on Tesla, just in case you guys are with me on this. Still debating a 50-period moving average, which is at 238.50. If we break that, we can get out. All right, let's go talk about GMLD with Sharif at the big screen.
What a small capper this one was, Sean. Both yesterday and the day prior, that's when it really started getting going there. Look at that big move from the day prior. Much more of a subdued day yesterday as it was an inside day. Another inside day from today. In case you're wondering what this small capper is moving, 2 reasons, 2 new drugs in the pipeline, and they're both looking at curing important ailments here. Hepatic cancer is the first one, and then cardiac fibrosis is the second ailment looking to be cured there. Again, well off the highs, but guys, still up 8% or so on the day.
Check that, it just bounced, so now 10%. Ooh, so yeah, it's making a bit of a bounce. That said, maybe not the best looking chart. So, it's on the other side of the trade from the run that it had on, I guess that would have been Tuesday. So there's your pullback. The good news, it managed to hold on to the same low. And a bit of a higher low in here at $8. That's where it's bouncing off of now. But clearly, see this gap. If it's not recovering above 13.5, it's just kind of grip it, rip it, and then fade it early on the last couple of sessions. So it needs to put in some higher lows or hold out one of these bigger moves. You never really want to see these big moves and just full retracements every day. That just tells you that there's no, it's creating bag holders instead of sustaining gains. And that's not necessarily a recipe for success in the long term. That said, if you zoom it out far enough, it doesn't look as bad as long as it's over $5. This one does have a chance. I did want to get to these super chats, and the first one, the Corleone family. What's the input on GME breaking 22 today? Now, as we said, we're expecting a potential upweight on GameStop. So I don't know if it's going to break. I was actually just on the bid trying to grab some 21s. I don't want to chase this move. Certainly, I want to be long here. It hasn't had any clean breaks of these highs. This is the break of the prior high, complete failure. Then this is the break of the prior high, complete failure. You see what I'm getting at? If it breaks the high of the day, I want to dip by the fail break. It's already done it 3 times. So any break of this top before it gets to 22, I want to play some kind of a retracement. And then the other question, is this the start of a cycle in UNG and Boyle? So I feel like, I know Michael Moss is into maybe that this is going to be a curl in natural gas. And don't get me wrong, there's a long way that it could go up if it ever starts to break out. So Boyle is breaking on the daily, and it's above the 50 period. I'm never trading this thing. I'm never swinging it. It's the Widowmaker. It's done rounded bottoms before that, it did a rounded bottom here and looked like it was breaking out, lasted a couple of days and made a fresh low. The difference now is it's trying to get above the 50 period moving average at least, so you do have a little bit of strength. Just always have an out. Yes, is it a bottoming pattern? Sure. Is it now above the 50 period and likely to close above it? Absolutely. If I throw up a weekly, you probably see the same thing. That said, it's called the Widowmaker for a reason. So just be careful when you're trading natural gas. Always have yourself an out. Getting stubborn is not going to usually bode well. So the market's trying to roll back in here. As I said, I'd rather buy dips in GME, keeping eyes on Palantir. I know Dell's also going in, but Palantir is just the bigger one in terms of the net that we're expecting. This could pull in the VWAP, but it's not really moving a heck of a lot yet. There's still plenty of time for us to work into this close. And as you said, I like Apple off of this quarters. I'm trying to pick up the halves. You know what? I'm underneath the wicks. See, if you want to get filled, you can't be underneath the wicks. You need to be in these wicks. It's not getting to 229.50. It means I want to see if I can get some 60s in there on AAPL. I feel like I might not trade anything that isn't in our little research for things at the close. I'm already in Intel, but it's GameStop and Palantir and Apple that I'm interested in for these last 90 minutes.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way right now. Tesla's a $3 winner. Someone just said Tesla's looking pretty yummy here. And we're underneath. I was just going to play it until we break this. So let's put a stop in now, just so if everybody's with me here, 238.31. You come over here, Andre, we'll have a quick look at the stock. There it is right there. So that's the 50-period moving average. We've used this many times in order to get in and out of our positions. So we're going to use it again right now. It would have worked here to get out, would have saved you about 50 cents. And then if you're long the same way, you would have been able to get out there and saved yourself more than that on the way down. So it also coincides with this little top. So I'm pretty happy with that. That's 238.30. So perfect. We had it set up there. So let's just do that. I don't have any other orders pending. Off or enter. I just want to also comment on something you're seeing me here really chilled out and relaxed, even though we do have these Apple trades. It's because I already have the stop order in. If it fills out, it fills out. We're going to flatten if this breaks 229.50, which is almost coming in right now. So if this breaks out down below this little level here, then we will completely get out. We've made good money on Apple today. It was the number one idea. It was my number one stock, but we've lost. We've lost right now trying to do something that is different than what we normally do. Normally, we look at the way the market's moving. We try to play the right names, obviously in the right direction. But right now, for Apple, I feel that I'm getting caught up thinking only long because of the imbalance tonight, right? And so we don't know. At 350 is when it's going to come public for the NASDAQ. Until then, we have, see this?
Did it just grow?
No. Palantir half now. So Palantir used to be 58 million. What the heck is AT&T doing here right now? There's also Verizon, which is big. So so someone's buying AT&T and selling Verizon, so that could be a pairs trade, honestly. It's just that simple. There's GME bulls. So bull up, man, right now. Honestly, that's 9 million shares. Well, okay, let's be exact. 8.3 million shares. I guess if we're going to round down, if my kids were here, they'd be that's closer to 8 than 9. So we'll see right now. That could be enough of a reason, right? If that stays. Now, remember, if that stays a buy, then the way it works, it's going to just the flow, it should take off a little bit because there's going to be a buy pressure at the end of the day, trying to find bidders, right? So again, trying to find sellers. So as it goes up, if this name gets to 22, then maybe some more will come in and pair that off. So it's just it's going to have to travel a little bit here, GameStop. So that's the reason, Dell and then Palantir.
Verizon's supposed to be a sell.
Oh.
Actually, AT&T is supposed to be a sell as well.
Okay, so just based on the information that we have there with some indexing, both are supposed to be a sell. So maybe we got to look for Verizon to the downside. But see, remember what I said? Apple, the information that we have for Apple, The information that we have for Apple right here is that it is a buy, or share increase. And right now it is share decreasing my net right now. So, okay, I mean, we're almost topped out. I don't want to, like, I'm laughing about this, but we will give back about 20 to 25% of what we made today on Apple in total by trying to chase this little imbalance. So if it breaks right here, I mean, you could wait for this level, but that doesn't make any sense. Like, I'm only in this name because I feel like we could run, and it's just not doing it. And the market is doing the opposite, right? The market is underneath the 50, underneath VWAP. I only have 2 markers on here for the futures. 50-period moving average. I could put maybe I should put the 200 up. Maybe we'll do that as well there. And look where VWAP is, 20,000. So you want to talk about a magnet that eventually broke? We broke it this way, it was nice. Then we broke it this way, it was even nicer. So right now you are starting to head to the downside. I'm debating just pairing something off on Apple, but I'm trying to be right here. So we're just long at 84. Like, we could take a 10-cent hit and be smooth with it and only lose about 20% of our day on of our total on Apple. I'm going to give it to 229.50. That breaks, we are out. Let's just keep looking for other names, I think. I don't want to.
I mean, GameStop is the strongest one, and you see it on that. Like, first of all, you never see GameStop on the early look, right? This is a special kind of day because it is that index for balancing. So if it's 8 million already, you got to keep in mind GameStop has done just over 3 times that volume. I was just thinking, fail break, it'll dip, but this is the red candle that just happened. It had like 10 in a row on a 3-minute chart green. And a single red candle, now it's about to run the high. It might break out, but every other breakout has been a fade into VWAP, fade 2% down into 2090, fade again into 21. So I feel like this is, I'm going to stick to the plan. I know it's super strong. We have so much time. If it's a close action trade, I don't need to be necessarily punching the high of the day at 237. So I'm going to stick with that whole look for a fade off of the highs. With Apple, I feel like the plan will be like scalp it long, but stay in a position. And then if at 350 everything is right and everything is good, then just try to build on that as well. So GameStop is absolutely the strongest name that I'm looking at. No questions asked. Palantir, despite that imbalance.
I mean, Apple's battling back now.
It's not moving. Like, the other things moving. Palantir, we're expecting to be big, but it's not doing anything right now.
Adding to this Apple position. But before we do that, let's talk about Vinfast real quick. Vinfast is Vietnam's leading electric vehicle manufacturer. It has announced its Q2 2024 financial results. Deliveries surged by an amazing 44% quarter over quarter, with over 13,000 EVs delivered, bringing the first half total to over 22,000. That is a 101% increase year over year. Q2 revenue climbed to over 357 million. That is also up 33% quarter over quarter. VinFast's success in Vietnam is pivotal, driven by rising EV adoption with global expansion and new models like the VF3. Sharif mentioned the VF9, also pretty hot. VinFast aims to deliver 80,000 vehicles in 2024, maintaining its commitment to sustainable mobility. So I think that's very important as we continue to talk more and more about different EV names. VinFast with a nice quarter there. Go check them out, VFS. Okay, thank you, VinFast. Just real quickly again, as we'll keep going, Apple, I don't want to just keep on talking about this one name, but it has started to creep back up off of that level. Like I said, let's try to make some money on this trade. I'm going to get something out if it comes to the 50-period moving average, because although I want to hold it for this eventual bump, or hopeful bump, even in the market, right? I still got to take something out if it gets to our levels. And actually, that's now at 10. So I'm going to be a little more prudent here. Get something out on the upside. And by something, I mean, we will get out of like 10%. Okay, right there. Did I just get it? Yes, I did. We're at 07. So right there, bang. Hopefully you guys were paying a little bit of attention to that. We just talked about Apple giving something back. No, we've added now. So Apple now, just with me getting out there, will be my number one stock of the day, pending it holding the bid. So good trading here on Apple as we continue to climb higher and higher. Don't quit your day job, my guy. All right, nice move. Okay, and plus we have to get something out at VWAP.
My favorite D'Angelo song.
Well, right there. That's a D'Angelo song? Yeah, I probably have a similar voice to him. 230.31 right now. Let's put another offer up to that side. All right, there it is. So we'll wait at 230.30s, see if we can get another piece out on that. But yeah, let's try to be patient. We will look for some more names. If there's anything in the chat, Neil and I are both, ready able,
know.
and willing to discuss different names that you may have for us here as it's 2:40 into what should be an exciting close. I may go and get a coffee at some point as well. Or maybe,
I was going to.
maybe a tea. Man, how about a lemon ginger tea? If you go, Adara, but what did you call me?
I said, how do you want it?
I know. The honey part was just a joke.
It was a good joke. I
Yeah,
got it right.
I don't mind. I'll put some honey in it. Yeah, if you don't mind. Thank
If you're
you.
going, can I have a peppermint?
Ooh, a peppermint.
Okay, I'm going to have to get a tray. I'll be back.
I'm sorry to ask.
Come on, Neil, man. Trying to.
Apologize. Just peppermint. Yeah.
You can just get.
I don't
me a
put
tea,
any-
too. Just don't even worry about the honey.
My allergies are acting up. I just had to take a reacting.
Yeah. So was Sharif said he.
No, it's the time of year. It's the time of year. It's I get allergies this time of year. Well, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, pretty much everything. GameStop. AJ just said to me, "How is your chance to get into GameStop?" This is exactly where I do not want to. I just said I don't want to buy the break of the high of the day. It's just this is the pattern. The pattern is buy the dip on GME. Like it's got to be in here. Or it could pull back into 2025. Like it's been higher lows as well. So I want to make sure that we're grabbing some kind of a higher low. And CompuCare team keeps saying Amazon short. In the afternoon yesterday, Amazon was a VWAP short. And what did Amazon just do? Ticked right into VWAP. This is why we keep talking about VWAP in the afternoons, everybody. Now, yesterday was different. It was breaking VWAP and then shorting into 190. Today, 190 is right at VWAP. So, yeah, distinctly different. The market's going down. Apple's going up. But again, we're kind of expecting a buy amount. And then Amazon's going down. So, yeah, I agree. Amazon should be a short back into VWAP. The problem with that is it's $1 away almost from VWAP. So I'm not going to chase this move to the downside.
Dude.
But, yeah, Apple's really going. Might have to start to think about higher lows. But we still have so much time to go into the close. But I agree with you, CompuCare team.
I took it out.
Amazon looks like a short to me. It just needs to get back and short the next available pop. I think is going to make a heck of a lot of sense. My eyeballs are on GameStop. I'm anticipating there's your topping tail candle. The last few times it has run the high of the day, it has been a pullback, buy the dip, hold back into the high. That's just a pattern I'm looking for on GME. I don't want to go short this. I'd pay for locates, but that's more because, and I had this conversation with a trader, real trading, why we pay for locates even if we're trying to go long. And that's oftentimes if you don't have the locates and it's not shortable, if I put an order out to take profit, that is my sell order.
Stuck.
And then the next order is going to code as a short sell. Therefore, it might prevent you from punching out. So therefore, if I want the flexibility, I pay for the locate so I can have my take profit out and my stop order simultaneously.
What a banger out right there for Apple, man. We just talked about what we were trying to do there. Not hold it forever, but have a little bit of that. So there it comes. We get some out at 25s there as it just bumps and then breaks back lower. This reminds me of my childhood. I'm sure Brenda remembers this as well. You probably do Starbursts. Do they still exist? I think they must.
Of course they do.
Do they? I mean, you know what? That's a stupid question. At Halloween, I always see my kids get those little 2-packs of Starburst. They're pretty good. The strawberry banana one is a good one.
You have no idea. Aaron loves Starburst.
Yeah, kids love
Starburst.
But here we go. Starburst says, my voice is like a combination of Fergie and Jesus. Do we know what Jesus' voice sounds like exactly? I don't know, or is that Jesus? Who is that, Jesus? Right there, but shout out to Starburst as well. But my voice is a raspy one today, that's for sure. Talking all week, and it's not going to stop. We have triple hockey this weekend as well.
Hockey?
Yeah, she's got to practice.
Ooh.
Oh, my daughter was asked to help coach 7-year-olds. Nice. So that was really sweet. So she's going to be on the ice at 7 a.m. Sunday morning.
Pay it forward,
but my wife loves all that, so she'll be taking her there. I might go on Sunday morning. Who knows? It should be fun. And then we have a practice followed by a game tomorrow. All right, that's Apple. Let's just check in on Palantir and see what's going on. We will check in 2 seconds on that imbalance. So right now, Palantir does start to inch up a little bit, but it kind of just reminds me of Apple. It's kind of just going with the futures. The futures could take the 50 period. We like that. Let me check out those imbalances.
Wow, GameStop.
Oh, no. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, it's gone.
No more Palantir imbalance.
It'll be back.
So we lost our mind. I know, yeah, of course it will be back. So we put a big deal on when it was there in the first place. And now I don't.
Well, if you sort by paired volume, here I have another.
Paired volume is a good way of sorting.
Sorry, I have what am I doing?
Here, just keep it on me, then I have
Keep
it.
it on you do.
There it is. So there it is, paired volume.
there.
So now, good idea there. Now it's a sell of 1.6 million.
Because it's going to have the biggest total. So no matter what, you can always sort by paired. It'll be the biggest total for sure today.
By far.
Yeah.
So Nvidia also at one point was a sell, I guess. It's gotten paired off, or I guess it could have been a buy too. I don't know. Right now, 17 million shares already gone for that one. So it might not be super, I don't know. Am I burying the lead here? I guess Brendan's telling me, don't tell people it might not be exciting at the close. No, it's just as these pair off, we could see a muted move.
There's still GameStop.
Again, there's still GameStop and at right here and at 350, it's going to be a brand new ball game. Like just because these start to pair off now, there could be another 90 million. Neil mentioned 260 million is what we're expecting for Palantir. Well, that's 90 only. So we could have a little bit of a bigger move coming for PLTR into the close. So yeah, man, let's just let's just stay positive and look for bigger moves. And I think Palantir could be there. So yeah, that's about it for me. Anything over there that you
just fire the guy that said wait for dips into 21 on GME. That's all. Apparently just buy the top on GameStop is what you should do.
Obvious.
So note that now that's not going to work. But yeah, that actually came down. You did the topping tail candle, right? So it kind of looked like it was going to reverse. It did. You guys all saw it. And then it just broke higher. So want to play it off of this trend. Obviously, it's in a very strong trend to the high of the day, so we'll see if we can pick it up. It's still 4.7 million to the buy side. It is just absolutely running higher and higher. Millennial Farmers short CEG.
That's also on the list.
Yo, that's on the list for a buy first, I'm pretty sure. I'll double check it in a second.
Okay.
And it's one of the strongest stocks in the market today. 21% to the upside. I know Adara was actually trading this. This is what the daily chart looks. When we tell you it's strong, we're not messing around. What does make sense is when you look at it on a 15-minute. Now, I know Obi would tell you this, and I've done this on different stocks before. Usually it's on something that I've actually traded before. I have some kind of an idea how it moves. But if you look at the last push up, it did break trend line. But I would think you'd be short at 254 already when it broke this trend, and then you would have maybe already covered some. You could be thinking about a reload. But like that broke the trend, it gave you the down move, now it's retesting the high. Generally speaking, I don't like it on that side of the trade because I feel like the trend top already broke and you should either be making money already in the short. Getting it here when it's trying to reestablish the bid can be trickier because it's tougher to have it out there. Usually I want to break a trend line, stop at the top, and then you're already in the trade. But CEG, that's the nuclear name. Actually, Michael Noss was discussing this in the morning, actually, now that I remember. That's who it was. Adara was trading it, but Michael Noss was bringing this to our attention when it was double digit to the upside, not 21%. So I'm still going to be focused on trying to get into GameStop, which at this point just keeps on going higher and higher. Next available dip or consolidation in GameStop, I want to join the party. Apple, we've already mentioned.
Apple's huge right now.
Like it's just continuing to fly.
We are making bank right now on Apple. I'll tell you like it is, man. I mean, we keep getting it out, but look what just happened. A huge move back up to 230.40. So this is a big move for Apple. I'm actually going to take another piece out. We were like thinking that this might not be the thing, but it is the damn thing right now. It is a money-making opportunity. Let's go, Apple. This is why, honestly, man, believe in what you're doing. We just trade the strong names. It's on the sticky note. Not only that, plus we have the momentum behind us. I mean, we're all about this, man. We're all about that life. All right, so 238.35. We're going to get some out. I know Tesla, I'm just going to punch out of it. It's right now at the 50-period moving average, but this still goes down as the market's going up. So right now we like that play. Look at Apple, man. Apple just continues to climb. We are really putting on some damage here it's worth it, right? Obi tells me all the time. He comes over to me and he's like, you know what you told me, Sean, was 100% right. If you have the risk to do it and you like a trade, you might as well use shares because otherwise you're just sitting here kind of like blah, 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 right? And I think that that's the thing. Like when Apple came down here, that's 72. That is 25 cents worth of risk on that break. So you can afford to put that on. I mean, right now on this trade alone, we're 85 cents in the money. 85 cents in the money on a 25 cent risk. So we've always put $1 in the pocket since we've been talking to you guys about this name. There goes Apple. It's blasting to the upside right now. Neil, there's no point in getting out of this one. We've already gotten out. I mean, we put on a decent amount, so we'll get out on the way up. We still have a little bit more than half. We have about 60% left of this trade. Let's see how high Apple can continue to climb. But I have a G. I'm
holding some into the close. Like, no matter what, if it does come out, the thing is, if you have a stock trending in the direction you're expecting it to be at 350, you want to try to hold on to it going into the close. And a lot of people are saying, like, get back over to GME. I was just putting a trailing stop on Intel. I don't even think Intel's in the research. Oddly enough, I should probably check. I'll do it at some point. But I don't think there's anything happening on that one. It's GameStop that I want the next available dip on. It's trending up. Like I said, we're expecting that buy and balance 100%. So we'll see if we get it. It's going to go back here. It's still 4.7 with a paired of 10 million. That's very significant. Obviously, that's a big paired number, but a lot of it is still unpaired. So I want the next, like, it's about to make a dip. You don't know where it goes back into. Ideally, 21.5 is where it's going to be for me. Apple, like I said, I don't want to, it's kind of silly. If it goes to the high of the day, in curls, I'd get out because there's always a chance to get back in. It's only 250. Yeah, this is actually moving very quickly. If it fails one of these lower highs, I don't mind getting out because I'm going to be on the bid on the way back in no matter what on AAPL. But it's GameStop that I want to try and grab next in here, and we'll see what we can do about that. This one's powering to the upside. Remember, the market's down. The market's down and lost 20,000. Right. So, like, I'm sure there's probably a few things that are bleeding that we're not paying too much attention to, but most of that is because of the strength that we're seeing. And this is the only dip that this is going to do. I might just take the break of the high here on GameStop. It just dipped 4 cents. That's it.
Oh boy, guys, honestly, we're now into GameStop, and look what we just did. We just took another dollar right now on Apple. I mean, this is now my number one stock. We are at the highs all day for ourselves. There goes Apple, man. It is a blast. But the thing about all of this is we have it in my ear right now. It's the Benzinga Pro platform. So, Adair is going to do it? All right, then let's go back over there to the desk with Adair to talk about Benzinga.
Brought to you by Benzinga Pro. If you feel lost in the noise of the market, then you need Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro cuts through the clutter and gives you the insights you need to make smarter, faster trades. From real-time news to unusual options activity, we'll show you exactly what's moving the market and why. Don't miss out on your chance to trade like a pro. Visit benzinga.com/pro to start your free trial today.
Thank you very much. And we got our ear to the ground as well. So we're plugged in like we always are with Benzinga. Thank you much for that. So high of the day break on GameStop. It just continues to go higher.
We're long.
Is what it is, right? So if it's going to go, if you're trading it technically, the 50 period sits at like 22.75. Like, that's an obvious, it's like $1 away, right? So there's nothing in terms of significant price areas in here unless you look at what just broke out the top, which is a previous support. Like, it's a pretty clean move through 22 into what could be 22.5. And if it comes out, if I see, and I have another locator up here that I can kind of look up at. This is the one I show you guys. But if I see this 4 million go to 0 or flip to a sell, I have no issues just getting out of GameStop and then reevaluating at that point. But as long as it's a buy, we're just going to hang on to it. That's the plan of action here on GME. And a similar thing, unless we get to the high of the day on Apple. But they're both going upside. Now the market's participating as well, I know. And Intel, I just put that trailing stop in, and I just jumped out of it. It's just a trade from earlier, was playing the trend in down on Intel, and now it's breaking up with the rest of the market, breaking back to the upside, I should say. So I've trailed out of that one, and now we'll focus on these two names for myself that we're expecting some buys going into the close. Keep it simple.
Yeah, Hey Davis is right there. I mean, it's just, it depends on for how you guys trade. I mean, I like to, and we talk about this, just use shares and then get out at the 50, get some out at VWAP, get some out at the 200, and now we can hold. So now we have about 40%. We had about 60%. We took some out at the 200 period where we've done before. Now we can just let this one ride into the close and just hopefully be able to have a good little winner here. We could even get longer on Apple, breaking through this 231. I mean, that could also be a possibility here as the market has a lot of room to run back up to the upside. It'd be nice to see us break VWAP here on the NASDAQ. I mean, we're now $1.50 in the money on Apple. I mean, it's just like, what a day, man. Like, you want to talk about shawarma party for months right now. It's what else are we supposed to do? We actually talked about this trade down here. And I mean, I hope that you guys have it. We do, and we have shares, so it's going to be a good trade. GameStop, I'm doing the same thing again. I'm going to get something out ahead of $22, man. We punch long on GameStop. If it can continue to go up, let's just do that. Our stop on Tesla remains the same. Make sure we execute it, which we will.
High day.
Palantir's ripping, perfect. 238.31 right now, almost out. So a couple more pennies, we are out of this one. But it is Apple that is really like, again, we're taking a bite out of this one because it just continues to climb higher and higher. Apple, wow. What a trade, honestly, here into the close. Like, thank you so much. And I think no matter what, the one thing that I've learned over time is this is all that truly matters, honestly, Sebastian. Your instincts, and thank you for saying this about me, but your instincts are amazing. And I think that's what it is. You have to know when to get in and then when to get out. A lot of it can be based off charts, but you know what? I've seen behind us many people be chartists and chart enthusiasts, and then they're out of here in a couple months. Charting is nice. It's a great picture of what's happened. There's no way in hell a chart's going to tell you about what's going to happen. So you guys just stay with whatever you're doing. Stay true to how you guys trade. I like to use a chart to give me some indications of trades. How many times have we called up a chart and be like, nah, I don't really like it right here because it doesn't match everything that we think about. So use it as, a indicator and reasons like, look at this, man. Okay, now Apple's really starting to go to the upside.
Yeah, if it tags the high of the day,
it just did. Yeah, I mean, I think you're probably right there, Neil. And see, again, like that's what Neil's talking about. No, but I just want to use you
on a rebalance day. I find unless it's like a Tesla or something, there's usually sellers at the top. You're seeing it happen right now on Palantir as well. Like Palantir, look, I don't have a Palantir chart up, but Apple gets to the high. I'm just jumping out of it. Like the trend accelerated right at the spot. I actually tried to get more shares at 230 when it accelerated. It should have just been a breakout here. But now like the trail's going to go in. We lose the quarter or hit the high, I'm going to jump out because you can always get back in. Right. This is like an hour before we're expecting things. Like that's 100%. A little bit early. So I'm going to.
So that's what I was going to say actually about instincts, right? Like, so right there, like, Neil thinking of one thing, we just got to see, if it holds, right? We've been sitting here trading numerous times. We know there's going to be more opportunities to reload into something, right? And so
probably VWAP.
Exactly. So that's the thing, like there's going to be opportunities to get in and out. That's why I took it out. Like it's going to look foolish getting out on the way up, but if you don't stick to your rules, then what do you have? Like how stupid is not Neil, but all of us going to feel if this, retraces back down and we're like, well, we saw that wick right now. Now you're starting to turn around. So like that spidey sense right now is maybe feeling like potentially a downside push coming maybe now. So, that's just what you have to try to play with and, quit playing games with my heart right now.
Well, you should never.
This one there. So we'll be fine. Rivian still, that Tesla comes out. That's what just came out right there. We'll put $3. Actually, it was 2 and a bit there on our name for Tesla as we have now covered that trade. Look, into the close. I don't know on net. Maybe we should find that out. On net, if they were buy or sell imbalances for the NASDAQ.
Tesla?
Just for the NASDAQ in general, because where's this market going to go? Because right now you're at VWAP. Again, so to me, this looks kind of like a short, but we're still $2 in the money right now on Apple and looking to go higher and higher. So I might just start to piece some of this out again, as I know Neil was just mentioning it, at the high of the day. You're pretty much right there right now. To me, this is getting spicy. We only have 40% left or about 35% left of what we had down at the bottom there. So I feel pretty good about it.
Yeah, so I put a trailing stop, and what I meant to say about Palantir is, I'm like Palantir, which just got to the high.
I forgot to look at that.
So Palantir just got to the high and reversed as well. So, you're expecting the buy, it powered in, just like a lot of other things were, dragging the market to the upside, and it goes right into the high. Kyle W., well, I have a trailing on Apple, crowd immune to today. So, anytime you have, I don't think there's pretty much not such a thing as a big cap stock on a rebalance day that's going to be immune to the action that we see. So first of all, I wouldn't say that. I have no idea if it's supposed to be a buy or a sell or anything. I haven't looked it up. I'll do so in a minute. But no, I don't think anything is necessarily immune to the price action that we're seeing. It's just a matter of, are we expecting a big move at the close based on the research for a big buy and balance? Apple tends to have one. Palantir does. That's why we're talking about those names. It's not like Crowd or any other name that we might not be talking about as I search for Crowd. And I'll let you guys know if it has something big. Like, obviously, it's going up with the market in here. I just checked. It's a infinitesimally small buy is expected on Crowdstrike. So it's moving with the market, but it's not expected to have a big move at all today on Crowdstrike. That said, it can still do something. Like, there's nothing stopping Crowdstrike from breaking out or having a surprise imbalance or anything along those lines. It's been a very, very strong stock. It's at the high of the day. The daily chart's been trending up. And normally, on a normal day, maybe this would have been like a nice trend buy into VWAP and then buy the dips on the trend. I just prefer to stick to the names that we're expecting something on here instead. So, good luck for Crowdstrike, but it's expected 350,000 shares. That's its reweighting today. And it's done 7.6 million. That's not going to do much of anything if it comes out that size.
I was going to tweet this chart out with a little Apple emoji. AAPL.
Yeah, Apple is it's starting to curl here. I might just, it's so close to the high of the day. I just offered the top and didn't get filled.
There.
So yeah, I'm going to end up punching out here. I just tried to cover at 60, which is silly.
Really
and then, I just tried to cover up there in front of, here's like 670s. I tried to grab that. I did not get it. And then if you go back over to Jimmy, which we're still in, we're able to get filled. This is like 90s, or 89.
God, I didn't realize
now that's starting to pull back into prior high. So prior high is like 2155. Okay, technically this is the other prior high, but the high before this last break was like 2155. If it loses 2150, I want to jump out because the original plan was to get in at 21. If it's not going to sustain the up move, then I want to get it on the other side. We still have an hour to go. And even if this does come out as a large bid, you're working till 350. It's still a 4.4 million to buy, but they're starting to give it back. If it loses 50, I'm going to get out of that. Scott Henderson said short the pop. In what? I don't want to short any of the names that are going to be buying balances. I'll tell you that right now. And I'm not shorting Apple today. I think if I'm going to short something, I think there was a great example. Amazon did get to 190. Mm-hmm. After all, as we were,
that's that vacation level, baby.
What's the term Sharif uses? Gesticulating wildly is what he likes to say. As we were doing that, right into 190 goes Amazon for the curl. So shout out to you, CompuCare team. I know you're already in it. I'm kind of hoping that you reloaded because we were paying attention to Apple and GameStop when this happened there on Amazon.
So CompuCare.
Although Amazon's expected upweight. Mm-hmm. I don't like that short as much either.
I'm going to put 10% more here. So basically a third of what we have left, I'm going to put up here at 75s. So if Apple comes back up, we will take a piece out on that one. I did average into GameStop. GameStop came down. We did take some 60s there. Or maybe even, was it 60s? Yeah, 60s. So we took some 60s. I'm just going to use GameStop here the way we normally do. That's the 50-period moving average. You could see, we broke it there. Pretty big move down. That was a huge bar. That was all part of the move. So that came down in pretty nicely there for sure. And then after that, if it breaks back down in there, there's the break higher. There's the hold of the 50-period moving average. Basically, we just held it right now as well. If it breaks 50, I just want to get out. I don't even, normally I'll give it like maybe to this level. Well, let me see what I put in exactly. So as I talked, it's moving higher, but our stop is going to be at 40. So it actually matches with some of these bottom wicks. That's 45. Give it a little bit of love. The spread on GameStop is 1. So it's not like 1 cent. So I don't expect there to be any slippage unless there was like a big story that came out that something like this happened. But even then, I think you still get whatever price you want. Or
yeah,
I have it for a marketable order, but I don't expect there to be anything. I would never use market orders. See, here we go. So now we're in the money all of a sudden on GameStop. I would never use market orders back in the day, like when it was going meme crazy, because then the spread was like $100 sometimes, not that much, but $10 actually sometimes. So you could get really burned, but we're not doing that right now. So here we go. Nice little backside move here for GameStop, hopefully picking back up where it left off and trying to get back there. I was offering 95s the first time. So we'll have to.
It only got to 89.
I know. So
I'll get some in the 80s again.
On that. And then Apple, you're out here at 50s or so.
Yeah, I kind of punched out. I'm going to get back in on the next available dip. Broadcom's going as well here. Another actual upweight.
It's supposed to be an upweight too.
Yeah, so another one that's an upweight. Broadcom is definitely breaking out. Shout out to everyone that's in this one. This is a rocket ship name, by the way.
But notice the futures also.
Yeah, I mean, the futures are going as well. This is the thing. Like, Apple's at the high, Broadcom breaking the high. Futures, the NASDAQ, I should say. We're not grouping everything. ES isn't at the high either, but you're not even at the high of the day yet. So things that are doing better than the futures, it's so easy to say, but I think we should always focus on that. You want to be long, strong stocks. And that's what you do. Like the things that are breaking out, like GameStop's back into the 80s. I didn't get filled at 84. But yeah, AVGO, like if you took this top break through 170, like you're clean almost into 171. That's why we haven't even mentioned Nvidia today. Well, okay, that's not true. We talked about it because you guys asked us to. But look at Nvidia. Lower highs the whole way and not really doing much. There's a definite difference between what we're seeing in the names we're paying attention to and some of the others. I just saw in the chat, Parth mentioning SoxL. A little bit better than Nvidia, but not by a ton, like down 6%. Maybe breaking a downward trend. That's a little more strength than Nvidia just showed when I look at that 15-minute chart, but not even above VWAP either. Coffee trader, Tesla in the imbalances today.
You can have a look. I just got out of some Tesla. I just got out of some Apple. Just so everybody knows, I mean, it was basically at the high of the day right there. It was barcoding a little bit at this level, so I got out. I know a Parth. So Parth, if you're the same guy that I know, put in the chat. I don't know if it is. Put in the chat where I know you from. And that would be a thing if I know that's that Parth.
My Uber driver from Physio is supposed to be tuning in today.
There you go. So shout out to your Uber driver.
Yeah. We were, actually my Physio guy's into crypto.
You should be able to drive soon, no? Or what? How's that going?
It's
no, I don't know.
I need to be able. I need to, like, if I can't walk without the boot, right. I can't. I really can't drive.
Can't put pressure on the.
My biggest frustration is not being. There's a lot of things that are frustrating about tearing your Achilles. Doing it in the right foot instead of the left. It's just dumb luck. I'd be driving everywhere if I did it on my left leg. It really pisses me off. My wife's away for the weekend on a trip.
Right, you're saying.
And I'm alone with my daughter, and I'm very limited in what we can do over the weekend. There's only so many board games and Nintendo Switch, and we're reading James and the Giant Peach, and we can play in the backyard. But yeah, I hate not being mobile. It really sucks.
Yeah, no, it's a bad buzz there, but
it's all good. Look, man, I'll be driving in a few months.
Did you see Aaron Rodgers, my guy? I mean, this guy's had a nice game there, returning from the Achilles.
Yeah, I'm playing the dude that has Rodgers and Wilson in the pool, so obviously that touchdown didn't help me.
But I think Wilson was only 18 points or something.
He was doing jack.
It's like same as Breece Hall. He didn't do anything and he got that touchdown, but I was facing that guy. Okay, so just right here on GameStop. The Jets D, so I think they did okay there. Not great. Drake May finally got in, so that was nice. All right, so 2180, I have an offer there. So we're long, we're only long at 68, but if it comes in, we'll take a bid or take an offer, and then we'll also try to get breaking higher. We're also at $22.
Thanks for,
I'm feeling like a little bit warm here.
I'm drinking a tea, so I'm starting to. I wanted to warm up.
I think I might have to go.
No, I wanted to warm up because I get cold in here. Thank you for hating in the chat. Thank you everybody for asking kind thoughts and all that. But I actually injured my Achilles playing soccer, and it was parents versus the kids. My daughter is 7. It was like 7 to 9-year-olds, and I was playing soccer against 7 to 9-year-olds. We won 6-0, the parents, but I was the casualty.
No thanks to you.
No, I didn't do. I didn't do anything. Well, I mean, it's factually true.
Thanks to me either.
I contributed absolutely nothing to the victory outside of moral support. However, I will tell you this. I knew something was really bad.
Yeah, you can feel it.
And I completely, I played it off, not wanting to freak anybody out. I made it off on my own power. Mm-hmm. I wasn't wanting, I knew it was bad at the time, but I made sure that I didn't scare the kids or anything. And I want my daughter, I wanted to still have fun playing the rest of the game.
Well, you're playing soccer. You could have rolled around and then you just got right back up again. People would have thought that would have just been okay.
There's a kid.
There you go.
There's a kid at my daughter's soccer who does that. He wears a Ronaldo jersey.
See what I'm saying?
I think he was a Ronaldo jersey, a little 8-year-old kid. And anytime he gets breathed on, he drops down and rolls around. And it's the cutest thing you've ever seen. It's ridiculous, but it's the cutest thing you've ever seen. He clearly admires his I guess, icon or idol way too much there. Stay on your feet.
Oh, man. All right, GameStop, Rivian. People are wondering about this Rivian position, maybe.
Here, maybe.
I wish we had more, and I'd be talking a little bit more about it, but I'm just going to use $12 as the break. So I actually don't even have a stop on Rivian, but now that I am sitting here thinking about it, let's just go to 12.03. I mean, we only have 10% left. We'll give up a couple pennies there past 12. Again, a market order should be completely fine on Rivian. You see the difference here between Rivian and the other names. Lots of liquidity here. Be able to punch in and out of RIVN. So the big name that's going to be on everyone's mind, I feel like today is going to be Palantir. We've already written down on the sticky note the Palantir trade today, and that was the short rate here right now, but I'm not doing that now. That is all wiped out. We're just going to wait to see what happens with these imbalances. It is the rebalance today. S&P 500. This is one of the bigger ones in September. I feel like the biggest one is going to be year end. I feel like September is even bigger than the half year, which goes in June. But at the end of the day, we've had a big move up. The reason why I feel like this one's going to be a little bit bigger, there could be some extra volume at close, is because of yesterday. Was it yesterday? No, Wednesday. Yeah, rate cut. Wednesday. So we just now back into the rate cut cycle. Feeling like there's a lot of traders that might not want to put like their orders into the live market, so they're going to use the facility of the closing auction. So right now, BRKR is just our broker giving us this information. It's publicly disseminated at 350. So at 350, we'll get our engines ready to go, and this will all come out. And I'm expecting to see like even 100 million on Palantir wouldn't surprise me. If that happens, I'm going right over here and market buying a bunch of shares on Palantir and just seeing what happens.
Let's go.
We saw that last time on New Bank, New Holdings. That just ripped up. So, and look, that's why
no one was expecting. The thing with New is it caught everyone off guard. I think that's what made it so good.
Yeah, I mean, I think we kind of were.
What's VFC? Hold on a second.
VF Corp? Yeah, that's a good one. I do like that one for sure. This is basically what we're looking at right here. If you guys were wondering, like, what are these guys talking about? There's a bunch of information here. There's Apple, AVGO, Palantir, Eli Lilly, but it's all sort of summed up right into this right now. So as you can see, this is sort of what we're doing. The September rebalance trades page is right here. And you could just see what we're talking about. It's just Palantir, Apple, there's Palantir, Addition. So I don't actually, these are like based on, I don't really know what this is. These percentage points.
I don't even know what what does funding mean for Nvidia?
Where does it say funding?
No, look, in the category, Nvidia, funding. Instead of addition, float increase, I don't know what the heck that means.
Funding, yeah, I don't know. Maybe is, yeah. So see, that's what I'm saying. So we clearly don't really know what we're talking about, but we're going to look at this and notice that it's float increase. That's all that matters. Float increase, addition, funding, float decrease, migration.
That's easy because then it's going from one index to the other.
Right,
like from the mid to the small or the mid to the 500.
Right,
like
so it's not, right, so that'll be a decrease, I guess. I don't know which way it's going.
Migrations we don't like as much, right? Because what'll end up happening is you'll have one firm buying and another one selling because they track one index and not the other. You want it straight up just being an upweight or an increase, or you want it being an addition or a delete in a general sense. That's keep it simple, stupid. We had a trader that was a early look gigantic imbalance. It's like, oh my goodness, look at the size of this imbalance. This is years ago.
Right.
If I say that it's a she, you'll probably know what I'm talking about. But then it was expected that it was a migration. And so we warned, it's like, hey, understand that there's usually like arbitrage and buying and selling. Even though it's showing a bid, that can flip and then just rinse you really easily in the last 10 minutes. Did not heed that advice and learned that lesson the hard way. So I don't like the migrations. I like the straight buys, the straight sells.
And I just think you don't even need to complicate things. Like we went long Apple based on that, based on that information, but again, Apple was already along today. We loved the move yesterday. The market's down, Apple's up. It just simply put makes this guy a lot of sense to this guy. So that's what we did. We just kept the long and we just got out of a piece of it, right? We have to still stay true to who we are. That's been a top. So we got a piece out. So we're holding, obviously we're still holding some of this. Let's see where we go on it. Again, like the stock, but able to get out if and when it does something that we're not expecting. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to wait for this to come through. Hopefully there is a buy and we'll see that at 350. We'll continue to watch Palantir. Let's go over to Rivian a little bit here. Nvidia. Nvidia is not doing anything. It's at the 200 period. If anything, I would typically look for a short, but not today. Okay, the next one there, Tesla. Tesla was a great out for us. I mean, let's just face slap that. A little violent. 238.35. I mean, we got out of that. So we were short at 240.
Yours is better than mine.
240.60. So we were already short there. We took $2 and change on $2.30 or something on that out.
Oh,
so,
what the heck just happened in Intel?
You tell me.
Are you plugged in? There's got to be news on Intel. Intel ain't moving like this without news. I've heard nothing on Benzinga. Do I even have it
upside?
on? It's to the upside, up 50, 60 cents now. That's like 3%. This was dead. It's a good thing we trailed out. Obviously, there's news on Intel.
Yeah,
I have not
there.
heard anything. Adara, you're going to let us know. So big power move here on Intel.
Big time.
Probably going to start giving it back. Unless we hear some news here, I'm guessing you'd have some kind of a mean reversion. What the heck? Did it show up on the locator maybe?
Oh. Well,
nope.
No, we don't have that. No. That's NASDAQ.
Oh, it's NASDAQ. No.
Maybe it did, though. Maybe it did. Maybe there's another resource. Someone's saying rebalancing. Like, if you guys know anything about this, thing is, you have a story? Qualcomm?
Hold on a second.
Again, remember, we had that big story the other day from
Twitter.
Intel and Amazon.
Shoot.
So Intel and Amazon combined for a story last, was it Tuesday or Wednesday? You were doing the recap show, so I get maybe Tuesday. There when it popped in the after hours on Amazon News.
Yeah, that was.
So we'll find out. Oh.
Still not seeing anything.
Okay, so there it is.
Go to there.
When they're ready, we can go over there.
No, I don't see anything.
I have nothing in my ear either, so. Okay, Brendan has it as well. Qualcomm has approached Intel.
Reuters reporting here that Qualcomm has approached Intel about a deal, citing, quote, sources. So unsure, I'll look for any more information on this, but INTC reportedly approached by Qualcomm for an unspecified deal, guys.
That would be insane if it was to. I mean, they could. I mean, telling.
I just went long.
I just
went long like 10% of the shares that like I would normally be trading with on Intel. I mean, again, love the story there. If anyone's going to buy somebody else, that is a long for me, not a short. But again, if we break below, what was that last wick there? 21.1. Yeah. So let's just put an offer. If we break back down below 20. 21, let's just get out of that. So there's our stop order. We're long into Intel now, literally baby shares. Like, if you're going to take like 500 normally, this is like 50 shares, right? So this is a pretty small position right now for Intel. Let's just see if there are wings before this trade or after this trade. Good story there from Adara. Thank you for that report. Now let's just wait to see where it goes. Brendan also on top of it here. He's behind us there. So Qualcomm and Intel.
And it's going again. If it breaks 2170, never mind, it just broke. Okay, so we're into it. It broke. Remember that line in the sand? Yeah, it just broke the line in the sand rather heavily. This is if they get actually bought.
Oh boy!
Wow. All right, it gets to 23. This is an easy out if it gets anywhere near 23.
Oh boy. Good trading there for Intel as it just spikes straight up to the upside right there. We're out of pieces now. I'm actually out. Whoopsies! I'm actually out of 2/3 right now of Intel. We just got a 22.05 right there. Whether or not that's going to be a good price or not, I have no idea. But there goes Intel, man, straight to the upside. Great.
We don't know what they're selling though.
The whole damn company, bro. It's what it is. Trust me. They're trying to pick this name up on the dirt cheap. There goes. I mean, what? Qualcomm approached Intel to buy chips? Come on, man. It's one of those things where, again, Adara's on it. We're on it right now.
That's a bailout. That's a huge
move upside there for Intel. Congratulations, anybody playing this name. Intel, she's a runner, man, and it's going upside big time right now. It's Intel. I mean, I don't know. How are you managing this trade?
I just actually covered.
Oh, okay.
I think it just went to the halt band, to be honest with you. I'd swear I just saw it go into a halt band. And then, I saw the bid. Yeah, the bid's stacking up. It's going into a halt here at 22.38. This is not the kind of.
Are we going to open back up there? I'll take more long here if I can.
All right, is it going to halt? Is it going to halt? Is this a fake halt? Is this a fake halt? There, it just halted. Okay, so
I got more long.
Yeah, so just so if you're tuning in for the first time ever, if a stock goes X% too fast, depending on the price, or like a 10% move in like 5 minutes, yada yada yada. If it's a cheaper stock, it's smaller. Then from 15 seconds, it either ticks lower or it stays at that price, can't go any higher, and then it goes into a halt. It'll open back up in 5 minutes. Let's go to Adara for the news.
Seeing some more details here on the story between Intel and Qualcomm. Turns out this is actually apparently reported by Wall Street Journal, initially misattributed here to Reuters on social media, but we have Wall Street Journal reporting that Intel being approached for a takeover by Qualcomm. So looking to take over INTC as per this Wall Street Journal report. Apparently this is also a recent report. So apparently in quote, in recent days being approached there. INTC on watch here, guys.
To Sean, because this actually happened to me, a very similar situation like a year or two ago when we were live on the show. It was Spirit Airlines in deal consideration, and I was trading it the same way we're trading Intel, and I was in the long, and it had halted, it reopened, and then they halted it and didn't reopen it, waiting for an update, and they had to hold it overnight. And I ended up getting caught, and we had made money playing the longs into it, but I ended up having to hold it overnight because it didn't reopen, even though we're day trading. And then the next day, I ended up like losing $1 and being red. And it was nothing you could do about it. I was just going to get out wherever it happened to be the next day. So that would be my one concern here is, would they halt it? No, it's Intel. There's still 40 minutes to go. If you're going to buy the entire company, generally speaking, what they'll do is they'll look at like a 90-day or 180-day average price and slap a premium on it in that regard. Now, regardless of how you do that math, it's higher than this.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. Like, you do your own math, man, but like, I don't care what average you put on it. It's a lot higher than this. If they were even going to entertain a deal for the whole company, you got to figure
right now it's tapping at 22.50.
Yeah, it's giving a 22.50 tap.
So we got more shares.
Yeah, like I feel like anything could happen here. So good luck to everybody out there. It'll open up in 3 minutes, 2 minutes now.
Yeah, so I'm reloaded. So I took more shares there, which might be a stupid idea. Neil just mentioned why right there, and it could be a stupid idea, but we'll see what does wind up happening right here with Intel on the reopen. We got more shares there on the halt band. So we got filled at 38s there, obviously. That was the only price you're allowed to get filled at when it's into a halt space there. You just got to pick the right gateway. Edge A there for me. Filling that up. Nice move to the upside there. We'll see what winds up happening now as we get going on Intel back up there to the upside. I have an order to get out on open of about 20% of my position. So we'll have to watch that very, very carefully now. Now we're interested in this name for sure, trying to break higher. Intel right now on the Qualcomm news. I tweeted it out, my position. We got out of 2/3 of it the first time, held that 1/3, but now our average price is well off. So we're both long into this trade. Okay, good. So I didn't realize you got the same price. So good job. All right. Sometimes neither of us, like sometimes you're not able to get that halt price, but it looks like we both were. So good on us for that one. Here we go. Mobileye getting a pop also too, getting a pop. We're hearing MBLY. I don't really want to get too far off this name right now for this. I thought Mobileye was divested a little bit there from Intel.
No, they denied the rumor they were going to divest.
Okay, so Mobileye starting to go back up again. I don't know why Mobileye is going up because Intel is going up, but at the same time, here we go. We're about to reopen. I'm getting out. So right now, it's looking like it's going to print 22.53s. I'm just going to get out of 20% of what I have, no matter what the print is. Okay, so we're going to get out.
Easily,
we're going to get out there for 20 cents or so, and then we'll hold the rest for that dream. I mean, meanwhile, guys, we are raking it on Apple, man. I mean, Apple continues to go higher. Rivian continues to go lower. GameStop, we get a fill on GameStop there, but now GameStop is coming back in. I'm really just nervous, not nervous, but my...
we didn't even notice. GameStop, no, it's still there.
That's what I was going to say. My attention right now on GameStop, on Intel. So we'll wait to see when this opens up. You just mentioned when it should. It should be 5 minutes, I would think.
25 seconds or so.
Yeah, so 5:18. Yeah, so right here, man. We're going to open back up. Let's go. Giddy up on Intel. It's good luck to everybody. Good luck to whoever's in this one. I know Neil is, and so am I. So we'll trade it accordingly.
Qualcomm's ripping?
Yeah, man, if Qualcomm can get this deal going, I mean, that's what it's all about. Apple right now is $2 in the money and now at day's high. It does not look like Intel wants to open here on a 5-minute halt. That's not a good. All right, so it's open. As soon as I say that, I turn off of it. There goes Intel. Nice move to the upside. I have no idea what that print was. I can look at that in a minute. There's the fall down again for Intel, so watch out. It is coming back in.
That was fast.
There it is. So what? We got 22... We got 22.55s there. That was a big print, obviously, but there's the pushback in right now. So we still have some shares on this one. You can see our average price is 21.65. Let's get a piece out right now. But right now, Intel falling back in. We'll take some 16s. Let's see what happens now with Intel.
Yeah,
Good trade, really.
I actually didn't buy. So I got out 50s, and then it break even, and I had like a stop at the halt price that I just left in. So if it went under the halt price, I was just automatically getting out. The other thing that happened is Qualcomm, keep in mind, Qualcomm initially went down on the news. That's what spooked me a little bit.
Right.
Like Qualcomm goes down, that means, it's bad for Qualcomm that they're going to pay whatever for Intel. So once this rebounded all the way to the top, I was like, I don't like that as much. So I jumped out. But now it's starting to come back to the downside. So I almost think you might have an inverse relationship here between Intel and Qualcomm. If they're actually buying this thing, there should be a dip buy. If it goes anywhere near that 2170 top, that has to be, I shouldn't say it has to be, I should just say I am looking to buy it there. It doesn't have to be a buy. But if it gets anywhere near that 21.7 resistance, I think that's a dip buy opportunity. Keep in mind, expecting in 5 minutes or so, we already have early look imbalances, but I feel like you're going to start to see some others pop around here as we're looking at, it's still the S&P. I know Intel is getting our attention here, but remember, it's still the S&P rebalancing going on. You still got your Palantirs and your Dells and your Apples.
Look what Apple's doing.
And all that good stuff. Intel just sort of came out of nowhere.
Look at the hot thing over here, but don't look at this thing, man, because Apple right now, continue, bye-bye Intel, let's go. More moves to the upside, but look at Apple right now, $2 in the money as that continues to go, and there goes Intel. Now above the halt price, or roughly at it, 2240s. We only got a little piece out there, but here we go. Yeah, buddy. Oh, yeah. Nice move upside Intel. Let's go. Make it sing, baby. Into the 60s, into the 70s. Wow, what a day. We didn't think it could get any better, and then this happened. So, all right, man, props it up. You're now rocking with the best of us. I'm telling you this right now. We're giving you many opportunities here today. GameStop banger, Apple, Intel right now, Nvidia, Rivian. We don't have a red name, so hopefully you guys are again today. Well, we are slightly down on the triple Qs. We're down a matcha, maybe 2 matchas on that one. But look at this. This, Neil, is our only red stock today, and it looks like this. Come on. When we have trades that are looking like this, bang to the upside. We've got GameStop putting me to sleep. We've got Intel right now, 40 cents in the money. We have Nvidia with the banger, honestly, maybe the banger of the day, belongs to Rivian. Look at Rivian with a nice downside move. That is also $1 in the money. And then Tesla, come on, we just talked about that one. Good out there for Tesla. But man, oh man, we making it sing right now today. It's Intel. And this day has just gotten infinitely better as we take another piece out up there into the 60s. Let's just see where it goes. More information coming on Intel. It's the Wall Street Journal that I'm seeing right now has reported Qualcomm has approached Intel, and here's the word, about a takeover. So there it is right now. That's the word, man. Takeover, the bird. The bird is the word. And right now, takeover is the word of the day.
Ooh, I like it. The word of the day. We actually have, hold on a second. Shoot, I thought I had that. Damn it. Okay, we used to actually have a button for word of the day. We don't anymore. I'm going to take some out of GameStop on the upside here. It's not moving the way that I want to, but I'm looking to grab the dip on Intel one more time here. They're approaching them for takeover. Like I said, the only fear here would be we're day trading and we're not, we don't hold overnight, so that they would halt it news pending and then not open it back up. But it's about to take out those. You're
out of it?
Okay. I jumped. I had it stop underneath the halt price before the halt. Okay. When I put a bid in on the halt trade, I always throw a stop in case it doesn't halt. Right? Because if it goes for the 15 seconds, doesn't halt, it'll break down. I have a stop covering me in case I get the fill. So I still had it in. So when it made that move, there's nothing I was just punching out automatically. I filled the order and nothing I could do. But I went to get back in when it held 22. I was looking for 21.7. Now it's absolutely flying. I know Micron's going as well,
flying,
but everything is flying. GameStop's going back to those 80s as well. So finally, you're getting a bit of a move there. But next available dip. If they're buying the whole company, there's no chance that it's this cheap. It wouldn't even make any sense for Intel to accept down here.
Happy birthday week to me, but I'm having one of the best days right now I've had in a hell of a long time. And we just put this Intel on. This just came, Christmas just came early right here for this guy. Huge move upside right now. We traded and we took it, man, and we traded it really well. I think anyways. GameStop as well. Nice upside move. We're long at 65s. It's at 70, it's at 80 right now. So, we could even take a piece out right now. And I'm not even talking about the bell of the ball right now. We're long Apple. Let's go, man. What's for lunch? I don't know. What was it again? It was chicken fingers. But chicken tendies right now we've got on Apple as there it goes, man. Huge move to the upside for Apple, breaking through 232. Come on. I mean, there it goes. Nice move for Apple. Bye-bye. You can almost punch longer on this. I'm like, it's 3:30 right now. We're going to get some imbalances getting updated pretty soon. Apple could even climb even higher than this right now. What a day it's been here. Thank you so much, Sebastian. Bears versus Bulls, everybody in the chat. I know you guys could see all of these trades. I can literally break down. We've only traded 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 names today, and we're going to go 6 wins, 1 loss. And the 1 loss is the triple Qs. And that's just going to be sitting here at this level. We tried it at the 200 period. We tried it at view up. It was good for a minute until it wasn't, and it broke higher. So this is the only losing name that I have today. It's been a really good day. We'll end the week. I mean, fingers crossed, I could still make a mess of what's about to happen here into the close, but we won't do that. We're professional.
Palantir now 38.
So there it goes, man. We talked about that one as well. Let's go back over to Palantir now. Wowee. I mean, you want to talk about us just feeding you guys and feeding ourselves, which is unfortunate that we don't have it, but giving this trade. We gave you Palantir a while ago. We talked about why it could be a long. We talked about why Apple could be a long. And here we are, man. $2. And see, this is the problem. Obviously, Neil got out of it. We talked about why that made sense right there to get.
Well,
some
I just didn't cancel my stop order.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you had that trailing stop, whatever, at the end of the day. But there it is, man. That's the thing. It hasn't really given you an opportunity to get back in. So we've sat there, traded it. There's only now a half hour left in the day. Palantir, everything. We're. I mean, look what Intel's doing. You're not in Intel anymore.
It's dipping now.
Yeah. So it just got to 23 flat. So that's, just a level there to watch out for. We only have now third, a little bit less than a third, about 20%. It's odd because we got weird fills, but 20-something% left on this one. We got a lot out up there. Just don't want to look what they say, a gift horse in the mouth. Thank you so much, easy peasy.
Yes.
Remember we said easy peasy on that break for Apple was 217? I was like, that's an easy peasy break, and we use that easy peasy lemon squeezy, 217 long on Apple. But thank you so much for that one. 217 now, a thing in the past as Apple's at 232, guys. So thank you for that one, for that $10. That'll make up for that loss. We have a couple matchas right there. We'll get one for myself, or we'll get one for Adara, one for Ramin right there.
The matchas are delicious.
Matchas are delicious.
The melon's better.
Wonderfully delicious. I feel like there's like a theme song that magically delicious.
It's Frosted Lucky Charms. You know what's hilarious?
Delicious.
Patty Ice did the same thing. You had to start with the beginning to try to remember.
You have to be greater than 30 years old, I feel like. I feel like they don't advertise. You ever see cereal? Remember Tony the Tiger used to be everywhere, that guy.
Cereal's not a
Tony the Tiger.
I don't think it's a thing anymore.
Tony the Tiger got canceled or what? What happened to Tony the Tiger?
So when Palantir jumped up, I did take a long in Palantir. We want to start something.
You got canceled? Okay.
So I'm also on the bit of Intel in front of this 22 level. But PLTR, when you saw that 38 million come through, there was a little bit of a dip. It's now 31. Now keep in mind, we're expecting a much bigger number than this overall. Right? Like it's supposed to be 180 million or something like that. So the paired volume plus the actual size is actually less than the expectation. So play it along into highs. If it breaks out, maybe look for ads. You've still got 18 minutes. Check that 17 minutes until we get the imbalances for real. And then we'll know what's good here going into the close. So we'll see what happens with it. I do believe we're going to go to Adara right now at the big screen. Are we or are we not? Maybe. I don't know. That's fine.
There's a lot of names, of course, making some big moves today. We've talked about FedEx. We've talked about Constellation, CEG. We've talked about Intel. But we're going to talk about some of these names making bigger moves that we haven't quite discussed yet, including Lennar. Much like FedEx, this was an earnings name. Lennar down about 5%. Pretty strong report, but they forecasted lower than expected gross margin here for Q4, sending this one, LEN, to the downside. Applied Materials, here also to the downside, though, recovering off the lows, AMAT, getting a price target decrease here from Mizuho. Last but not least, we have AEE. This is Amarin here. This is another name in the utility space, much like big runner of the day here, CEG. Amarin getting 2 positive notes here. Yesterday after the close, Jeffrey initiating it with a buy rating here, then Wells Fargo raising its price target before the open. So good name for a lot of these utilities-related stocks. Lots of names making huge moves on this Friday, guys.
Yeah, I'll say. I don't think we've actually seen this much action. Okay, that's whatever, like 2 days ago we had Fed, so of course we've seen this much action in the afternoon show before, but on a Friday, I don't think we've seen this before.
Let's go.
We have so much going. So Palantir, I just took some out, 94s.
You got Palantirs?
It's trying to go high. So remember it came out like 30.
Yes.
It came out,
Yes.
well, I don't remember, it was like 40 something, and then
38
it paired off, and then it was 38, now it's 31. That's the only thing out here. Remember GameStop? Like that's still, like it's not even there at 4 million anymore. See, I don't even see GameStop in here. There it is. Like GameStop's pairing off and getting smaller.
Oh, is it?
Which is not necessarily what you want to see. Next available pop, I'm going to trim some more GameStop.
Same.
Like it was 5, now 4, and just keeps getting smaller and smaller. These are gigantic because it's S&P rebalancing. Dell's going in, Palantir's going in, American Airlines and Etsy are coming out, and there's a couple of other names that. And frankly, I never remember the names of the insignificant ones.
Apple is now almost $3.
Like Apple is also an upweight. It's already in the index in case you didn't realize. But
It is?
Yeah, I mean they added it. They probably added it at some point.
Yeah, Apple. I think it must be in the S&P.
Well, I hope it is.
Apple right now, guys, and I was just talking with Harrison back there, and he's like, how's it going? I'm like, bro, you sit right behind me. I mean, we should definitely know how it's going right now. It's going this way. Whether or not you like hot dogs or not, man, I mean, today's just firing off those cannons, man. Like Apple, we talked about this trade live on the air. It was one of the questions that we had. People were asking me, where's your stop? I said 25 cents lower. Patrick A. All, this is $2.50 in the money right now. So, I mean, those of us that are sitting around waiting for the rebalances, waiting for that, just real trade, man. I mean, just trade. Like, this is what we're doing. Just trade. Apple, boom. You talked about Palantir, booming. Intel, 30, 40 cents in the money. Boom. It's your boy GameStop. Boom. That's 15 cents in the money. Like, what are we supposed to do? Good trading abound here. Congratulations, everybody that's rocking with us. And if you're not rocking with us, give this opportunity a chance right now. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Do it all, man. I'm here every single day. Believe that. Okay, well, I mean, unless I told you this. I've been lucky enough, 0 sick days last 2 years, lucky enough to have that, knock on wood, but we still got to take vacation time, and we'll try to do that later on. For right now, I told you I'm taking October 2nd off. My kids have track and field. But there goes Intel right now. Yeah, Intel trying to go. Sorry, I thought Intel was going a little bit higher than that. Apple still continues to go now. We're on one. I know you're on Palantir. I want to break Palantir through 37. This breaks 37. Your boy's getting in on that one. Let's wait to see. I mean, I'm pretty excited.
We have still plenty of time in the imbalances. Now, obviously, if that comes out, a sell imbalance.
Off, of course.
Yeah, Palantir. No, it isn't.
Well, I didn't even have it on there.
31. It's still 31. That's fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why. Am I sorted by paired volume still?
Yeah, 31 mil.
I don't. Oh, I was scrolling down looking for something. Okay. Ooh, all right. It doesn't really matter.
For a second, that was like, is mine frozen? Or
the thing is, so the one thing that me and Neil are both going to notice, just like how we noticed on Intel, if something dramatic happens, I mean, first of all, that's
the stock will move.
Yeah, like we're watching these names for you. So I have Palantir, Intel, all these other names, Apple, up on another window. So I actually might. I mean, oh my, like Apple is like completely on one right now.
It's
like,
losing its mind.
The market's also losing its mind. I mean, it's easy to say Apple's going crazy, which it is. We are now, guys, we're $3 in the money. This is a trade given directly to everybody there today. I hope some of you hit that one. I know we did. Nice move up there for Apple. I may just start to, as we get closer and closer. I feel like we could still hold this, looking for levels. I mean, that little wick top. And I'm still going to play true to who I am, right? I mean, we're holding on a little bit more now because of today, and I think you got to do that. Remember we talked about instincts? I don't think there's anything more important. You could read all the books in the world. I mean, talk to people behind us, right? All the books in the world does not matter if you don't. I mean, I think it's experience sitting in front of a screen. Like I told you, I've read very few books, if not any, none at all. I mean, I listened to One Good Trade. That was about a year and a bit ago. That's pretty much the only thing I've done. Reminiscence of a stock operator.
Palantir
as I was going. Palantir did what?
Palantir just went from 30 to 15, so it just got cut in half, the imbalance. So I just took a little bit out. And just to also finish a thought here,
go.
because GameStop, like I keep having to scroll further and further to find where it is, now down at 2.8 million. And if you look at what's going on, like it's at the highs and not punching higher as the imbalance is pairing off on it. So yes, it's giving you dip buy opportunities, but some things are distinctly different.
Oh my.
Right? So I've covered some in here where the selling has been, and I probably will now wait to see what happens. Unless it tags 22, I'll wait to see what happens with the imbalance at 350. It's just not nearly as strong as you would have liked to see on GME. Now, obviously the market's going haywire. Even Nvidia has been going to the upside, but we're sticking to the names that we are expecting things on, and that's why we're going over to GameStop and Palantir and Apple. Intel sort of came out of nowhere with that deal news. I still feel like if they're really going to buy the whole thing, it ain't going to be for no $23. There's zero chance.
It'll be less?
What? Wait, got to be more than that.
Really?
Intel,
You think so?
Why would Intel, like, look at the stock. Why would,
because Intel,
the board's going to accept 20, like, no, it's got to be, it's got to be in the high 20s or in 30s, or the board's not going to accept it. I don't think. I've seen a lot of deals, and you kind of get an idea of when you look at the price history, all the worst has already come in on the stock. No. And just because the board does or doesn't like it, they could always get pressured.
I think this is a bailout.
They can get pressured by the shareholders. It doesn't mean the board can be like, no. The Yahoo board didn't like that original takeover years and years ago, and that ended up being the dumbest thing that they didn't do. So
right, so that's what I'm saying. So Intel could look back at this and say, man, we could have had 2250 and now we're at 1550.
And we don't know how much is being offered.
Yeah, oh, it says takeover. Well, I mean, I don't know. But anyways, I'm going to, honestly, I've been like, staring at this P&L, staring at what's been happening here for Apple this whole time and not getting out and just watching it continue to climb higher and higher and higher. But I'm going to take an opportunity right now. I'm at 232.90 right now. Hopefully, I mean, that was the high of the day. It's 232.86. So here we go. I'm going to take another piece out if it does come up there. I'm just going to be offering this. Hopefully, at some point, this will get up there and give us a fill, man. We're 7 cents away from that. And this just goes to show you, we talked about our different strategies, right? We got out, Neil got out, hard to get back into that name. We stayed in it. We did get out too, all the way up. I mean, I wish we had not making any of these trades. But now that we're up here, I mean, at some point, right, I just feel like we got to get something out. I mean, could be wrong. Okay, there props it up. This is now $3 in the money. This is a $3 winner in an hour right now, if not a little bit more than that, more than $3, $3.20 now, as we just continue to climb all the way up. Great trading here on Apple. I'm going to actually just even tweet this out, man. Let's chill out a little bit here. We have lots of time left in the day. Let's just work on our trades and get this figured out.
Yeah, exactly. That's all you got to do. And like we said, we'll be right here for you when all of this, like, there's going to be a host of rather large numbers on that locator. We're trying to keep it focused here. Just for anyone that's tuning in, it is an S&P 500 rebalancing day today. It is triple witching as well, so options expiration. There was apparently Qualcomm wants to buy Intel, is what we're also hearing, and a host of names should have a lot of volume. As I just look at it again, I now don't even see Palantir, so I'm just going to sort by paired volume, knowing that it's going to be the biggest one. Oops, did it twice? And now down to 2 million. So it just tagged 37, and now all of a sudden down to 2. So we're really starting to pair it off here. Not as big as it was before. Now, in terms of actual size, the biggest names are now Lumen and AT&T and CLF and Verizon and PG. So none of what we're expecting are the big names. Palantir really starting to pair that one off by a lot. And we are also expecting a buy and balance on Apple. You don't see it here because Apple's a NASDAQ name. When we're talking about the early looks, you're only going to see New York names here. You're not going to see anything on said NASDAQ. And as I mentioned, Palantir pairing off, I just took another out there. So we got to 37. It's not even that much of a buy anymore. I barely have anything left of this thing. I don't want this coming out of sell, dipping, flipping to a buy, and I could have had it at a better price. I'm going to jump out if it loses 36.80 altogether, because we still have 7 minutes to go before we actually get the real number. Oops, why do I have an AMD stop? That's hilarious. Just cancel that.
What's up, TW Hoskins? Okay. Nike. Just do it, man. So we got another piece out of GameStop. It's
another one.
What followed by what Apple's been.
Another one.
And we're getting lighter and lighter on all these names. I mean, Intel can basically, like, I might just punch out. Okay, 22.20. I'm gonna get out of Intel. This is really really boring me right there. All right, so 22.19 stop order on Intel. flatten right there. We are playing with house money. That's the best money to play with, of course. We are wildly up on Intel. Apple, need not talk about it. We're having a great day. Getting out of Tesla down there seemed to be good. That was a good trade. That was for $2.50. Today, we've probably taken, I don't know, north of $10 probably out of the market, if not more than that. So you guys figure it out. There goes 233 now on Apple. I mean, just this trade alone is $3 right there. Now, it's not on our full position, so that's why it's tough for us to talk like that. But GameStop now continues to go, so that's going to be a good trade. Intel, Nvidia, let's have a quick look at that. So that's bouncing off VWAP. Like, I would short Nvidia right now, just for those of you that are here right now, maybe for the first time. Normally, a little bit more aggressive during the trading hour, but right now, we only have 5 minutes left. Until these imbalances come out, join me and Ryan Faluna tonight on the Market Recap Show. Well, trust me, if I have enough energy left, which
there'll be lots. Nvidia's
will be lots to talk about right there as well into tonight. So Nvidia is supposed to be a sell.
Nvidia is supposed to be 75.
So this is all that's showing right now. We don't even have Palantir anymore. I'm actually gonna. Where is Palantir?
It's $4 million now. It's
but where's the price of Palantir?
Oh
no!
83.
My level 2 just crashed. That's never a good thing heading into the close. But all right, I'm going to open it back up. Abracadabra. Okay, PLTR.
Hocus pocus.
Yeah. All right, so it is fading out a little bit. So I still have that break through 37. We'll take a 37 break. I have both Air Maxes and Yeezys on right now. I'm wearing the 550s New Balances right now. Shout out to CompuCare team. So I got the Yeezys and the Air Max 90s. But right now, New Balance 550s. All right, moving forward. Palantir, 3680, trying to go right now. Downside, it looks like, as those imbalances are going to get spicier and spicier.
Still 4 minutes.
Yeah, into the close. So as Neil just mentioned, we still have a couple minutes. And I'll just keep this up. We'll both will. Into the close, we'll have it. I'll try to find a spot. Maybe I'll just keep it over here so we don't have to worry about the... Actually, maybe I'll just hide it over the daily one, right? Because the 20-minute might be more important. I'll just keep it right here like this for now. And then once 350 hits, both Neil and I obviously will be covering.
I'm going to have mine full screen.
Perfect. Yeah.
The whole way.
We'll do that, give you guys a little bit of a better look. But for right now, man, Apple, I mean, I don't know if it was a good pullback or not, but we got out there. So now
everything's dipping.
Yeah, we're light now on Apple, like really light on Apple right now. We got out of our Intel for, yes, sir, it's a profitable trade. We'll slap that face upside a little bit there. Good trading on Intel. Not great, but good. Hopefully that will hold out into the close. And yeah, honestly, that's pretty much a wrap for me. Oh no, someone's calling me again, but it is not my barber, and I do not recognize
you only
this
answer the barber
number. Really? Yeah, I answered my family and barber. Everybody else gets directly. Oopsies, I screen capped it. Goes directly into voicemail. To be honest with you.
Yeah, if family,
when I'm on the show.
If family calls when you're on the show, you know it's a good reason to answer it. You should always answer when your mom calls, anyways. That's just how I roll.
I mean, that could be Jerome Powell wondering, like, or Kathy Wood, like,
Jerome,
why, what's going on with me?
Or.
That's not, yeah. No.
But what would Warren be buying today?
Warren has my my burner number. This one right now. We're gonna find out who it is. They are leaving a voicemail.
Do you know Warren Buffett basically did with, I think it was BAC? He pulled the old. He sold so much of it that now the position he has left is a free roll.
Right.
It's like the old penny stock play, right? Where like it rips and then you sell like 80% or whatever. You're holding the 20%. It's like you get it for free.
Come eat this, man. You want a peach thing here, or Ramin? You want this peach thing?
Why you gotta be giving it away, yo? No, I'm joking. Yeah, that ped, the ped is huge.
Good thing that's not that heavy there. Just nailed one of our cameras with it.
Yeah, the cameras are built to last.
No, because it was sitting there and I was like, man, I kind of really want this, but I want to give that up. So, all right, Apple is pulling back right now into past levels. I'm just going to, if we take down 232, let's just get out. There could be a random movement here, and we just want to make sure that we still continue to play with house money. 229.7. Actually, you know what? We only have 10% left. We talked about having 20% or 25% left. We just caught a piece out there at 233, and that's that spidey sense again, right? We talked about like just sitting here. I told you, sitting here watching the profit, just like getting a feel that greed is good. I feel like that for trading, but at the same time, being wise is better. So we'll wait for this. If GameStop comes out to buy like we are expecting it to, then we will watch out for that. But right now, man, all systems go, I feel like, on all of this as we wait for more information.
90 seconds.
Yeah, and as soon as that information comes out, we'll throw it to you live, guys.
Yeah, Palantir back to a buy, but it's still, like, it's 28 million. It's been there before. There was a bit of a dip. I got out. I said if it loses 36.80, I will just wait for 350, and that's what I plan on doing. So you still have a buy imbalance there. There is the dip in PLTR. If there's any other names that you guys want to look at after 350, just kind of throw it in the chat. The focus is going to be on, for me, Apple, GameStop, and PLTR. Like those are the three things.
Yeah, I'm going to keep up Palantir.
That I'm looking. You know, obviously there's a million other things happening here, but you got to try to focus on a few going into a close like this. You can't just be everywhere. So with about 40 seconds to go, going to keep it on this screen.
I'm canceling my script on Palantir.
There's going to be a lot of big numbers, right? There's going to be a lot of big numbers that probably pop off here. And you want to stay calm in the moment. That's why I'm focusing on just a few so you don't get overwhelmed by the numbers that you'll see on this imbalance locator in about 25 seconds. I'm assuming, I don't know where Intel is, but I'm assuming it'll probably slow down.
Flat.
Unless somehow they get an actual deal price, it's probably just going to trade a little bit sideways until you know exactly what Qualcomm wants to do with them. And we probably won't find that out until after the weekend, usually on a Monday.
Well, the market's tanking right now. I mean, Palantir is getting to the downside. We still have Apple up. We'll watch out for Palantir and for Apple. 3, 2, and 1 blast off. Let's see where these imbalances are exactly. So Apple comes a sell.
Nvidia sell.
Apple's a huge sell right now.
30 million.
Apple flipped its head on basically nasty.
Nvidia 25 million sell.
I'm out of Apple right there. That's still a $2 winner. But we got out of Apple there. Nice downside push. You win, Apple. Good on you right there. Nvidia cranked back down to the downside right now. Amazon buy. Now, oh yeah, Amazon. Family vacation time right now for Amazon. Amazon up to 191. Coke, here, let me just give you bigger. Neil has it up as well. So.
Palantir came out much smaller than expected. I'm not punching long yet.
Yeah, only 20 mil. But still nice move up for Palantir. We should have
still going.
Palantir was the long for sure right there. 70s. It's too bad I was obsessed with Apple right there, but there goes Palantir. Huge move up right now, to be honest with you. We should be long this name, and we're not. Amazon could be paired off. Apple probably pairs off. We got a piece out there. Well, we had a small piece left, so not crying over spilled milk, but that's not the best out for us. But right there, Apple now trying to pair off a little bit. Palantir still going. I
don't even see GameStop here.
Oh boy, we are nicely in the money on GameStop. Thanks for bringing that one up.
That's why I'm trying to figure out where it is on here. I should have sorted alphabetically. Either way, I'm going to take some out if it does get through 22, I feel like that would be good, but I'm not seeing it. I'm just surprised that Nvidia is such a big sell. We're expecting a sell imbalance on Nvidia, but to actually come out that 25 million catches everybody.
We got more out of GameStop. We got everything we needed here.
Yeah, GameStop just went into 22. This is a takeout.
Here goes 37.
Yeah, it just went through 22, 37 on Palantir's about to go as well.
Yeah. Debating punching that 37 long on Palantir. So there goes 22 on GameStop. Man, we on one today, boys and girls. All right, so that's a nice move there. We'll wait to see. Apple, of course, we got out of, which is fine. Feeling some kind of ways on that, but that's okay. We should have just punched long on Palantir, and unfortunately, I saw that huge Apple trade, and I just was like, let's get out. So we got out there into support. Didn't really matter. I just pushed offer enter, but there you go. It's starting to get back upside. Palantir just grew, guys. So all right, I'm punching long. I'm long Palantir. I just went long there on that name. Let's just see. It just grew. It just got bigger. So let's keep on going to the upside now on Palantir. We could start to pair some off. I mean, we've seen these names go the other way a little bit there. If we break below like maybe 90s, we can get out of Palantir. Let's just put that stop in right now in case it does.
I want to keep it tight on Palantir. It's not that big of an imbalance, to be honest with you.
No. So
it's not that big. I don't see the thing is 20. It's 24.
What happened to my Palantir?
24. 30 million into a 170 million pair. That's 200 on the paired vol. So I'm actually jumping out of it. I just jumped in and jumped out of Palantir because I'm not in love with that. No, it's not that significant. Like the Nvidia at 24 mil, that's huge. At 355, you get like usually a big pairing event. If Nvidia stays a gigantic sell, this might be the one.
I mean, we're not even really losing anything on this. I don't know why I'm worried about this trade, to be honest with you. We just took some out at 95 there on Palantir. We're only long at O's. Like, we should not be really super worried about this. Let's just see. Again, it's going to need a bump, right? I mean, it's that kind of a buy. Apple's actually getting bigger to the sell side, so there it is retracing back down. So you could kind of watch out for some of this. There's Cliffs Resources, for a little buy. I'm just trying to go over some names because I don't know really what's moving and what's not. Nvidia with the sell, so that's still going. There's Palantir, man. You hopped out of it. We stayed in. There it goes now. Let's see if we could take something out at 03s now. Put a win in our pocket again. Like, this is the kind of, it's a shawarma party kind of a day. Even though this isn't moving, we'll take some more out now at 05. There it goes. Let's just stay true to this trade. We did get something out there. We got out of 20% at 95. We talked about it. So let's now take 5 cents on 20%. Now let's get back. There it is, man. 08s. Are you back into this one or no? Palantir continues to work. We get some 10s there. We get some 8s. We get some 9s. It is a hot dog kind of a move here for Palantir as that just keeps on going up, man. Wow. Yeah, I'm pretty proud of what we've been doing here on the show, especially today. You know, we don't share everything as far as P&Ls and everything are concerned, but I can just tell you right now, you could see what's happening on Palantir here. We took that trade, and there it goes. A huge move. Now 15 cents in the money. We're so darn happy with today, guys. Rivian's $1 now in the money on that one, so let's just keep on giving some props. Let's just get out of some of these names here. Big day, big day, big day. Even GameStop right now is 40 cents in the money. I can't even stop right now, so I'm just going to pass over to you and start to clean up some of these trades because
10 seconds until usually 355 is usually the flip zone. So if we do get major changes, it's usually going to be right in here. Eyeballs for me, all of a sudden I have one on Nvidia. So Palantir's gone now 11 million on the buy side, but it's still going up. So they're still going up despite the fact that it just paired off a little bit. That actually is good. Apple, no more Nvidia sell. Apple is still a significant sell of 15 million. Nvidia is gone. Palantir actually stayed a buy.
Dude, I mean, we are huge on Palantir right now. We are now 20 cents in the money on Palantir. Like, honestly, man, like, let's just throw it up. Honestly, I'm going to spin this right now because the day that we're having right now is a good one. And I hope everybody is also having this similar feels. Wow. Congratulations to everybody.
Might just punch out a GameStop.
I'll just leave it at that. We just took out GameStop for 50 cents or 40 cents. Right there as well. There's our GameStop trade right there. Out. We could just keep on going and going, man. But, I mean, Palantir is a 30-cent winner right now. Upside. Well, 27 cents right now. Upside on Palantir. Thank you so much to everybody in the chat, man. I mean, we spend a lot of time and effort on this show. And, you know, just really, really, really proud to be able to show you guys that this is what trading is all about. Real trading, realtrading.com. Join us, man. Yeah, just really humbled by trading today.
Yeah, you're starting to level off a little bit here. I don't necessarily like that you're not still growing over there in Palantir. I expect when it paired off a little bit that you were going to see a move to the downside. It ended up holding higher, still on the level. Here, I'll go to the level 2 and show you guys the chart when I'm still showing this. Cancel that order. So Palantir, when it actually held at 355, I jumped back into it. But it's not growing. It's still, the paired volume is actually about the same size as what we're expecting. So I want to see it grow. I'm still going to jump out of this if it does not hold at 358. I did get out of GameStop because quite frankly, I couldn't even see where the imbalance was. It was no longer big, and it could not break $22. Like $22, brick wall on GameStop. Nvidia is a nothing burger. It was a gigantic sell. It's not even there anymore. And Apple kind of bamboozled there with that sell imbalance. I'm very shocked. As strong as Apple was, they kind of really rug pulled that move. So like you had to get away from that really, really quickly. If Palantir ends up staying, I don't mind putting into the auction. But if it doesn't do anything here, like you're already starting to see it pair off pretty big. Yeah, Apple's still a sell. Still a sell on Apple. 5 million.
We just took $1.15 or something on Rivian. I mean, this has been a dream of a day. Look at this trade on Rivian. Look at this trade on Rivian. Adair, what's up?
Waiting here as we head into the close. We have this report from Reuters circulating around social media as well. SEC looking apparently to seek some sanctions against TSLA CEO Elon Musk here, alleging that he violated the court order with regards to his testimony for that Twitter takeover probe. So basically, SEC potentially looking for some sanctions against Tesla CEO Elon Musk. Tesla in a bit of a state of flux here as we head into the close, guys.
over here as well, guys. I mean, what a great day. We're super happy with everything. Palantir continues to go higher. What's up, Adair? I hope you do well as well. All right, so I'm just going to throw this. Hey, Adara. There you go. Thank you, Andre. I'm just going to throw this Palantir into the mock. We have a very, very small piece left. We cleaned up on this. And again, like, big day alert. Good cleanup right there. Cleanup in aisle 5 for sure. Look at our Apple trade. Look what Apple's doing. Look what Apple is doing. Apple is getting killed right now. Apple is getting destroyed right now. But you know what we already did on Apple? Oh boy, did we ever take names on Apple today.
They sold the living, you know what.
Yeah, and we took advantage of this tonight, guys. Big time movement, man. Could not be more pleased. We're long Palantir at 37 flat right now. Long Palantir, 37 flat. It's disappeared. I don't know where it is, but so far so good right now.
It's still a buy, but it's not very big. It's 1.7 million.
Wow.
Wow. Apple is. By the way, we got 30 seconds into the close. You can throw it into the auction. It's still a slight buy imbalance, which is enough for me, so I just decided to chance it into the auction. But Apple's about to go all the way red and hold on to it. It's been an absolutely ridiculous and wild finish to the day. So let's get the bell, which I'm pretty sure is still brought to you by Firefly Neurosciences. Thank you very much, Adara. Let's ring it in 4, 3, 2, and...
All right, so we'll wait to see where Palantir prints exactly, and we should be able to get those shares out. But again, we're long at 37 flat. I want to thank everybody again for just a big, big day, right? I mean, we're pretty happy with the way it is. Today we're trophy day by like X amounts. Big day today. Thank you everybody for watching. I'm going to get over there. I don't know, where did Palantir just print? I know you were long at 22s. It printed 20s. So at the end of the day, a pretty flat print there on Palantir. We traded it well again into the close. So far so good, man. The big day continues, and I'm going to get over there. So
GameStop printed 84, so GameStop was a good out. It prints to the downside as well.
I mean, we had. Talk about good outs. I mean, Apple. I mean, look. Just because you know what, the aftermarket recap can wait. Honestly, right there, 229 up to 233. Big outs there for Apple. Look at our GameStop. Perfectly executed to the outside there. Intel, what does Intel do at the close? It drops. Thank you very much. Like, we can't do this too much better. Nvidia with a nice move to the downside. Palantir, take the break at 37, they say. Okay, so we did that. Rivian, monster move to I'm just going over all the names that we have. And then Tesla, I mean, we didn't do anything into the close. Thank you so much. I hope everybody continues to have a great weekend, everything like that. We're really on one. I have no idea what the market recap show is going to be like, but join me in just a couple minutes. I'll get over there and get ready to go. Very, very humbled by today's trading. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. It's been an absolute fun one. We'll just give Sean some time to get up there. It was a wild and unreal day. Look, Nvidia... We'll just go over a few names that we didn't cover. Nvidia did have a massive sell imbalance as well. You can see when it fell, it ends up printing the lower end here. This is the drop that you just saw. So there's a lot of things that had some numbers in there. Dell was an addition to the S&P 500, but there was never a big imbalance on Dell, and it ends up tanking at the end of the day. So Dell, which there's a reason we weren't paying that much attention to this name, despite the addition to the S&P 500, no action to the upside on Dell here. The other ones, and just I'm going to go over the ones that were additions and deletions that maybe we didn't cover. There was it was Etsy that I wanted to get to. Etsy was the other one that was going out of the index, and actually closing not too bad. Pretty much closing at the high. So every now and then what's going to happen is you're going to see almost like the reverse action. And the reason we weren't paying attention to something like an Etsy or a Dell is at no point did it present like it was going to be a gigantic opportunity. And if you ever wonder, it's no guarantees just because you're expecting to see something at 350 for an imbalance or at the close for a reweighting, it doesn't have to go in that direction. Apple's a perfect example. Apple was expected to be a buy. Apple traded up the entire time. Apple came out a sell. And at 350, this is exactly when it happened. And you saw it drop into the downside. I want to give a big shout out and thank you to Ramin. Fabian was not feeling well today. So an absolutely fantastic job by Andre and Ramin all day long on the ones and twos, making us look and sound good. Big shout out, of course, to Adara on the midday. And we had a great guest, Joe, coming on talking some options there with Sharif. So shout out to both of them. It's been an absolute wild one. But you know what the best part about it is? Hey, guys, you don't have to go anywhere. Stick around, relax, buckle up, because we've got the aftermarket show. It's a market recap at the desk right now with Mr. Katina, and I believe special guest Michael Noss. Well, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. We don't know who it is. It doesn't matter. No, I'm just kidding. Let's get to the desk. We got Mr. Katina in the aftermarket recap.
It is Ryan Faluna coming through. That is 100. Huh? Man, guys, like honestly, Ramin, hit the music. Ramin, hit the music. What a day! I mean, I'm not even prepared over here. I'm not even logged in. This is going to be an absolute nightmare. But thank you so much. It's not going to be. It's going to be fine. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining here as I get ready to go and just try to find some ETFs, some stocks, some overviews, all of that kind of stuff. What a big day it was for us trading again today. Wow, like whenever Faluna's here, man, just bring this guy on. We're ready to go. All right, big day all about, man. Tesla, big move there into the close. What do we even have up here? The comp D. I actually have to log in right now to the show. I see this is how much faith Brendan has. He's gone. He's just like, okay, this guy will handle this. All right, so I'm gonna get the chat going. That's really all that I care about. Yo, Joe, man, good day. Good day. You can grab a mic and come on here if you want, my guy, at any time right now. Do you want to come on? Get a mic. Get this man a mic. Like I said, Ramin, I told you this is my show. I don't know. You leave me here. This is what's going to happen. Joe, Option Man, going to be joining me in just 1 second coming through. Yeah, go find a mic there. Grab a Dara's as we get there. Hey, look, whoever's here, you know what's going to be? It's going to be an early roll call. This is what we're doing right now. It's a Friday, baby. This is what we do every Friday. Every time you're here, it's a market recap show. It's the best show that we have, actually. This is the Trader TV Live #1 show. 3,200 watching, Joe. Get that chair out of here. We're not even using chairs. We're standing, man. They just get in our way, my guy. Okay, it's roll call right now. Ramin, let's go. I want to see who's here with me right now. What's up to Live Life? What's up to Benjamin Smart? Baron Keela's here. Easy Peasy's here. Andrew Chow is here. Erie Pages is here. Yannick, everybody's here right now. That's enough. It's roll call. See you later. All right, guys, look. We're feeling pretty good. We had... Are you staying over there? Right there. Yeah, that's your spot right there. All right, here's Joe. Joe, how's it going?
Good, brother.
Good to see you.
You smashed it today. Had a great day.
Oh, your mic is off.
Mic is off.
Give me the mic. I've got this. Look, you guys see there's a power button. You just got to hold that on.
There we go.
And there we go. All right.
Now we're buzzing.
This is my guy, Joe, here. Look. Thank you so much. Options is your game. Joe is your name. All right, so we had a great day today. The markets really started to rally there into the close. We kept on doing bigger and better things, man. We had Apple into the close. Did you see that move at the end of the day there, my guy? What a move to the downside. Apple goes into 228 and change. Nice downside push there for Apple. I don't need this in my ear. I don't have no news coming through. There's the move down there for Apple. So, again, we were expecting a buy imbalance into this name, but guess what?
Massive sell.
They flipped the script on that one, Joe. Nice little move there to the downside. People are loving this segment right now already. How
could they not, though?
This might already be the best market recap show of all time.
There we go.
There we go. Guys, question and answers for Joe. You down for that?
Of course. Send it my way.
I see Ryan Faluna ready to go, man. We're going to have questions. We're going to have lots of stuff going. This man is a busy man, Ryan Faluna. Hey. We'll bring him on. Hey. We'll bring him on. What are we clapping about over there? Yo, what's up, Ramin? Hope all is well there. Multitasking.
At its finest.
At its finest, yeah. Okay, there we go. How many millions did we make today? Just shy of 1, right? You know what I mean? We're not here to brag.
We want to be generous like
that. We're not here, we're here. Okay, thank you to everybody that is joining us. We do have Ryan Faluna coming up. Let's just go over another story that hit right at the end of the day, Intel and Qualcomm. I don't know if you saw that one. There goes Intel, Qualcomm. Apparently the story, Joe, Qualcomm's interested.
Hey. Just buy it out.
I was going to ask you, have you ever made any buyout plays in respect to options and things like that?
I've actually never tried a buyout in an options trade.
All right,
and you know what? Since I started on the firm, I just I'm new to buyout, so hey, maybe we'll look into that. You never.
Yeah, we'll look into that. We'll see what the real price is going to be there for Intel. Generally speaking, when you get a tech name, it's between 40 to 60% premium. So if you have Intel in and around $21, I could see it getting offered for 30.
Hey,
we'll see what winds up happening on that one, and we'll go on that.
And build some trades off that, absolutely.
We will build many, many trades and hopefully make a little bit of cashish on that one. All right, what was bad today? Okay, let's just quickly look over our board. KRE, the regional banks, not a great day, down 2%. Some of the interest-sensitive spots, a little bit downside there today as the market regave a little bit back of what we had made yesterday. Ramin, I have to apologize for calling Joe on here and putting you into more. Please put on the double shot if you have a chance right now. I owe you matcha and Wingstop.
I thought it was pumpkin spice season. No, is it not pumpkin? No, is it okay? We got
I think
that.
you can
already.
only. Are we going to go to the double shot there? Andre having difficulties. That's okay. Well, there it is. There she is, right there, working on that.
And we're back.
We can never get enough. You know, not only does she wear sunglasses during the day, but also you got to keep them up there. It's a stylish thing, as you can see.
I think side. There we go.
All right, there we go. KRE, nice upside move. Gold also today continues its move higher. GLD making new highs today. That continues to go. I know my guy Ryan Faluna was talking about gold and silver and some of these plays continuing to go upside. Uranium today. We talked about this one breaking through $25. That seems to want to go again. A little bit of puff pass in the marijuana space. That's a downside push. Again, another 2.5% downside for marijuana and the cannabis space right there. You thought, so what's up, Scott Henderson? I wasn't that active as a youngster, to be honest with you. I'm just more excited now. What we have here, and Joe, I think that you can clearly see this. I mean, we bring in energy every day here.
Every single day.
It doesn't matter if the market is up, down, sideways.
There's never a dull moment here, ever. Never a dull moment.
There's always opportunities. We get to have new individuals coming through, like Joe. We had Satya, I guess, coming
the other day.
Is that the proper pronunciation? I believe so. Coming on crypto. So we're going to mix it up there. We've got Adara as a brand new trader as well. Neil and I with both over 20 years experience, although he looks way older than me. You know, that guy Neil over there. And we have Brendan doing the good word. Ramin and Fabian still doing it with Andre, newest member right there. Ramin, you ready for this again? Mr. Faluna, you got some sunglasses? All right, we're throwing that around. Anything else? What did you trade at the close? Anything?
I did not take anything at the close, no. I was just watching, hearing everybody have fun, so
pretty wild day.
I stayed flat on the close, that's for sure.
All right, Palantir again came through with that big buy and balance. Today we did have witching day. We did, like all my stuff isn't loading over here. I just kind of ran over here at the last second.
That's all right.
Huge witching day. So we had it looked like about 100 million or more on the print there for Palantir. A big day. It winds up going higher. I mean, look what happened here right off the jump. There's 350. We punched long, man. We waited for 37 to break. It breaks. It motors all the way up to 37.30. Our best outs are 37.26. So a good out there. It prints 20s at the end of the day. Huge move up for Palantir. And what's up, hey Davis? Yes, we do bring the heat every day. Do I think Apple's going to gap higher on Monday? No. That was a nice push lower. We've actually done the work on Apple here. I thought Apple, and I've said this before, Joe, and everybody, I think we just get near highs into more numbers for the iPhone 16. I don't think it travels at all. I think we wait for the next little move. We'll wait to hear from AT&T. We'll wait to hear from Verizon, T-Mobile, some of these big U.S. carriers. How much iPhone pre-orders have they gotten? How many pre-orders have they gotten? And how many units have they sold? I mean, that's...
Well, Sean, we got the 3% dump on the apparent low pre-orders, so hey, we bought the stock then. We don't know how the pre-orders are going to look in the future. So
remember that crazy story there that someone was selling it for 3% off?
That's crazy.
Man, it's Hydration Nation. Let's go.
Hydration.
Hey, do you have any? So we try to go.
It's Hydration Nation.
Part of my contract. Whenever that thing comes up, I got to take a drink. Do you have any sort of little like quirks or anything that you do during the day? Do you have like some people have like a glass of orange juice to start the day, or they'll sit?
You know what it is? Remember when they say you're always so dapper? That is my quirk.
Yes.
I like to dress up, come in, be ready for the day, get ready to execute. That is my quirk.
Hey, so true story about this guy. When I first saw him, I said, "You're in the wrong place, man. The runway is somewhere else." This guy looking like a model here, but you're in the right business. Smart dude for sure. Right now, shout out to Joe. I'm telling you, man, the way this guy dresses, Unbelievable. So you got to look the part, and that is for sure. You know who else dresses quite nicely right now? Is he ready over there? Let's go, my guy. It's Ryan Faluna. What's up? It's Trader Talk.
Ooh.
That's right.
Oh, I didn't bring mine.
Ryan, how are you doing, my guy? What a close it was. I don't know if you were able to take advantage of that. We had a big, huge move down there in Apple. How are you doing today, this lovely Friday?
I'm doing good. I'm going to take these things off.
Take them off.
I can't see a damn thing
Same.
in my office with those
Same.
on. But love the energy that you're coming out with. Was here on Wednesday, by the way. Banger Nvidia trade there on Fed Day. That was awesome. I saw someone else in the chat here mentioning Sean Nation or something like that. You are fired up and you're giving me energy. I had a great week here, but I am going to say I'm going to take the other side with you on Apple. So if you want to go to a chart here, I'll show you exactly what's going on. I've been on Apple for so long. Every time I saw the channel checks indicate that iPhone sales are sluggish, then guess what happened to the stock price? It went higher. And I think we're actually set up for that again. Yeah, we did get a little bit of a pullback here. This trend line, I think if we break this here next week, this thing goes higher. Wouldn't be shocked to see that. I'll take the other side.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. What I was sort of saying as well, Ryan, is that we get those reports, right? I mean, and again, thank you to the Benzinga Pro platform for sure. We get those reports all the time that there was potentially weaker sales in China for the iPhone. That hit at the beginning of the week. I called that iPhony. You know, I didn't think that story was necessarily the truth. So we've been trying to go long off of some of those plays. So that's sort of what I meant. Let's wait to hear about those iPhone sales. I think it's a super cycle. And I just feel that a lot of a lot of consumers will go in there, refresh their iPhone, get that 16, try to enjoy. I mean, I don't even think the AI is going to be anything really, especially off the beginning. You need to get apps developed and so on and so forth. But I'm really excited to hear that first story on your platform about iPhone shipping orders. Do you have any idea when we might hear that? Are you hearing anything on the street about when those numbers might drop?
No, I'm not hearing anything about the number ahead of time, that's for sure. But like I said, I've seen this song and dance before, so I think I'm going to play it the same way. iPhony, I might have to reuse that. That's really, really good. No, sorry, don't have any insight on when we're going to hear that.
It's 10 cents every time you say that, okay? 10 cents. So I'm gonna have like an AI chatbot on your stream, making sure that you watch out for that. But thank you for your compliments there about the energy and the show that we're putting on. I also do like your golf shirt. Okay, so just real quick, I know that you don't trade Meta too often, and we've talked about that. That's another name breaking out. So let's talk about a name that's not. And this is near and dear to my heart because it actually happens to be my largest holding. What do you think is up with Google these days? I'll give you a chance to look it up. I prefer GOOGL. So if you have some analysis on that one, if you come over to my screen, Ramin, quickly here, you're still under the 50-period simple moving average on the daily chart. To me, that's a little bit of a problem, as many of these names, Microsoft, Apple, as we just talked about, Meta, as we talked about, nearing all-time highs. So what is wrong with Google? Do you like it? I still actually want to go short until we get above that 50-period moving average. Any thoughts on why maybe Google's down here or where the trade might be for this name?
Yeah, so I see exactly what you're saying about Google. In fact, on my chart, I can see it setting up just ready to test that. But here's the other thing, and this I actually put a little bit more stock into. When we recapture that 200-day or when we bounce off that 200-day, generally that's going to have more juice than the 50. And as you can see with Google here, we did a V-bottom, very, very quick recapture of the blue line. That is your 200-period moving average here on the daily chart. So I think this actually sets up pretty well. As long as the market stays intact next week and doesn't really get obliterated, we'll talk about the seasonality, I'm sure, that's supposed to pick up next week or supposed to pick up this week. As long as the market doesn't get obliterated, I kind of like Google for a test of that 50 and then maybe a pop above. See if we can actually close the distance to that 170, which is going to be your 100-day. I'm not sure we actually make it all the way up here and fill this gap that I've got 176 and a half up to 181 and change. I don't know if we're going to have the juice to do that, but I do think we're going to test this 50. And if I was a betting man on Google, I'd take this higher next week.
Perfect. Sounds great. Hey, Ryan, it's Joseph here from the floor. I have a question for you specifically about what we were just talking about, and curious if you have any experience in the options markets.
Yes, I absolutely do. In fact, I
Perfect.
gave a trade a couple of weeks ago when I was here that I took via the options. That was Bros. Hopefully some of you folks followed me into this one because I've actually started the selling process, scaling out here in third. So yes, I used options for this specific trade. Although it's not my main go-to, yes, I absolutely trade those.
Oh, beautiful. So to touch back on Apple, as you can see, we're almost near the all-time highs again. And if we break the all-time highs, how much higher do you think we can go?
So that's a really good question here. Looking at the scale, I would probably want to do a little bit more analysis before I have you hold me to something. But just kind of looking here, Apple really kind of when it breaks some of these all-time highs, it really likes to go. Here's what we did the last time we broke that. You can see we popped here from about 198 and we went up to about 220, 22-point move. Honestly, I could see a 25-point move hereabouts if we do snap that. Now that's very, very quick. I think if you wanted better levels, let me reset this. If you wanted some better levels, probably look at a Fibonacci extension and see where some of those levels end up here. But just to answer your question here, 237, I think if we get 25, let's call it 23 to 25 bucks, wouldn't be shocked if we're actually able to go towards 260 here. And I would also, by the way, if you're going to try and play one of those, look out a couple of months on that options chain and see where some of those, where that open interest is sitting, right? See where some of those contracts are being held open at. That might give you an idea of what that upside target could be as well.
That's beautiful. I have Apple, my second largest holding in my long term, so I'd love to hear that. That's great.
Apple is my largest holding in my long term. I've been holding this since 2014 and been trading options around my core on some of the earnings prints. So I'm with you long and strong. My motto has always been buy Apple, use Samsung phones.
That's it. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, great job there, Joe. And again, Ryan, options trader from the floor. So we're really excited to bring him on as part of the team for now, if he likes it. I mean, no pressure.
Absolutely. Hey, no pressure here. We love it.
No pressure here. All right, earnings name, Ryan. Why don't we go over FedEx? I mean, FedEx again. We talk about some of the Dow transports. There's a lot of like older school thinking that hey, let's watch out for the rails. Let's watch out for some of these shippers because if they're starting to report bad numbers, then potentially retail and some of the economy here not healthy. I mean, we're not seeing that other than what we see with FedEx. So is this sparking anything for you? Are we a little bit worried? Anything about FedEx? A nice downside move. We're only expecting 7%. We got 15.
Yeah, so absolutely. And in fact, I do see the economy weakening. This is something that our group has been talking about a lot. We've actually got input from other business owners of varying sizes that the consumer is indeed spending less there. FedEx basically told us the exact same thing. Now, looking at the chart here, I do think there's kind of a way to trade this. First of all, you can see that for a while, FedEx has kind of been in this upward parallel channel. Well, guess what? Today on that gap down, we just breached the bottom of that. We also breached below the 200-day, and I believe we filled this gap. We did fill this gap here to the downside. So I would not be shocked if this stock tries to bounce a little bit, if it's just a dead cat bounce. I don't see it having the juice getting back above that 200-day. If something changes here or there's buyers really kind of want to step in for the long term, maybe we kind of crawl back above that. I'd be worried about this. This is definitely something I'm keeping an eye on with FedEx. You were absolutely right. And I agree with some of our members here. This is clearly showing a weakening consumer.
Yeah, I think that's very important that we discuss that because a lot of the time we get sort of caught up in just like sort of the FOMO of, oh my God, the market's ripping. We got to get long everything. But at the same time, sometimes you got to look under the hood and figure out exactly what is going on with that. So, all right, I haven't talked to you since the Fed. So I don't know. I mean, it was a little bit busy. It was back and forth there. Thanks for the compliment on those Nvidia trades. But really from 2 to 4 o'clock, we kind of made those moves. Powell came off the podium, kind of went back down to the downside there, closes near the bottom. I'm going to guess, and I think in our past experience with you on the show, that's not a heavy trading period for you, was it? And if it was, what names were you looking at on that day? And what names do you think now have a little bit of a boost heading into the next couple of weeks now that we got the cuts?
Okay, so first of all, on that day, I actually did trade that. I was more active than I normally am. There was more chop than a Benihana on that day. So
I like that.
I actually didn't get out of that with a whole lot. I did scalp SPY successfully on that initial move. It actually dropped a little bit and then a power move to the upside. And then once I saw you trading Nvidia, I was actually like, oh my God, the FOMO's getting me. The FOMO's getting me. And I traded Nvidia back and forth. I think I went 1 for 3 on those Nvidia trades. So you certainly did a better job than I. As far as what do we think is going to be a target moving forward?
Yeah.
I really do think you're going to start to see some rotation out of these big cap winners and maybe a move back into some of the small caps. So I noticed on your show here you had Palantir.
Yep.
That's going to be joining the S&P 500. It's starting Monday, the 23rd. I'm long Palantir. I've got a butterfly. I'm looking for 45 by December on Palantir, so giddy up. I'm in with that. I do think you're going to see some rotation here. And the other thing about some of these big cap tech names, keep an eye on some of the talk about like the Databricks IPO, because I do think that I don't know when it's coming.
Okay.
If I had to guess, I would guess early next year, but I don't know. There's been some talk about maybe they're trying to hold the market up to get some of these IPOs out. Databricks is what I think could draw holders from some of the other really popular AI stocks like Apple, Nvidia, maybe even AMD and Micron, and kind of bring them over to Databricks. And that could also start up some of that rotation. So we'll see. Keep your eyes peeled or your ears peeled for that. We'll see when some of those IPOs come out. Next week, though, my big focus, Palantir and small caps.
Okay, is it Palantir because of maybe the price? Because Dell also getting added as well, right? So there's a couple different names. Personally, I like Palantir. Feel like we can punch more shares. A little bit of a bigger move coming there for PLTR. So you prefer that over Dell?
Yeah, this really is comes down to feel for me.
Right.
I've traded Palantir, both options and equity, a lot more than I've traded Dell. Thus, my confidence is higher. Also, if I'm not mistaken, Palantir is a reference to Lord of the Rings, and that's always going to be a positive in my book.
We do like that. You need to look at that Palantir one more time. Alex Karp, too. I actually really like founder-led businesses. You know, like Alex Karp is still there.
He's still there.
You know, it's like...
And he's invested. And let me tell you something else. He has no problem attacking short sellers too, right? So he will literally talk smack on television to short sellers. I love that. He's invested in the company. Company has all types of contracts with the United States military. Yeah, giddy up.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere on that one for sure. All right, a little bit of small cap talk there. A lot of our traders, for investing purposes, like to get in things like IWM. Is there another ETF? I mean, I don't like TAN that much. Uranium I like. It's just the thing is I feel like so many of these sectors are very, very sensitive to the election that's happening south of our border right now. That's now 44 days away or something like that. Is there any maybe sort of election type plays maybe that you're thinking about right now, or is it still too early, or is that not in your game plan right now?
So I've tried to stay away from the election just because of the uncertainty, but I'm sorry to say that the solar names really kind of seem to be pretty good. I know you don't like TAN. I've traded TAN in the past. It's not my favorite. I'm not a huge solar trader, but what I will say is traditionally in the United States, the Democratic Party is generally viewed as favorable for solar. But if you recall, recently, Trump has been saying that he's very bullish on solar. You've got Elon Musk apparently being added to his cabinet. So I actually think solar is in one of these unique positions where it might benefit no matter who wins. So I kind of like that. Now, as far as setting up plays for the election, no, I haven't done any of that. Maybe I'll get a little bit more of a feel as we get closer to the election. But again, with a lot of the uncertainty in there, I feel like there's other stuff I can more confidently trade.
Yeah, first of all, shout out to the Chicago Blackhawks. I mean, our boy over there, Connor Bedard. I don't know how many games you're going to be getting to this year, but that kid is something special right there. So I hope you're able to see that. Any opinions on my guy Bedard?
Yeah, we are incredibly grateful. The last time that we picked first, we of course picked Patrick Kane. It went pretty well.
That went well.
Hopefully the exact same thing happens here with Bedard. Really quick story. First of all, I've actually seen him in person, and it is even better than when you see it on the television. You cannot believe that such a small dude is so Good. I actually got gifted some tickets second row off the glass.
Hello.
And I was able to, and I mean, I'm telling you, it was awesome. Next time I come on here, I'll wear my Bedard jersey for
Oh, you got one of those? I like that.
the authentic one with the fight strap, baby. You
Oh, you got the fight strap. Yeah, you come over here, man. We'll have one of those haymakers going through. Just quickly, look at this tan chart on the weekly. I mean, we had mentioned that I didn't really like it that much. I don't mind this, but I mean, this right now, I don't like to catch falling knives, and right now, tan just can't really get back going. I think we could support this stock above $50, maybe even above the 50-period moving average at 44, but yeah, not looking great here on a weekly chart. All right, look, we had a lot of fun. I feel like you and I could talk for days about many, many things, but what I'm going to ask you right now, what are the plans for the weekend?
Plans for the weekend. Okay. Lots of football. College football tomorrow. I got a couple of errands to run in the morning. And then, man, I am gearing up for Sunday. I think this is finally the week where Caleb breaks out for my Bears and all of the smack talk starts to drift away to the background as you realize that Caleb is the real deal. So my entire weekend is going to be centered around football.
I'm loving that. And I don't know if you remember, but I am a Green Bay Packers fan, and we await for, maybe a quarterback that can deal with Caleb Williams. Jordan Love maybe comes back this week, and we're really excited for that. I think the Bears-Packers rivalry, one of the best in all sports, and it's going to continue when we have each other.
I'm sure that you feel that way because the Bears really haven't put up.
Remember Aaron Rodgers?
Since to your Packers recently, the Aaron Rodgers, I own you the belt. Yeah, I'm sure you love that. Let's see if that continues here. I will say here, not a huge Packer fan, obviously, but Jordan Love clearly proving to be kind of a tough guy, trying to play after a knee injury, just missing 1 week. Tell you what, props if he goes out there and stays healthy.
Yeah, a little MCL action right there. And by the way, Ryan, looking good there, man. I know you're a runner, looking real sharp there, looking better all the time, Ryan Faluna. Look, I'm going to promote Benzinga Pro platform. I mean, we use it all the time on the show. We want to thank you guys for that as well. They can click the link in description, go over there, get that platform, get going, because I always have it. I mean, I actually bought some fancy iPods to get AirPods.
What do we know?
What do we know? We're idiots over here.
Yeah,
AirPods. Yeah, you don't want to put an iPod in your ear too much, but we got there.
Let me ask you: did you guys catch Intel today? You guys catch Intel at all?
We were watching it. That's
yeah.
We had some eyes on it. That's absolutely true.
So you're talking about Benzinga Pro. Honestly, I was worried most of the day. I scalped some piece of junk stock this morning, and I was like, when we talk about what we traded today, I'm not going to have a whole lot. And then bang, in the afternoon here, get a squawk about Intel. This thing went absolutely ham. Scalped this a few times on the way up. Shout out to Ben. If you're going to recommend Benzinga, please have users try out the squawk. It is the reason that I'm here. It's my favorite feature, and man, oh man, did it pay off today.
Ryan Faluna, have a great weekend. Enjoy some of that pigskin, and we will talk to you next week. It's Ryan Faluna from Benzinga Pro. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Take care, folks.
Hey, shout out Benzinga. I use it actually every morning on the way on the train.
Good. You use Benzinga Pro as well.
Absolutely.
Wow.
So,
because you're a pro.
That's exactly
You're
it.
a pro. All right. Hey, look, shout out to Ramin. Thank you so much for staying late with us. And Joe, I mean, I just called you up here.
Hey, thank you.
Hey, you prefer Joe or Joseph?
It doesn't matter.
You tell me what you want.
Joe's fine.
All right, we'll go with Joe. We'll go with Joe.
Joe? Ooh,
no,
I've never heard that one before, so.
Never heard Joey before. Little baby kangaroo. Aren't that what Joeys are?
Joey.
Okay. Hey, look, everybody, man. As you can see, we keep expanding our team over here. Really glad to have Joe here. And we're just going to keep on going, right? I mean, it's now 4:30. What are your plans this weekend?
Hey, I have no big plans. Just relax, take it easy, maybe go over some charts. Other than that, nothing crazy. I think the Leafs have a preseason game tomorrow.
Yeah, they do. Against Ottawa, is it, or Detroit?
Something like that unfortunately I might tune in on. So, again, a Leafs fan here, unfortunately a hockey boy, so maybe we'll tune into the Leafs.
Why are you you're upset about? I know because Leafs are sensitive.
Yeah, Sean, you know how it's been for the past 6-7 years, right? So it's a sensitive spot.
6-7 years. We haven't won in 1967.
I know, but since Austin came on, we're supposed to go to this land, and it's been totally everything.
You want a hot take?
Let's hear it.
This year. Chris Tanev. I mean, honestly, Morgan Riley. We've got Joseph Wall's going to be hopefully holding him back up there.
Hopefully he stays healthy. So hey.
All right. Hey, look, we're Canada. I mean, we're gonna we'll talk a little bit of hockey here. Oh, Ramin, that means every time That means we got to cut the show.
Done. It's over.
Because, yeah, she's over. It's over. The pay is stopped right now. Okay, hey, look, for Joe, for me, for everybody here at Trader TV Live, what a week. Glad to end it on a bang. Thank you to our good friend Ryan Faluna. Thank you to Andrew Rader, who is in the chat. I asked him if he wants to come on. I don't need an answer. We'll get him next week. Thank you to everybody. I hope everyone has a wicked weekend. It's Trader TV Live. We're doing it again on Monday.
Hey.
Have a good one.
You too, brother.
Thank you, everybody. Ciao.